Chapter 11:17. Haha, domination immortal, I am going too. Amidst the silence, Feng Zi's laughter could be heard. Then he was surrounded by a strong gust of wind, and he flew away. Countless gazes were also focused on him. Feng Zi was publicly recognized as the #1 movement expert in Northern Plains. Yao Huang had once tried to capture him but failed. This was Feng Zi's proudest achievement. Chu Du and Feng Zi were daring. They did not give Heavenly Lord Baizu any face. The immortals had many thoughts but none of them moved. Heavenly Lord Baizu did not make a sound either. He watched as the two left. He Tribe's first Supreme Elder quickly shouted, "Lord, Heavenly Lord, forget about this Feng Zi." But that Chu Du took away the 13th eagle nest. This eagle nest has He Fan's true inheritance. The immortals heard this and became restless. They conversed in secret. He Fan's name was well known among the immortals. This great expert was the pride of He Tribe's history. He had led He Tribe to become the overlord of Northern Plains. If he was still alive, who would dare to attack He Tribe? No matter, I already know. Heavenly Lord Baizu's voice was heard again. He had a plain tone. First Supreme Elder's heart shook, his lips trembled. He wanted to say something but did not speak. Second Supreme Elder suddenly said, "Lord, Heavenly Lord, Iron Eagle blessed land is about to collapse. If we hold a banquet here, it might not even last half a day. Hey Tribe's Gu immortals, don't worry, we have been preparing for a long time." At this time, 3 Gu immortals arrived. The immortals looked at them with a sense of realization. These 3 immortals were none other than Baizu Tribe's 3 Gu immortals. During the entire He Tribe battle, they had been watching from the sidelines. They were listening to Heavenly Lord Baizu's arrangements to clean up the battle. Next, Baizu Tribe's 3 Gu immortals attacked together, using an immortal killer move. The killer move's effect was immediate. In an instant, Iron Eagle blessed land that was on the verge of collapse stabilized. Seeing this, many righteous and demonic immortals' expressions changed. This immortal killer move was extremely powerful. This was the first time they had seen it. It was not recorded in history. They realized. Baizu Tribe did not just have Heavenly Lord Baizu. The other Gu immortals could not be underestimated. Gong Air greets Lord Heavenly Monarch. Next, Gong Clan's Gu immortal Gong Air came forward alone. After entering Iron Eagle blessed land, he bowed towards the sky. If rank 9 did not appear, rank 8s would dominate. Gong Air was very arrogant, but facing a rank 8 existence, he had to be respectful. However, he was feeling very depressed. At the final moment of He Tribe's battle, Gong Air had wanted to activate Immortal Gu House Golden Dawn Hall to snatch cultivation resources. But Baizu Tribe's Gu immortal smiled and told him not to act rashly. Naturally, Gong Air would not listen to their suggestions. However, he soon received a message from the prince's impatience. The gist of the message was, tell him not to act rashly, otherwise, he would become Heavenly Lord Baizu's enemy. If you infuriated Heavenly Lord Baizu and made him kill you, you deserved it. The prince's impatience wouldn't stand up for you. Gong Air heard this. Even though he was extremely unwilling, he didn't dare to make a move and suffered a great loss. In this trip, he mobilized Golden Dawn Hall to help, but the benefits were not worth the effort. Originally, Gong Air wanted to act as the leader of the righteous path, but the other Huangjin bloodline Gu immortals ignored him. Baizu Tribe's 3 Gu immortals responded to his call and went to Golden Dawn Hall as guests. This gave Gong Air a way out. But these 3 immortals had other intentions. Gong Air was representing Gong Tribe now. He had no choice but to appear. He greeted Heavenly Lord Baizu, but he was extremely unhappy with the prince's impatience. Damn it. This time I was defeated by the prince's impatience. His surname is not Gong after all. He is just a son-in-law of Gong Tribe, an external supreme elder of our tribe. Generally speaking, it was rare for super forces with a family system to have a supreme elder who didn't share the same surname. They were not like Central Continent's super sects, which could easily take in external supreme elders. External supreme elders who joined super forces often had to have a close relationship with the tribe's Gu immortals. For example, husband and wife. Or perhaps they could become sworn brothers. Fairy Jiangyu had once joined He Tribe, but on the surface, she was He Cheng's concubine. Princess Impatience's true identity was a spy that Spirit Affinity House had placed in Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. He was in charge of overturning Imperial Court Blessed Land and controlling 88-point Jinyang Tower. In his early years, he had married a female immortal from Gong tribe. Later, with the secret support of Spirit Affinity House, he became a rank 8 Gu immortal and wandered outside, ignoring Gong tribe. Princess Impatience lived in Feng Xian Grotto Heaven. He ignored his former Gong tribe wife. He only lived with 2 female Gu immortals, Yulan and Lu Yao. Gong tribe was very unhappy, but Princess Impatience was a rank 8 existence. Gong tribe's Gu immortals could only swallow their anger. This time, while old ancestor Shuehu forced Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu to retreat, Gong tribe's Gu immortals thought of a plan. They spread the theory that Princess Impatience could defeat old ancestor Shuehu. Firstly, they wanted to use Princess Impatience's influence to raise Gong tribe's status in the righteous path. Secondly, they wanted to force Princess Impatience to oppose old ancestor Shuehu. If the two sides fought, regardless of victory or defeat, it would be beneficial to Gong tribe. This plan could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone, but how could a rank 8 Gu immortal be so easily targeted? This time, Gong heir was taught a lesson. Princess Impatience secretly made an agreement with Heavenly Lord Baizu. It was obvious that Heavenly Lord Baizu had paid a price for it. Princess Impatience concealed this matter, and did not inform Gong tribe in advance. He sacrificed Gong tribe's benefits to fill his own pockets. But at the crucial moment, he sent a message, not leaving behind any evidence. Gong tribe could only suffer this loss, who asked Heavenly Lord Baizu to only target Princess Impatience. Gong tribe did not have a second rank 8. Strength was the basis of an equal conversation. 3 Baizu Gu immortals stabilized Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Not only did they stabilize it, they even started to repair it. For the next 3 days and 3 nights, Iron Eagle Blessed Land continued to hold a celebration. In He tribe's former headquarters, they announced the rise of Baizu tribe. There was a deep meaning behind this. It was thought-provoking. Almost all the Gu immortals attended this celebration. Other than Domination Immortal and Wind Child, there were exceptions. Other than these 2, there might be others. For example, during the Battle of He tribe, the mysterious Gu immortal who appeared for a brief moment, the existence who controlled ordinary thatched hut. It was unknown if he was hiding among the immortals, or if he had already slipped away. The Righteous Path Gu immortals mostly attended the first day of the celebration before taking their leave. The Gong tribe Gu immortals led by Gong heir were the first to leave. When he left, Gong heir took large strides, but in the eyes of observant people, they could feel the dejection of the Gong tribe Gu immortals. Next was Nian heir tribe. This superforce only sent 2 Gu immortals this time. One was rank 7 Space Path, Gu immortal Nian heir Fu. The other was the current generation Sword Sun Nian heir Pingji. Even though the latter only had rank 6 cultivation level, he was in the limelight during this battle of He tribe. He could be said to have become famous after this battle. But it was not without a price. Old Monster Corpse Poison, who was at a corner, stared at Nian heir Pingji with hatred, gritting his teeth. The hatred between the 2 sides was too deep. Meng tribe, Yuan tribe, New Heir tribe, Yilui tribe, and others left one after another. Lu tribe, Yao tribe, and Guan tribe, these 3 tribes Gu immortals. They were the last ones to attend the entire banquet. 3 days and 3 nights later, they left. This was giving Baizu tribe enough face. Because these 3 tribes were different from the other Huangjin tribes, their territories in Northern Plains were the closest to Baizu tribe, they needed to build a good relationship. As for the Demonic Path and Lone Immortals, they also left in 3 days and 3 nights. The stronger they were, the earlier they left. But there were also some Gu immortal experts. They stayed behind alone, as if they wanted to get close to Baizu tribe. If it were any other Huangjin tribe, they would not have such a grand ceremony. But Heavenly Lord Baizu was a lone cultivator. The Lone Immortals and some Demonic Path Gu immortals could accept it. Farewell, farewell. Take care, forgive us for not sending you off. Iron Eagle Blessed Land had been completely repaired in these 3 days. The Blessed Land's entrance opened. He tribe's Gu immortals and Baizu tribe's Gu immortals came out. They stood at the entrance and sent them off. They were very polite. The Gu immortals who left did not belong to any factions. They sighed to themselves. After this battle with He tribe, the situation in Northern Plains' Gu immortal world had changed. He tribe's Gu immortals surrendered, sending off these Gu immortals who invaded their blessed land. They definitely did not feel good about it. But Heavenly Lord Baizu made them do this. It was simply a humiliation. Among them, He tribe's first supreme elder felt the deepest emotions. During the battle with He tribe, he was heavily injured. Heavenly Lord Baizu personally healed the other He tribe Gu immortals. He was the only one left. His face was pale. He dragged his injured body to send off the guests. He coughed out blood from time to time. He was in a pathetic state. He had lost all his face. He tribe's first supreme elder knew clearly. Earlier, I purposely exposed He Fan's true inheritance to make Heavenly Lord Baizu attack Chudu. If I kill him, I can take revenge for Chudu's invasion. If I cannot kill him and Chudu escapes with his personality, he will definitely take revenge on Baizu tribe. But to think that Heavenly Lord Baizu did not attack at all, he knew this was my scheme, so he purposely punished me for the past 3 days. Sadness, pain, hatred, fear, all sorts of emotions mixed together, filling He tribe's first supreme elder's heart. Finally, after sending off the final Gu immortal, He tribe's Gu immortals and Baizu tribe's Gu immortals were summoned by Heavenly Lord Baizu. At the highest level of Iron Eagle Blessed Land, in the discussion hall of He tribe, the immortals met with Heavenly Lord Baizu. We pay respects to Lord Heavenly Lord. The immortals stood on the spot and bowed. Thank you for your hard work. Heavenly Lord Baizu sat on the high seat smiling. From today onwards, He tribe's Gu immortals will have to change their surname to Baizu. He tribe's resources will be divided by the Northern Plains immortals. It is a foregone conclusion. This is also the agreement that I made with the other rank 8s. In the future, you cannot use this as an excuse to look for trouble. The immortals quickly acknowledged the order. Heavenly Lord Baizu paused for a moment before saying, "But He Fan's true inheritance is no small matter. It involves rank 8s. Even if I do not cultivate Time Path, I can use it as a reference. Chudu does not care about it. I already know the location of He Fan Grotto Heaven. After some time, I will be able to forcefully enter and take everything." Heavenly Lord Baizu did not look forward to inheriting He Fan's true inheritance. Even He tribe itself could not inherit this true inheritance, let alone an outsider like him. The true treasure was He Fan Grotto Heaven, as well as the resources accumulated in it. This was enough to move the hearts of any rank 8s. He tribe's first supreme elder heard this and was extremely shocked. The location of He Fan Grotto Heaven is the greatest secret of our tribe. Including me, only the 4 supreme elders know about it. How could Heavenly Lord Baizu know? Could it be that someone had secretly sided with him? Did they tell him this secret? Realizing this, He tribe's first supreme elder felt a chill down his spine. His body shuddered. With a plop, he knelt on the ground, prostrating towards Heavenly Lord Baizu. "I have failed in my task. I have sinned greatly. Lord Heavenly Lord, please punish me." "Oh, what sin did you commit?" Heavenly Lord Baizu looked down at He tribe's first supreme elder with a faint smile. He tribe's first supreme elder was covered in cold sweat. He could not say that he schemed against Heavenly Lord Baizu 3 days ago. It would be an offense if he said it. Thus, he switched to another topic. "In this battle in He tribe, we predicted that Feng Yuan would appear to take advantage of the situation. The entire battle, we have been using immortal methods to investigate. But we did not find any trace of him. It is my fault that we did not capture Feng Yuan." Heavenly Lord Baizu smiled. "Your investigative methods are truly unique. To think that you can directly identify otherworldly demons. I'm afraid that Feng Yuan did not come. It is a pity. If he appeared, I would definitely capture him. With this bargaining chip, I would not have to pay such a huge price." It turned out that He tribe and Heavenly Lord Baizu had already discussed and set up an ambush against Feng Yuan. The fact that Feng Yuan was the culprit of the imperial court case was already widely known. Northern Plains Gu immortals also knew that Feng Yuan had spring-autumn cicada and fixed immortal travel. The battle in He tribe was a great opportunity that was hard to come by in hundreds of years, but Feng Yuan did not come. This was out of the immortals' expectations. After all, with fixed immortal travel, it was very convenient to travel. But they did not know the subsequent twists and turns of the Battle of Etion Mountain. Right now, fixed immortal travel was already under the control of the Celestial Court. As for this investigative immortal killer move that could find otherworldly demons, it had its origin. An otherworldly demon had once appeared in Hay Tribe. When he was a mortal Gu master, he had many shocking performances, attracting the attention of the higher-ups. His famous four-direction sparrow battle method was something that even Hay Tribe's four supreme elders enjoyed playing with without getting tired of. After soul-searching, Hay Tribe's Gu immortals found out that this person was an otherworldly demon. Thus, Hay Tribe's Gu immortals researched his body from top to bottom. Even though this person's life was expended, but they obtained an immortal killer move that could find otherworldly demons. This secret was only known to Hay Tribe's four supreme elders. The other Hay Tribe Gu immortals did not know about it. Heavenly Lord Baizu continued. Forget about Feng Yuan's future. Your Hay Tribe knows how to adapt to circumstances. It is a blessing for you to surrender to my Baizu tribe. I will take action 3 days later and remove the obstruction for you four supreme elders. You will be able to split up and move freely. Don't worry, as long as you sincerely abandon your past. From now on, you will live as Baizu tribe's Gu immortals. Think for our tribe and contribute to the tribe. I will not mistreat you. Yes, we will obey Heavenly Lord's orders. Hay Tribe's Gu immortals quickly responded. Hay Tribe's first supreme elder even knelt on the ground, crying tears of gratitude. Heavenly Lord is magnanimous. You do not mind our subordinates' incompetence. We are deeply grateful. You are also thinking for us, resolving our many years of illness. You are truly like a second parent. Saying so, he kowtowed fiercely, tears flowing down his face. But in his heart, there was a cold chill. Heavenly Lord Baizu had great methods. He wanted to dismantle Green City Rampage in the first meeting. This weapon would no longer belong to Hay Tribe's four great supreme elders. Heavenly Lord Baizu was extremely satisfied. He gave some words of encouragement before waving the immortals away. He sat there without moving, thinking in his mind. Hay Tribe's Gu immortals have just joined us. Their status has plummeted. It is like heaven and earth. They must be feeling agitated and unable to calm down. They will not be able to adapt to it. However, this first supreme elder of Hay Tribe has such an attitude. It is already quite good. I did not waste my effort in beating him up. I can spare his life. It is a pity that Feng Yuan did not appear. Otherwise, if I captured him, my gains would be even greater. Now, I can only pay the price myself. To prevent the other rank 8s from interfering in this matter, Heavenly Lord Baizu paid a huge price. Thinking about it made him feel heartache. However, I cannot trap the wolf without sacrificing the child. Right now, Baizu tribe finally has a foothold in Northern Plains. There is also Heifan Grotto Heaven. If I can take it, I can make up for my previous losses. Of course, I cannot be rash now. I need to recuperate and stabilize the situation. This time, I have already provoked the sensitive nerves of the righteous path. If I attack Heifan Grotto Heaven again, the other rank 8s will not be able to sit still. Thankfully this time, Hay Tribe spent all their wealth to feed the righteous and demonic immortals. The various forces are fighting and restraining each other. They will not find trouble with my Baizu tribe in the short term. Heavenly Lord Baizu thought about it. At this moment, he clearly considered the situation of Baizu tribe and himself. He could be said to have a clear understanding of the situation. Chapter 11-18. Southern Border. Mountains stood tall. There was a continuous stretch of green. Mountain winds continued to howl. More than 10 Gu immortals were thousands of li apart, forming a huge circle. In the sky above this circle, an elderly Gu immortal was using his immortal essence, concentrating on setting up a formation. A huge formation had already taken shape. It covered a huge range of 100,000 li. It was covering a beautiful and dreamy lump of light. This huge lump of light was colorful and dazzling. It was the giant dream realm. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, it had turned into ruins. Spectral Soul was schemed against by Providence. Feng Yuan obtained the fruits of his labor. while his main body was trapped in the dream realm, being continuously expended by the dream realm. Even though the southern border Gu immortals did not know the details of the Battle of Etion Mountain, they knew the huge benefits this giant dream realm represented. The Gu immortals here came from southern border's various righteous path superforces. After a difficult negotiation, they came to an agreement to control this giant dream realm together. This dream realm was too important. None of the superforces could monopolize it. They were also worried that the demonic path and lone immortals would come and take advantage of it. So the righteous path Gu immortals worked together to occupy this place and set up a super Gu formation here to slowly divide the benefits of the dream realm. Rise! The elderly Gu immortal in the sky suddenly shouted. His body burst out with boundless light. Following him, the southern border righteous path Gu immortals also exerted their strength. A large amount of immortal essence was expended. Countless mortal Gu flew around. Immortal Gu flew out of the Gu immortals' hands, landing in suitable locations. Many Gu immortals were sweating profusely. They had nervous expressions. There were even people whose fingers were trembling slightly. They had been setting up the Gu formation here for 9 days and 9 nights. Evidently, the Gu immortals had reached a critical juncture in setting up this super Gu formation. They are about to succeed. Are we still not going to make a move? If we don't, sigh, there is no chance. There are Gu immortal experts hiding around them. I suspect there are even immortal Gu houses guarding them. In that case, a silent exchange unfolded. The demonic path and lone immortals also understood the value of this giant dream realm. Even without this dream realm, a mysterious battle had happened here. Maybe some Gu immortal remains or inheritances were left behind. They were all precious treasures. But the righteous path Gu immortals were extremely cautious. They did not give these demonic path and lone immortals any chances. Helpless, these Gu immortals wisely chose to retreat. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge beam of light shot up into the sky. The pillar of light appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. A grand super Gu formation gradually turned invisible, vanishing from the immortal's vision. You've worked hard for many days. I finally succeeded. The old Gu immortal in charge of setting up the formation descended slowly. The righteous path Gu immortals gathered together. In this Gu formation, my Wu clan is using 5 immortal Gu. Therefore, 30% of this dreamland should belong to my Wu clan. Hee, that makes sense. But my Luo clan's immortal Gu are no less than your Wu clan's. What are you talking about? Without all of us working together and expending immortal essence, can this super Gu formation be set up? In my opinion, in terms of contribution, my clan's first supreme elder, Lord Chi Chuyu, was the one in charge of setting up the Gu formation. He is the undisputed number 1. Even though the super Gu formation was set up, the righteous path Gu immortals had not decided on how to split the dream realm yet. At once, the discussions became louder and louder. They started to quarrel. There was no result from quarreling. The righteous path Gu immortals left on bad terms. They started to make plans for their own benefits. A few days later, Shangliang Mountain. Xinci greets Lady Qingqing. Shang Xinci bowed. Shang Qingqing looked at Shang Xinci, nodding in satisfaction. I was not wrong about you. You have been the clan leader these days. You have done well. Shang clan members are showing signs of loyalty. Xinci's achievements today were all thanks to Lady Qingqing's guidance. It's all thanks to Lord Qingqing's guidance. Shang Xinci sincerely thanked him. Shang Qingqing went straight to the point. I called you here because I have something to ask you. After you became the clan leader, the first thing you did was to get rid of the black and white demons' arrest warrants. Do you know? Your brother Black Demon is not Fangzheng, he is Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan? Shang Xinci was confused. She had not expected that Lady Shang Qingqing would call her here to talk about her brother Black Demon. Shang Xinci became the clan leader of Shang clan. She had broadened her horizons. She knew many secrets. She even knew that this beautiful fairy in front of her was a high and mighty Gu immortal, who looked down on mortals. This Gu immortal was actually talking to her about a mortal Gu master. How could she not be confused? Shang Qingqing said solemnly. Xinci, listen to what I am going to say. Every word is important. Yes, I will listen to your teachings. This black demon Fengjing that you know, his real name is Guyue Feng Yuan. He has a huge origin. It is not a small matter. He is elusive and extremely dangerous. He is a demonic path Gu immortal. He committed a huge crime. Now not only southern border, even central continent, northern plains, eastern sea, and western desert Gu immortals are chasing after him. Shang Qingqing said in a low tone. Shang Xianxi's mouth was wide open. She was dumbfounded. At once, she felt like she was hearing things. When did Brother Black Demon become an immortal? And even Lady Shang Qingqing was so wary of him. Don't doubt your ears. Why would I joke about this? You had a relationship with the demon Feng Yuan. Tell me everything now. Shang Qingqing asked. Ah, yes. Shang Xianxi finally regained her senses, she recalled. I first met Brother Black Demon in the caravan. He was actually a good person. He helped me out of trouble. As Shang Xianxi recalled the past, she could not help but reveal a trace of gentleness on her face. Throughout the process, Shang Qingqing listened quietly, not saying a word. After Shang Xianxi finished speaking, she mustered all her courage and explained for Feng Yuan. Lady Qingqing, I think there is a mistake. Fengjing, Brother Feng Yuan is just a mortal Gu master. How can he be a great demon that harms the world? Shang Qingqing showed a mocking smile. If he is not a great demon, who is? His craftiness and viciousness is not something you can imagine. He caused a huge commotion in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Central Continent's celestial court could not catch him. Nobody knows where he is, what evil deeds he is doing, or what schemes he is plotting. Your relationship with him isn't as simple as you think it is. I can tell that he's scheming something. Do you know? Because of your relationship with him, my entire Shang clan is facing pressure from southern borders Gu immortals. From today onwards, you have to cut all ties with him. You have nothing to do with him. Be a good Shang clan leader. You can leave now. Shang Xianxi had no choice but to leave. You are letting her go just like that? After Shang Xianxi left, a figure appeared beside Shang Qingqing. This immortal was thin and had a dark expression. It was Shang Clan Gu immortal Shang Tanimo. Shang Qingqing smiled. What else can I do? Shang Tanimo said with a serious expression. We cannot believe her words. We need to soul search her and find out what happened. Shang Qingqing smiled even more brightly. Look at this. Saying so, she stretched out her hand from her sleeves. Her hand was pale. It was like a tree trunk. There were small flowers growing on her fingernails. Shang Tanimo saw this and was slightly stunned. I forgot, you have this immortal killer move. It is much more reliable than soul searching. I already know about the relationship between that Feng Yuan and Shang Clan. He came to Shang Clan City to seek cultivation opportunities, as expected of someone who has spring-autumn cicada. This is not a big deal. He did not set up any traps. Shang Qingqing said. Shang Tanimo nodded. Then I am assured. But how do we explain to those people outside? Shang Qingqing smiled coldly. Them? They just want to obtain more dream realms, so they use Feng Yuan as an excuse to attack Shang Clan. The results of my investigation are enough to shut their mouths. Shang Tanmo's eyes shined with bright light. He raised his head and looked far away. His gaze seemed to pierce through Shangliang Mountain, looking at the giant dream realm. Maybe our Shang Clan Gu immortals have been polite for too long. Others think that we are not good at fighting. The situation was constantly changing. In Northern Plains, He Tribe's battle had already ended, but there were still some lingering effects. The righteous and demonic factions, as well as lone immortals, had their own gains. He Tribe was destroyed, Bai Zhu Tribe replaced it, changing the situation of the Gu immortal world. And in southern border, the giant dream realm revolved around the righteous path Gu immortals. They worked together and were superior. They first excluded the demonic path and lone immortals. But in the righteous path, a battle to divide the giant dream realm was about to begin. No matter when or where, all sorts of scenes of pursuing benefits were happening. More than 10 days passed like this. Northern Plains, Northern Icy Plain. Feng Yuan placed his immortal aperture down. He looked up at the sky as he muttered. The third earthly calamity has finally arrived. Heaven and earth chi rumbled endlessly. There were no clouds or mist, the sovereign immortal aperture had a strange scene of peaceful weather. One by one, birds appeared out of thin air. Their bodies were glowing with a faint green light. They flew extremely quickly. In front of Feng Yuan's eyes, they were like long lines of light. The birds' cries were crisp and clear. They contained endless life force. Spring Oriole. Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk. He recognized this bird. Even though it was small and looked like a sparrow, it was a true desolate beast. This bird is very special among desolate beasts. It has a large number of rule path life Dao marks. But its lifespan is very short. After hatching from an egg, it can fly in the sky. Everywhere it goes, Dao marks will spread out from its body, changing the world and giving it endless life force. After a dozen or so breaths of time, it will die of old age. Feng Yuan thought to himself. He saw that in this Kokitahara, the ground that was originally covered in a thin layer of ice and snow had already started to grow green sprouts. Soon, under the influence of Spring Oriole, the grass grew taller. There were even some wild flowers in it. Chapter 11:19. The chirping of birds was crisp and sweet. They did not stop. In the sovereign immortal aperture's Kokitahara, the desolate land that was covered in frost was now filled with endless greenery. The power of the earthly calamity was immense. After more than 10 breaths of time, the surrounding 100,000 li around Feng Yuan had turned into a grassland of greenery. The vegetation was lush. There were many flowers and plants. It was like the world had changed. Feng Yuan stood at the peak of Danghun Mountain with a solemn expression. He was on full alert. This was his third earthly calamity. He brought Danghun Mountain with him again. But the current situation was very strange. The Spring Oriole transformed from the earthly calamity's power was helping Feng Yuan to develop his immortal aperture. Half a month ago, when Jewel Yellow Skies reopened, Feng Yuan did not choose to take the risk of going to He Tribe. He returned to develop the sovereign immortal aperture. He managed many places, but Kokitahara was always used by Feng Yuan as a place to undergo tribulation. It was not developed. But now, this earthly calamity was helping Feng Yuan. It was out of Feng Yuan's expectations. This was undoubtedly a good thing for Feng Yuan. But providence is unpredictable. It will not be so kind. There must be an ambush or follow-up. I will observe the situation for now. Feng Yuan stood at the peak of Danghun Mountain, observing carefully. Kokitahara was very big. The grassland formed by the earthly calamity did not cover the whole of Kokitahara. It only covered a patch of white land with Danghun Mountain as the center. Looking around, the greenery became denser. Soon, saplings were uprooted and growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this rate, this place was going to form a huge forest with a radius of 50,000 li. Feng Yuan was surprised and overjoyed. The power of the earthly calamity was mostly destructive to the people of the world. This time, it was used to develop the immortal aperture. The effect was shocking. If Feng Yuan were to replant this forest and grassland, he would need to spend a lot of time and effort. Spring Oriole's lifespan was extremely short. They died one by one, turning into a dark green radiance that dissipated into the sky. But at the same time, a brand new Spring Oriole was formed, one after another. For a moment, the sky was filled with the silhouettes of these wild birds. There were many of them. Like a flock of sparrows, it was a magnificent sight. Wait! Feng Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Go! He thought of something and shouted in a low voice, pointing with his finger. Suddenly, a sword ray flew out. As fast as lightning. Rank 7 Immortal Gu Flying Sword. Although Spring Oriole was fast, she couldn't keep up with this sword ray. However, it was nimble and didn't move in a straight line. It took Feng Yuan some effort to destroy one. A surge of true intent followed, pouring into Feng Yuan's heart. In an instant, Feng Yuan seemed to have become a Spring Oriole, from birth to flight, and then to death. In a short period of time, after experiencing life and death, one's state of mind would change accordingly. Feng Yuan completely absorbed this true intent. His eyes became clear again. He was now a transformation path grandmaster. Absorbing Reckless Savage's true intent was no longer as difficult as before. In the past, he was like an empty basin filled with buckets of water. Now that he was absorbing Reckless Savage's true intent, He was like a well that contained buckets of water. It was much easier for him. Feng Yuan's brows furrowed. This time, he understood Providence's scheme. Feng Yuan's earthly calamity was very special, because of the immortal tribulation tempering aperture and the northern icy plain. It caused his earthly calamity to split into two parts. One was Providence's control, the other was Reckless Savage's true intense influence. In the previous two earthly calamities, the portion controlled by Providence formed first, while the portion affected by Reckless Savage's true intent appeared later. But in the third earthly calamity, the portion affected by Reckless Savage's true intent appeared first. This was Feng Yuan's expectations. After all, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Feng Yuan suffered a small loss. Reckless Savage's true intent was compared to the construction of blessed lands. Of course, the former was more important, the latter was secondary. Because Reckless Savage's true intent could directly raise his transformation path attainment level, and it could only be used during each tribulation, the risk and costs were very high. As for the construction of blessed lands, it could be done at any time. Providence knows about my vigilance. This is a good scheme. It is wary of my transformation path attainment level rising rapidly, causing me to waste a lot of Reckless Savage's true intent. Feng Yuan laughed heartily, but he was not discouraged. Like a bolt of lightning, he soared into the sky. In the air, his body shook as countless Strength Path phantoms appeared. Strength Path killer move, Myriad Self. 10,000 of me charged over, forming a majestic tide of people, sweeping up the Spring Dawn Jade Orioles along the way. Spring Oriole was a desolate bird after all. It moved freely in the crowd of Myriad Self, chirping continuously. Feng Yuan saw that Myriad Self was not effective. He quickly used another method. Immortal Killer Move, Sword Wave Triple Layered. Swish swish swish. Silver-white sword wave surged with endless sharpness as it pushed forward. Spring Oriole's speed was slightly faster than Sword Wave. Feng Yuan's triple-layered sword wave killed a few, but the effect was not great. He frowned as he realized. The previous two earthly calamities let Providence know a lot about me. Be it Myriad Self or Sword Wave Triple Layered, their weaknesses are known. This earthly calamity formed Spring Oriole. It targets these two killer moves. Providence purposely targeted them. It shows how deep their intentions are. In the previous earthly calamity, there were wind blades as well. But Feng Yuan had Dang Hun Mountain. Using it as a camp, it had a great defensive effect. But in the current situation, even though Feng Yuan brought Dang Hun Mountain, Spring Oriole was formed from Reckless Savage's true intent. Feng Yuan could not ignore it and defend. He had to take the initiative to attack, otherwise he would lose his greatest gains. Thankfully, I retrieved Flying Sword Immortal Goo. Feng Yuan activated this rank 7 Immortal Goo. Sword Light rampaged with a single thought from him. Spring Dawn Jade Orioles died at Feng Yuan's hands one after another, but even more Spring Dawn Jade Orioles died on their own. If it was not Feng Yuan who ended Spring Oriole, there would be no infusion of Reckless Savage's true intent. Providence purposely schemed this time. Feng Yuan was schemed against. His losses were not small. This was not just the loss of Reckless Savage's true intent. There was also the loss of Green Grape Immortal Essence. Even though Flying Sword Immortal Goo was powerful, it was rank 7. Every time it was activated, it expended a lot of Green Grape Immortal Essence. But each attack could only kill one Spring Oriole. Feng Yuan was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. It was not effective. It seems that I will need new methods for the next tribulation. Old methods are becoming more and more useless. Feng Yuan could not help but think of Wisdom Goo. If the light of wisdom could be used, this problem would be easily resolved. With his Grandmaster attainment level and wisdom path methods, he could deduce an immortal killer move. It was as simple as drinking water. Unfortunately, even though Feng Yuan had an immortal zombie body, he did not dare to take the risk. The earthly calamity continued. After 15 minutes, there were still endless Spring Oriole being produced. In Kokitahara, not only was there green grass, a huge forest had already formed. The forest was filled with towering trees that were tens of feet tall. Their trunks were like pillars. During this period, Feng Yuan tried other methods, like poison spitting. In the previous earthly calamity, this killer move was extremely effective, but this time, it was completely ineffective against Spring Oriole. Howl, howl, howl. In the vast forest, the trees raised their heads and let out a cry. Next, they suddenly rose from the ground and turned into giant tree men. Feng Yuan immediately noticed the changes on the ground. He sneered. It seems that this is the part that Providence controls. Hee, fortunately, I was vigilant and eradicated half of the forest. Now it seems my defense is truly adequate. Countless tree men pulled out their roots from the ground, charging towards Danghun Mountain. They were slow, but their bodies were thick and sturdy. Feng Yuan's thoughts changed. He chose to defend himself. He landed on the peak of Danghun Mountain, looking at the tree men charging towards him from all directions. Patches of green were thick and dense. It was like the entire forest was pushing towards him. He felt suffocated. Feng Yuan pointed with his finger. Probing attack. Flying sword Immortal Gu charged forward, turning into a white rainbow as it pierced a distance of 50 to 60 li. All the treants along the way were pierced. These tree men stopped moving. But soon, their injuries healed. They recovered and continued to crawl towards Danghun Mountain. Feng Yuan used 3 layers of sword wave. The dazzling sword wave engulfed a large number of tree men with a loud sound. Not even a single fragment was left. The effect was great. But soon, the tree men at the back filled up the gap. Feng Yuan frowned. These tree men are not desolate beasts, but they are not far from it. Not only are they tough, they can also absorb life force and recover rapidly. As for where the life force came from, it was naturally Spring Oriole. Ever since the first earthly calamity, even though Providence could not control all of the earthly calamity's power, it could coordinate with the portion affected by Reckless Savage's true meaning. Last time, it was the cold moon and wind blades. This time, it was the tree men and Spring Oriole. They were both closely coordinated. The effect was extraordinary. Feng Yuan opened his mouth and breathed out a mouthful of poisonous gas. The poisonous gas spread in all directions among the treants. Dozens of treants moved slowly on the spot, and their lush green leaves were dyed purple. After a few breaths of time, their movements became slower and slower. Eventually, they fell to the ground with a loud thud. Their trunks and leaves started to rot, turning into a pile of rotten leaves. The effect of the killer move poison spit was also quite good. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan could not use this killer move continuously. There were strong repercussions. He had to get rid of the poisonous gas left behind in his body, otherwise he might even poison himself to death. The tree men started to climb Danghun Mountain. Soon, these tree men got a taste of Danghun Mountain's power. Their souls shook, their bodies trembled, large amounts of leaves fell off. But even so, the densely packed tall tree people advanced wave after wave, pushing each other, squeezing their way up the mountain. Danghun Mountain was indeed a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Just at the foot of the mountain, over 100 tree men died. Feng Yuan did not even waste a bit of immortal essence. Feng Yuan looked down at the scene. His frown became deeper. Even though these tree men were troublesome, they posed little threat. Because they moved slowly, Feng Yuan could use guerrilla tactics to kill these tree men. Feng Yuan felt that something was wrong. This earthly calamity was too easy. Could it be that Providence felt that they could not get rid of me in one go, so their focus this time is to exhaust my foundation? Chapter 11:20. To exterminate these tree men, a vast amount of immortal essence would be expended. These tree men were more numerous than the snow monsters during the first earthly calamity, and they had strong recovery abilities. Feng Yuan could already see many broken branches that were inserted into the soil. New sprouts would sprout in the blink of an eye. Unless he used a killer move like triple-layered sword wave to exterminate these tree men, he would not be able to get rid of any future problems. Otherwise, these trees would expend a lot of earth chi in his immortal aperture to grow. But using triple-layered sword wave, or flying sword Immortal Gu to exterminate these tree men was too much of a waste. If I were a fire path Gu immortal, this situation would not be a problem. Feng Yuan was thinking of this when he suddenly heard a loud sound. From the fallen tree man corpses, flames rose up. The flames burned rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they spread and engulfed countless tree men. The flames attached themselves to these tree men. The intense fire continued to burn, turning these tree men into charcoal. Their leaves melted and soon, a large number of them died. The flames were nourished by the tree men. They became even more vigorous. The flames were now 50 to 60 feet above the ground. Intense heat waves assaulted Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was stunned. What was going on? Evidently, this was also a transformation of the earthly calamity. But why was the earthly calamity burning itself like this? What was Providence trying to do? Was it helping Feng Yuan solve his problem? Feng Yuan quickly denied this thought. What a joke! Why would Providence help him? Roar! From the soaring flames, a huge figure suddenly stood up. From the orange-red flames, a giant that was 180 feet tall appeared. This is... Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. He subconsciously gritted his teeth. Giant calamity blazing tree. This was an ancient desolate plant. According to historical records, immemorial red heaven often had such giant calamity blazing trees. But this ancient desolate plant was very rare in the 5 regions, but it was not extinct. The predecessor of the giant calamity blazing tree could be any kind of tree in the world. After the forest fire, countless lives were burned to death. There was a certain probability that it would form the great calamity blazing tree. The giant disaster incinerating tree's entire body was surrounded by scorching flames. It burned all year round, making it difficult for anything to approach it. What was even more impressive was, this kind of giant disaster blazing tree would also bring countless misfortunes and disasters to the living beings that came close to it. Providence is really treacherous. Evidently, I have luck immortal goo protecting me. Providence saw through this and created giant disaster blazing tree. You're ruining my fortune. Feng Yuan felt that this was a huge challenge. Under normal circumstances, if he encountered a giant disaster blazing tree in the wild, he would have wisely stayed away. But it was different now. This giant calamity blazing tree had appeared in his sovereign immortal aperture. Not only was it absorbing the immortal aperture's earth chi, it was also bringing calamities and bad luck to offset his luck. If he sat back and did nothing, Feng Yuan would be plagued by bad luck after a period of time, and everything would go wrong. In fact, a catastrophe might befall them. As for refining immortal goo, don't even think about it. The flames soared into the sky, causing the wood to crackle. The location of the blazing tree was very special. It was near Danghun Mountain. Even though Feng Yuan used his defensive methods, his eyebrows and hair were still curling from the high temperature. This is only the outermost area, but it already has such a high temperature. Not to mention the surface of the blazing tree. Feng Yuan sighed as he left. He directly left Danghun Mountain. Anyway, he had landscape as before. As long as Danghun Mountain was destroyed, it could be restored. The problem now was how to destroy this tree. The giant calamity blazing tree was almost at the waist of Danghun Mountain. Sword marks targeting death. Sword wave triple layered. Poison spit. Feng Yuan tried several moves, but the effect was not ideal. Before the poison could even get close, it was burned clean by the flames. Flying sword immortal goo penetrated the entire blazing tree trunk and flew back to Feng Yuan's hand. This attack. The entire giant calamity blazing tree shook intensely, but it soon returned to normal. As for sword wave triple layered, it extinguished the flames and charged towards the blazing tree, cutting off many leaves. But soon, the flames in the sky returned to normal. The blazing tree rapidly recovered. Its injuries were gone in a few breaths of time. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Immortal chi surged out of his body as he shouted, "Strength Path Giant Hand!" There was a deafening rumble. A giant hand appeared out of nowhere, pushing the air aside. It grabbed at the blazing tree with an overwhelming aura. But the blazing tree was huge. It was almost half of Danghun Mountain. The Strength Path Giant Hand grabbed the giant calamity blazing tree, trying to lift it up. But Feng Yuan tried for a long time, but there was no effect. The giant calamity blazing tree's countless roots were like dragons and pythons. They dug deep into the ground and absorbed earth chi. It also relied on the spring oriole that was flying in the sky to replenish its life force. It was as stable as Mount Tai, unmoving. As time dragged on, the entire Strength Path Giant Hand started to melt in the flames. Soon, half of it was gone. Feng Yuan dispelled this giant hand. His thoughts changed as he thought of another plan. Rumble. A second strength path giant hand flew out, but this time, it did not grab the giant calamity blazing tree, but Dang Hun Mountain. Feng Yuan could not lift the giant calamity blazing tree, but the strength path giant hand had the power of pulling mountain immortal goo. It could lift Dang Hun Mountain. Whoosh. Wind blew intensely. Dang Hun Mountain was pulled into the sky by Feng Yuan. He threw it towards the giant calamity blazing tree. A huge sound was heard. The entire ground shook intensely. The giant calamity blazing tree was pressed under the mountain. Its blazing flames were no longer arrogant. They only stretched out from the foot of the mountain, forming a huge ring of fire around the foot of the mountain. Feng Yuan floated in the air, looking down at the battlefield expressionlessly. The giant calamity blazing tree could not turn back. It was being tortured by the soul path Dao marks on Dang Hun Mountain, but its life force was extremely strong. It was still resisting and struggling. The blazing flames started to roast Dang Hun Mountain. Some of the mountain rocks were turned into mud. It was not so easy to get rid of the giant calamity blazing tree. Feng Yuan had a heavy heart. He looked around, his vision was red. Sea of fire. The flames had already spread to the entire forest and grassland. As expected, Providence's construction was just a foundation for the giant calamity blazing tree. How could it be so easy? Feng Yuan's breathing became rough. He saw that giant calamity blazing trees were forming one after another in the sea of fire. Their roots were deeply inserted into the ground, absorbing earth chi to strengthen themselves. The previous one had not been eliminated yet. Now there were so many. Not just that, these giant calamity blazing trees were roaring. They stood up and turned into giant blazing tree men. They only had one target. That was Feng Yuan, who was in the sky. Boom boom boom. At the bottom of Dang Hun Mountain, the first giant calamity blazing tree had also turned into a tree man. It was very restless. It was trying to topple the mountain. Its strength was shocking. Every struggle caused Dang Hun Mountain to shake intensely. Every time it struggled, Dang Hun Mountain shook intensely, emitting a terrifying sound. In an instant, the situation had worsened to the point of no return. Feng Yuan could ignore the snow monsters earlier. He could deal with them slowly. But these giant calamity blazing tree men could not be ignored. Even though they moved slowly, they had a huge impact on the immortal aperture. Not only did they absorb earth chi, the sovereign immortal aperture's foundation would be damaged, it would also ruin Feng Yuan's luck. What should he do? The light of the fire shone on Feng Yuan's face. He was originally calm. Suddenly he smiled. Fortunately, I still have a backup plan. At the same time, far away in southern border, Shang Xinci looked at the fire in front of her in a daze. Within the fire, Feng Yuan's face seemed to appear. Brother Black Demon. Shang Xinci muttered in her mind. Tribe leader, Lord Tribe leader? A soft voice could be heard. Ah. Shang Xinci regained her senses. She saw Xiaolan, Xiao Dai, Lady Wei Zhouquan, and the other subordinates. Sorry, I was distracted again. Shang Xinci quickly apologized. Missy, this is the third time you have been distracted. Xiaolan muttered. I was rude. I am really sorry. I'm really sorry. Shang Xinci quickly apologized. Zhou Quan looked at Lady Wei without changing his expression. He coughed. Then let's continue our previous topic, how to take back those former young tribe leaders of Shang clan. The Gu master groups that they control. After the discussion ended, everyone left the hall. Xiao Dai, what happened to tribe leader recently? Why does she seem to be distracted? Zhou Quan asked. Xiao Dai had a worried expression. I am not sure. It seems that tribe leader was summoned by the higher-ups. After she returned, she became like this. The higher-ups? Zhou Quan's expression changed. He knew about the existence of Shang clan's Gu immortals now. This matter concerned Gu immortals. He could not handle it. Yi Fan could not bear it anymore. I will go talk to Lady Xinci. Maybe as an outsider, I can gain something. Young Master Yi is not an outsider. Xiaolan smiled. Then I will have to trouble young Master Yi. Lady Wei nodded, agreeing to this suggestion. A moment later, Yi Fan arrived at Shang Xinci's study room. The door of the study room was ajar. Yi Fan peeked through the gap and saw that Shang Xinci was holding a thin piece of paper inspecting it. She was so engrossed in it that Yi Fan purposely made heavy footsteps, but she did not notice it. Yi Fan was about to cough to alert Shang Xinci of his arrival. But soon he heard Shang Xinci's soft voice. "Brother Black Demon, what kind of person are you?" Yi Fan's mind shook. He instantly realized that the thin piece of paper in Shang Xinci's hands was none other than Black Demon's arrest warrant. On it was Black Demon's portrait. Yi Fan felt extremely empty in his heart. His originally strong limbs felt weak and powerless. He stood outside the door, hesitating for a long time before gritting his teeth, turning around and leaving quietly. From start to finish, Shang Xinci did not notice him. Yi Fan left the city lord's manor, arriving at a street. This was Shangliang Mountain, an important place for Shang clan. It was brightly lit and bustling. But Yi Fan had a gloomy expression. He was asking himself a question. "Black Demon, what kind of person are you?" Northern Icy Plain. Chu Du's hands were behind his back. He looked at the vast icy plain. Suddenly his body shook. "It's here." He received Feng Yuan's transmission. He quickly activated his Immortal Gu. Rank 7 Immortal Gu Calamity Beckoning. At the next moment, the entrance of Sovereign Blessed Land opened. First, Spring Oriole was pulled out of the Blessed Land by a formless force through the entrance. Next, giant Calamity Blazing Trees were pulled out by a mysterious force that could not resist. They were indignant. They were furious. Thunder rumbled in the sky. Providence was also furious. But it was useless. About 2 hours later, the third earthly calamity ended. Feng Yuan stored his immortal aperture, appearing on the northern icy plain. Chu Du obtained a lot of Reckless Savage's true meaning. He shouted excitedly. "The road is long and arduous. After a few autumns, I have finally obtained Azure Cloud's blessing. Azure Cloud has entrusted me to observe the world. I can see everything in this world." His voice reverberated in heaven and earth, echoing in the clouds. He had the heroic aura of a domination immortal. "Sir, may I ask for your name?" Chu Du bowed to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan smiled, reciting, "The winding road is narrow to heaven and earth. Calamities and tribulations are insignificant. Life and death are insignificant. My body is like a willow fluttering in the wind. Be it clouds or mud, my will is one." Chapter 11:21. Time passed quickly. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Langya Blessed Land, inside the Cloud City. Feng Yuan was meditating in a secret room. Using connecting heaven Gu, his divine sense was communicating with a certain female Gu immortals will in jewel yellow skies. The quality of your pill azure incense is clearly lower than the one sold by Gu immortal Shizi. Lower the price. Feng Yuan bargained. But that female Gu immortal was not like Feng Yuan. She did not spread out her divine sense to manage the business. What she placed in jewel yellow skies, other than the goods that she wanted to sell, was her will. Unfortunately, this will was the unyielding will. It was the most stubborn kind. As expected, the female immortal shook her head and refused without any hesitation. "This is the selling price. If you want to buy it, then buy it. If not, then forget it." Feng Yuan was not resigned. He continued to try. "Reconsider? I want a lot of goods." The unyielding will was stubborn. She did not give in. Feng Yuan was a little sullen. These last days, he had been operating the sovereign immortal aperture. He had to transact with jewel yellow skies. Not only did he sell his own resources, he also had to purchase other resources. But after the third earthly calamity, he was clearly not doing things smoothly. The female immortal's unyielding will was one of them. This situation was still good. Recently, Feng Yuan often encountered Gu immortals joining in and raising the price maliciously. Or when there was a shortage of goods, they were cleared out by rank 8 great experts. Even though I have the protection of luck, during the third earthly calamity, I encountered the giant disaster blazing tree. It ruined a lot of my luck. Thinking of the third earthly calamity that he had just passed, Feng Yuan sighed. If not for the third earthly calamity, I would have thought about it for a long time and decided to cooperate with Chu Du. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Even if I passed it, I would have suffered heavy injuries and bad luck. In this current situation, it is just a slight hindrance, it is not a big problem for my cultivation. Feng Yuan quickly collected his thoughts and continued to negotiate with the female deity in the jewel yellow skies. Since the female immortal did not agree to lower the price, Feng Yuan could only pinch his nose and accept it. Your pill azure incense. I bought them all. This female Gu immortal was stunned for a moment. Feng Yuan was indeed spending a lot of money. For this transaction he would have to pay close to 10,000 immortal yuan stones. However, Feng Yuan remained calm and collected. After a period of accumulation he was very rich. Even though he had survived the third earthly calamity, he had expended a great deal of green grape immortal essence. As for the immortal yuan stone, he was still able to take out close to 10,000 pieces. After buying the Danqing incense, Feng Yuan withdrew his divine sense and stopped paying attention to jewel yellow skies. After inspecting it carefully, he confirmed that there were no problems with the pill azure incense before moving it into the sovereign immortal aperture. His mind entered his immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture was divided into 5 regions and 9 heavens. Feng Yuan had arranged strength path immortal zombies in every place. Soon, a strength path immortal zombie flew over under his control and used Gu worms to receive the Danqing incense. There was no other way. His sovereign immortal aperture space was too big. He could only use these strength path immortal zombies. Whenever this happened, Feng Yuan could not help but think of Hu immortal land spirit and star form land spirit. If there was a land spirit, he could let the land spirit do the work for him. He would not need to worry about it. A land spirit was like the manager of a blessed land. It was very convenient to have a land spirit. But unfortunately, Feng Yuan had never heard of a land spirit appearing in a Gu immortal's immortal aperture before they died. This Danqing incense. It was like a jade-colored smoke. It shrouded the entire area. Feng Yuan placed all of the Danqing incense into mini azure sky. It caused a large part of the sky to turn dark. Even though strength path immortal zombies could not smell it, the Danqing incense's fragrance was very beautiful. It was like the fragrance of ink or grass. It was elegant and distant. Feng Yuan arranged the Danqing incense. He set up some Gu formations. These Gu formations were made of mortal Gu. They had no other use but to confine the Danqing incense to a certain area, preventing it from spreading. I stored so much at once. It is enough to feed change soul immortal Gu 3 times. Feng Yuan was quite satisfied. However, the pill azure incense could not be replenished by itself with every bit used. If he had to produce Danqing incense himself, it would be troublesome. The environment for Danqing incense to be produced required primeval essence, red crown crane groups, green pine forests, ink bamboo forests, as well as fragrance Gu. These 4 types included beasts, plants, and Gu. Not only that, there was a strict requirement for the quantity of each type. If there was more of them, they could produce Danqing incense. And this requirement was an industry secret. The Gu immortals who sold this Danqing incense strictly controlled it. It was hard for it to be leaked. Currently, Feng Yuan could only store these pill azure incense and use it for now. Danqing incense was the food for change soul immortal Gu, but thankfully, there were many people selling this resource in jewel yellow skies. Feng Yuan had stockpiled such a large amount this time. It was enough to last for some time. After inspecting it again, Feng Yuan made some slight adjustments to the Gu formation here. He took a final look and saw that in mini azure sky, there was a small patch of dense green spots. It was different from before. Even though Feng Yuan developed and constructed his immortal aperture, overall, the sovereign immortal aperture was still barren and barren. Most importantly, the sovereign immortal aperture's space was simply too huge. The resources that Feng Yuan had invested in would have filled up the immortal aperture of other Gu immortals. Speaking of which, Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture contained a lot of Dao marks, but to affect such a large area, the effect of the Dao marks was much weaker. Feng Yuan's divine sense that was left in mini azure sky. Danqing incense was arranged properly. It meant that Feng Yuan's immortal aperture development had reached a certain stage. Before this, Feng Yuan had already purchased several batches of resources, solving the problem of the food for sword eyebrows, wave sword, flying sword, and other rank 7 immortal goo. The feeding of rank 8 and 7 immortal goo has been arranged properly. This way, it is time to deal with those rank 6 immortal goo when I construct my immortal aperture. Feng Yuan planned. When goo immortals construct their immortal aperture, the first basic requirement was to be able to feed their immortal goo and be self-sufficient. Feng Yuan was a strength path immortal zombie before, his immortal aperture was dead, so he did not follow the rules. Now that he was reborn, he worked steadily and had already solved the problem of feeding rank 8 and 7 immortal goo. Next were those rank 6 immortal goo. It had to be said. Feng Yuan had too many immortal goo. It would scare people to death if they said it out loud. But there was no helping it. Feng Yuan needed to raise so many immortal goo. Not only did he have to resist calamities and tribulations and providence, he also had to deal with other goo immortals. Feng Yuan's situation was very difficult. In the past, there was the Shadow Sect. They helped to conceal him and guard against deductions. But after the Battle of Etian Mountain, this protection was gone. Celestial Court's goo immortals put his name on the Demon Judgment Board. They were determined to kill him. There were also Northern Plains goo immortals who hated him to the core. Feng Yuan destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88-point Jinyang Tower. This was even more hateful than destroying the ancestral graves of these Huangjin bloodline goo immortals. The other Eastern Sea, Southern Border, and Western Desert goo immortals coveted his luck path true inheritance. Even though Feng Yuan did not obtain the all-living beings' luck true inheritance, no one would believe him if he tried to explain it. All in all, Feng Yuan's identity could not be exposed. A large number of goo immortals were eyeing him. Some time ago, during the Battle of He Tribe, He Tribe's goo immortals conspired with Heavenly Lord Baizu. They wanted to ambush Feng Yuan, but because Feng Yuan was cautious, he did not go to Iron Eagle Blessed Land and escaped. Of course, Feng Yuan did not know about this yet. Thus, when Feng Yuan traveled outside, he used a fake name, Lu Guanji. If he revealed his true identity, Chu Du's attitude would change. Currently, Feng Yuan had already teamed up with Chu Du half a month ago. When Jewel Yellow Skies opened, Feng Yuan received Chu Du's letter. In the letter, Chu Du explained the situation to Feng Yuan. It turned out that Flying Sword Immortal Goo had a clue to an information path inheritance. At that moment, Feng Yuan was moved. Before this, he often talked about the benefits of information path. With powerful information path methods, he could make agreements with others without fear of the other party going back on their words. He could also secretly remove the alliance agreement on himself. He could kill the hostage and go back on his word. He was unrestrained. He could also gather a lot of information to help him make better decisions. Information Path and Wisdom Path were good partners. Information Path gathered information, while Wisdom Path used this information to make deductions. The two complemented each other. The Information Path inheritance insignia on Flying Sword Immortal Goo was very impressive. Even the Wisdom Path Goo Immortal Tianxia Xian was moved. He wanted to ask Chu Du for it. Chu Du also explained this to Feng Yuan. He wanted Feng Yuan to know the value of this Information Path true inheritance, so that he would be more wary. Feng Yuan thought about it. He decided to make a deal with Chu Du. He promised Chu Du to let him obtain Reckless Savage's true meaning, but Chu Du had to pay a price. After the Battle of He Tribe, Chu Du obtained the 13th Eagle Nest under Feng Yuan's guidance. On a certain day, he met up with Feng Yuan secretly in Northern Plains and the two made an exchange. Feng Yuan obtained Flying Sword Immortal Goo and Eagle Nest, while lending Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo. The Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture Method. Feng Yuan could not give it to Chu Du even though this was an Immortal Killer move, and Immortal Goo were unique. Chu Du could use other Immortal Goo to replace it. The Goo Worms were different, but they could form Immortal Killer moves with similar power. Chu Du was indeed a rank 7 expert. He was a legend in Northern Plains. With his help, Feng Yuan successfully passed the third earthly calamity. The first 2 times he was heavily injured and on the verge of death. It was a close call. But the third earthly calamity only had some setbacks. Chu Du dealt with most of it. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo was truly powerful. No wonder back then, Mo Yao wanted to use this immortal goo to help her beloved Bo Qing undergo tribulation. But in the end she failed. Calamity beckoning immortal Gu was only rank 7. But Boqing's tribulation was the myriad tribulation to break through to rank 9 realm. Feng Yuan did not want to take the information path true inheritance of Flying Sword Immortal Gu for now. The turbulent flow sea area was a troublesome place. It was easy to get lost, and Gu immortals often appeared there. Feng Yuan focused on researching eagle nests. The 13th eagle nest in Iron Eagle Blessed Land was usually hidden. Only when Iron Eagle Blessed Land was on the verge of collapse would it appear. Inside, there were clues to Heifan's true inheritance. Feng Yuan had already explored it for some time. He had some insights. Compared to information path true inheritances, Heifan's true inheritance that could slow the time in the immortal aperture was more practical and important. Feng Yuan had already decided. Using this period of free time after the tribulation, he was going to obtain Heifan's true inheritance. Chapter 1122. Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Inside Mini Purple Heaven. Whoosh. There was a faint purple light. It was hazy. In the huge sky, there was an eagle nest floating in the air. This eagle nest was like a 3-story building. It had no doors or windows. It was like a huge crystal cluster. It was a type of translucent crystal. Every strand was as thick and long as an adult's arm. They were of the same color, forming this dense and seamless eagle nest. This crystal had an extraordinary origin. Feng Yuan recognized it. It was a heavenly crystal, a rank 8 immemorial immortal material. Heavenly crystals came from the sky. They were very light and could float in the air. They would not fall without external force. Not to mention what was inside the eagle nest. Just this eagle nest itself contained more than 500 kilograms of heavenly crystals. Just this amount of heavenly crystals had an enormous value. Evidently, this eagle nest was the 13th eagle nest in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Its value far surpassed the other eagle nests in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. It was at the top of the list. After Feng Yuan and Chu Du worked together, Chu Du went to Iron Eagle Blessed Land. And at the final moment of the battle with Hei Tribe, he displayed great battle strength and snatched this eagle nest. However, before Chu Du left the battlefield, Hei Tribe's first Supreme Elder shouted loudly, letting everyone know that this 13th eagle nest was extraordinary. It contained clues to Heifan's true inheritance. This brought a lot of trouble to Feng Yuan. After Chu Du learned of this, he started to negotiate with Feng Yuan again. Feng Yuan knew that he had to give in. Flying Sword Immortal Gu, Eastern Seas Information Path True Inheritance, this 13th eagle nest, as well as Heifan's true inheritance, their value combined. It was extremely huge. Even though Chu Du cultivated Strength Path, he would not give up until his death. But that did not mean he would not sell these things for a good price. Thankfully, Chu Du wanted Feng Yuan's method of passing tribulation. Feng Yuan used his greatest weakness. He deepened his cooperation with Chu Du. After spending a lot of effort and persuasion, the two barely came to an agreement. Chu Du used Calamity Beckoning to obtain a portion of Reckless Savage's true meaning from Feng Yuan. In the future, Feng Yuan would receive 30% of the profits from these two true inheritances. Chu Du is an ordinary Gu immortal. He does not want to cultivate Information Path and Time Path at the same time, so he is not very interested in these two true inheritances. You're not like me, who can cultivate the entire sect, and can use any of the true teachings for your own cultivation. Even so, I also admired his decisiveness and his willingness to give up. Northern Plains Tyrannical Immortal is truly extraordinary. You live up to your reputation. Feng Yuan's thoughts ran wild as he inspected the eagle's nest. The relationship between him and Chu Du could be considered the most standard alliance of interests. Their friendship was shallow, and they were just using each other. Feng Yuan was still rather fearful of Chu Du in his heart. He knew that Chu Du was unwilling to give up, and still wanted the immortal tribulation aperture tempering technique. Chu Du was brave and astute. He was definitely not a brainless tyrant immortal. With his bravery, he could single-handedly defeat the Gold family, the Lu family. The Battle of Hei Tribe made everyone feel helpless. His mastermind. They were not to be underestimated. After the Battle of Lu Tribe, he rarely appeared and had been silently nurturing his disciples. He helped them become immortals and absorbed Reckless Savage's true meaning. He negotiated with Feng Yuan. His eloquence made Feng Yuan realize this person's shrewdness and wisdom. Tyrant Immortal had great ambitions. How could he satisfy the calamity beckoning in his hands? What made Feng Yuan even more worried was that Chu Du seemed to have guessed his true identity. During the third earthly calamity, which was also the first time they cooperated, he recited a poem. The last two lines were "Blue clouds hold me up to look at the world. I can see everything around me." Feng Yuan, Feng Yuan. He had the intention of revealing Feng Yuan's true identity. Of course, Feng Yuan might be overthinking this. But for many things, Feng Yuan would rather think a little more than worry a little less. Chu Du's appearance was also very strange. During the first earthly calamity, he almost took Feng Yuan's life. Feng Yuan was very suspicious. He was influenced by Providence and set up this human tribulation to deal with him. To cooperate with such a person, there was a saying that was appropriate. It was asking a tiger for its skin. Thus, after their first cooperation and the third earthly calamity, Feng Yuan and Chu Du did not talk much. They soon parted. Chu Du let Feng Yuan leave. Firstly, he had calamity beckoning immortal Gu. Secondly, he had an alliance agreement with Feng Yuan. The information path immortal Gu he used were borrowed from other Gu immortals. Thirdly, he could not catch up to Feng Yuan. With Chu Du's strength and methods, it was not surprising that he had a wide circle of friends. There was one point Feng Yuan had considered. To guard against Providence, Feng Yuan gave Chu Du a lot of self-will Gu. At least, Feng Yuan did not have to worry that Providence would have any negative influence on Chu Du. I need to be careful when cooperating with Chu Du. If there is any mistake, I might be doomed. Feng Yuan warned himself inwardly. He placed his attention on the Strength Path Immortal Zombie. He controlled a Strength Path Immortal Zombie to get close to the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest. These last days he had been investigating, deducing, and collecting all sorts of clues. He dug into He Cheng's memories and made deductions. If I am not wrong this time. Feng Yuan had a sense of confidence as he activated his Immortal Gu. The Strength Path Immortal Zombie that got close to the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest underwent a complete transformation. It was originally lifeless, but in an instant, it turned into a living person. It turned into He Cheng. It was hard to distinguish the real from the fake. He Cheng gradually got close to the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest. He placed his hand on the surface of the nest. Feng Yuan's divine sense continued to pour into the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest. At the same time, Gu worms flew out, circling around He Cheng, dancing around him. Refinement Path Killer moves were activated one after another, landing on the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest. These Refinement Path Killer moves were mortal. They were modified by He Fan in the past and were passed down. Before He Fan died, he instructed his descendants that any He tribe member who became an immortal in the future had to learn his refinement path methods. After several generations of He tribe Gu immortals researched them, they gradually understood. These refinement path killer moves were the keys to opening the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest. Many He tribe Gu immortals had tried to use these refinement path killer moves on the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest in order to obtain He Fan's true inheritance. Of course, these attempts had all failed, because they lacked the most crucial factor, attitude Gu. Among these refinement path killer moves, there was a crucial method to extract a trace of attitude Gu's aura. Only then could it be used. This crucial factor had obstructed the generations of He tribe Gu immortals. Nobody could inherit He Fan's true inheritance. He tribe's Gu immortals were not fools. After understanding this, they immediately started to search for attitude Gu. He tribe's Gu immortals worked hard. They gradually found some clues and gained progress. In the most recent generation, Su Xian's night elopement. She became He Cheng's beloved wife and joined He tribe as an external supreme elder. Her surname was not He. She could not know a huge secret like He Fan's true inheritance. But Su Xian's motive was not pure. With her elder sister Blazing Heaven Demoness' help, she stole a portion of He tribe's accumulated research results on He Fan's true inheritance. Using these results, she found some suspicious locations. Just as she was close to success, something happened. He Qing killed Su Xian heir. Third sister's death caused second sister Fairy Li Shan to fall out with her elder sister Blazing Heaven Demoness. Su Xian left behind a crucial clue, and a large amount of immortal essence for her beloved daughter He Lulan. After He Lulan's immortal ascension, using these clues, she retrieved attitude goo that He tribe had lost for many years from the northern icy plain. But after a series of twists and turns, this immortal goo ended up in Feng Yuan's hands. It was used by him. These last few days, Feng Yuan had been familiarizing himself with refinement path killer moves. There were also disguises and transformations to ensure that nothing went wrong. Refinement path killer moves after refinement path killer moves. At times, they turned into fire, at times they turned into lightning, striking the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Every strike caused the heavenly crystal eagle nest to tremble slightly, emitting a clear and loud sound. Gradually, the heavenly crystal eagle nest's tremors became greater. The sound it emitted became louder and louder, starting to resound in the sky. The final strike. Feng Yuan's heart could not help but jump. Under his extremely practiced method, a trace of attitude goo's aura was extracted, fusing into a transparent water flower that slowly flew towards the heavenly crystal eagle nest. The water flower smoothly fused into the heavenly crystal eagle nest, vanishing shortly after. The heavenly crystal eagle nest started to tremble. A bright light was emitted from deep within. Gradually, the entire heavenly crystal eagle nest was dyed into 9 different colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, black. The 9-colored light soared to the sky and earth. It was so dazzling that He Cheng had no choice but to retreat a distance. Ring, ring, ring. The light gradually faded, as the sound of wind chimes resounded in the air. In front of He Cheng, this heavenly crystal eagle nest that had been closed for countless years was finally opening up. Each heavenly crystal was moving step by step, continuously being disassembled. It made Feng Yuan think of building blocks or Rubik's cubes. The 9-colored heavenly crystals mixed together, embedded into each other. The heavenly crystal eagle nest slowly opened up an entrance. The entire process was beautiful. It was so dazzling that people subconsciously held their breaths. I understand. Feng Yuan's heart jumped. He suddenly understood He Fan's method. Heavenly crystals were originally translucent. It looked like they came from one place, but that was not the case. These heavenly crystals have 9 colors. They should have come from the immemorial 9 heavens. But He Fan fused these heavenly crystals together, using refinement path methods to process these rank 8 immortal materials. This caused them to lose their colors, making them look like they were one. Before He Fan died, he left behind some refinement path methods. Using these refinement path methods, I can reverse process these heavenly crystals and restore them to their original appearance, activating the arrangements inside, and opening up the entire eagle nest. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's evaluation of these heavenly crystals rose to another level. Heavenly crystals were immortal materials. Other than being produced in the immemorial 9 heavens, they could also be produced in grotto heavens with deep foundations. Originally, Feng Yuan thought that these were heavenly crystals produced in He Fan Grotto Heaven. But the truth was, these heavenly crystals came from the immemorial 9 heavens. Then their value would be even higher. Because there were only 2 heavens left in the immemorial 9 heavens, the other 7 heavens were already destroyed. Back then, He Fan must have spent a lot of effort to gather these heavenly crystals. After all, it was getting harder and harder for Gu immortals to obtain these heavenly crystals. The only source was the fragment worlds of the immemorial 7 heavens that were scattered all over the 5 regions. Chapter 11:23. Feng Yuan controlled He Cheng, walking into the eagle nest step by step. 9 colored lights flickered, shining on He Cheng's face. His vision was filled with heavenly crystals, creating a grand and beautiful scene. It was a luxurious and dreamy scene. The eagle nest was not big, it was like a small room. At the center of the room, there was a huge egg. Other than that, there was nothing else. He Cheng could be seen clearly. His gaze first focused on the big egg. This egg was the size of a teenager. It was oval in shape. The eggshell was like glass, reflecting the 9 colored lights of the heavenly crystals. It was a beautiful sight. But Feng Yuan acutely sensed that this egg was lifeless, it had no life force left. After realizing this, he stopped paying attention to it, he placed his attention elsewhere. He searched inch by inch, and after spending around 6 hours, aside from heaven crystals, he found nothing. How can this be? He Fan was a time path great expert. How could the true inheritance he left behind be an empty heavenly crystal eagle nest? Where are his time path immortal goo? And his immortal killer moves? Feng Yuan thought about it. Soon he placed his attention back on that dead egg. I'm afraid to find He Fan's true inheritance. This dead egg is the key. Feng Yuan guessed. At this point, the memories that he obtained from He Chung were no longer useful. Feng Yuan had already surpassed all of He tribe's Gu immortals. He had reached a level that they had never reached before. To obtain He Fan's true inheritance, Feng Yuan had to rely on his own hard work. He Chung moved around the dead egg, using Gu worms. He observed and researched deeply. A moment later, Feng Yuan confirmed again that this was a dead egg. It was truly a dead egg. It was not a disguise. As such, Feng Yuan's earlier guess that He Fan's true inheritance was inside the egg was overturned. Don't tell me, He Fan's true inheritance was secretly taken away by someone else? There was an immortal Gu stored here, but someone got here first? Maybe I am not the first to enter this place. Feng Yuan could not help but think. This was not impossible. The waters of this world were too deep. Feng Yuan no longer dared to underestimate anyone after his secret deal with Sixth Hair. Although he was a transmigrator, he was not the only one in this world. Those who did well, they had already become rank 9 venerables. Righteous Dao, demonic Dao, itinerant cultivators, countless elites, geniuses, heroes, and overlords had crossed the past, present, and future, shining like stars. As for Feng Yuan, he was only one star among them. Feng Yuan's conjecture wasn't just a wild guess. He also had a basis. According to the information obtained from Black City, He tribe's Gu immortals also realized that attitude Gu was crucial. They searched for attitude Gu while thinking of methods to imitate attitude Gu's aura. Deceive the activation of Heaven Crystal Eagle Nest. In He Cheng's memories, He tribe's Gu immortals did not succeed. But this did not mean that no Gu immortal had succeeded before. Perhaps some Gu immortals secretly opened the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest and took He Fan's true inheritance. No one else knew. In fact, they might not even be He tribe Gu immortals. This was an example. There were many examples in the historical records. The most well-known one was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. This person had the ability to steal in his life. He had stolen many Gu immortal true inheritances. Countless forces hated him. Feng Yuan inspected it a few more times. He did not find anything. With his current methods and knowledge, if he did not find anything, there might not be any He Fan true inheritance. Feng Yuan was very disappointed. He was still hoping for He Fan's true inheritance to slow down the time in his immortal aperture. Of course, he had Chu Du's help now. He did not need it for now. But what about the future? If one did not plan for the future, they would face immediate problems. Cooperating with Chu Du was very dangerous. It was like asking a tiger for its skin. Providence would also stir things up. Even if Feng Yuan did not need it now, with this as insurance, he would be able to move freely in the future. Even without He Fan's true inheritance, this Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest is a rank 8 immortal material. It has huge value. One could say, other than the immortal Gu and Feng Yuan's immortal aperture, the other resources added together were not even half of the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest. Of course, this did not include Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley were in Langya Blessed Land. Feng Yuan did not interfere in the Guts Gu business. He let Langya Sec sell them. He only took the monthly profits. But, what is this dead egg? With my knowledge, I cannot recognize it. If He Fan's true inheritance is still around, maybe this dead egg is a clue left behind by He Fan. Even though the chances were slim, Feng Yuan still wanted to investigate along this clue. He first went to Jewel Yellow Skies. This place sold some cultivation knowledge and experiences. Among them were things like Desolate Beast records, Southern Border maps, Ancient Desolate Plants records, and so on. Feng Yuan's divine sense moved around. After choosing carefully, he bought some and looked at them. Last time, he spent close to 10,000 immortal yuan stones to buy a large batch of pil azure incense. But this month's profits had not arrived yet. He was a little short on funds. But after looking at these, even though Feng Yuan gained some knowledge, he still could not find out the origin of this mysterious dead egg. Feng Yuan was not disappointed. He felt joy in his heart. The more mysterious this dead egg was, the greater its origin. He felt that he had a higher chance of obtaining He Fan's true inheritance. This dead egg is likely to be the egg of an immemorial desolate beast. Feng Yuan read a lot of cultivation knowledge. He did not gain nothing. This way, the cultivation knowledge in Jewel Yellow Skies was useless, because these knowledge were mostly limited to rank 6 and 7. Immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength, but rank 8 Gu immortals would not sell their knowledge to Jewel Yellow Skies. They were not greedy for such a small amount of money. Most Gu immortals did not want to buy it either, because at their level, they would not encounter any immemorial desolate beasts. Right now, most immemorial desolate beasts lived in immemorial Black Heaven and White Heaven. Other than that, there were calamity lands and forbidden areas in the 5 regions. For example, the 10 great calamity lands of Northern Plains, or Earth Abyss, Earth Trenches, and so on. Should I advertise in Jewel Yellow Skies and ask for the origin of this egg at a high price? Feng Yuan thought about it before rejecting this idea. It was too flashy. He Tribe's Gu immortals were not completely dead yet. Wisdom Path Gu immortals could deduce many things with their deductions. This was very disadvantageous to Feng Yuan. If those rank 8 Gu immortals were attracted, it would be terrible. Feng Yuan could not afford to offend them now. Feng Yuan was not dejected even though he suffered a setback in Jewel Yellow Skies. Because he was clearly aware that there was an existence by his side, and it was very likely that she could help him resolve his doubts. This was the land spirit of Langia. The land spirit of Langia was formed from long-hair ancestors' obsession. The latter was a rank 8 Gu immortal, a refinement path supreme grandmaster. He was famous in history and had a great reputation. Which paths Gu immortals had the widest knowledge? Wisdom path, information path, and refinement path. Wisdom path Gu immortals could deduce all sorts of secrets. Information path Gu immortals were good at gathering information, while refinement path Gu immortals needed to know about Gu materials to refine Gu worms. As one of the few refinement path great experts in history, long-hair ancestors' knowledge was undeniable. Feng Yuan took the initiative to ask the land spirit of Langia for help. The process was not smooth. Feng Yuan was troubled by the land spirit of Langia for a long time. Recently, Langia sect was very unhappy with Feng Yuan. They felt that he only cared about his own cultivation, and did not contribute to the sect. Up until now, Langia sect's plan to develop Taichio was obstructed by the falling star hound. There was little progress. Feng Yuan, if you get rid of the falling star hound, you can read all the books in the sect. If you want to exchange, take out 100 contribution points. The land spirit of Langia's expression was cold. He said in a low tone. Feng Yuan smiled. I am willing to exchange. 100 contribution points was almost all he had. But even so, Feng Yuan wanted to exchange. He did not intend to go to Taichio. The land spirit of Langia snorted coldly. He was about to flare up when Feng Yuan said, everything will be done according to the sect rules. First Supreme Elder is fair and just. Langia sect's prosperity is just around the corner. The land spirit of Langia's chest was shaking in anger. His hair was standing on end. He breathed roughly and calmed himself down. I heard you have a deep relationship with 12th Hair. I remember this child praising you everywhere. He recently challenged the falling star hound and was heavily injured. All his desolate beasts died in battle. He is in low spirits. Aren't you going to visit him? Thank you for First Supreme Elder's concern. Feng Yuan had a heavy and sorrowful expression. It was as if he was the one who was injured, not 12th Hair. After exchanging the books, I will immediately visit 12th Hair. Feng Yuan guaranteed. The land spirit of Langia was helpless. He could not do anything to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan got what he wanted. He went to 12th Hair's Cloud City on the way. He did not see 12th Hair but a mortal Gu master. My city lord is not willing to meet guests, please leave. Feng Yuan was rejected. But he did not leave immediately, he asked in concern. In the end, this mortal goo master was very cold. Feng Yuan was not interested, he had to leave helplessly. If not for the land spirit knowing everything in the blessed land, Feng Yuan would not have put on such a show. He knew clearly, how could a mere hairy man mortal goo master treat him, a goo immortal, like this? Evidently, the mortal goo master had the support of a hairy man goo immortal. This person was none other than 12th Hair, who had a lot of opinions towards Feng Yuan. My relationship with Langya sect has reached such a stage. 6th Hair's contribution should be part of this. Langya sect still has great value. I need to repair my relationship with them in the future, but that is not the urgent matter now. After returning to his cloud city, he checked the information. He was not disappointed. So this egg is the egg of the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Feng Yuan's heart shook. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was an immemorial desolate beast with rank 8 battle strength. After the shock, Feng Yuan was filled with joy. Chapter 1124. Upper Heavenly Eagle. Feng Yuan had long heard of such primordial desolate beasts, but he did not know what the sky eagle's egg looked like. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was a space path immemorial desolate beast. A mature upper extreme heavenly eagle could freely travel between the immemorial 9 heavens or grotto heavens. This instinct was extremely powerful. Outside the immemorial 9 heavens, there was an extremely thick heavenly dipper energy wall blocking it. The heavenly abode was located in the sky. If it did not show itself, it would be extremely difficult to detect it from the outside world. However, as long as the upper extreme heavenly eagle had been to a certain place, it would follow its instincts and traverse through the void to return. It was an immemorial desolate beast with rank 8 battle strength. It could fly extremely fast. He Fan had to have paid a huge price to be able to find this upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg, unless he had a fortuitous encounter. The only flaw of the upper extreme heavenly eagle was its lifespan. Its lifespan was only 80 years. The lifespan of a normal mortal was about 100 years. As a primordial desolate beast, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's lifespan could not be compared to a mortal's. It was truly degrading. The other primordial desolate beasts had lifespans of hundreds of thousands of years. The upper extreme heavenly eagle could not compare. However, it also had a way to extend its life. Before it died of old age, it would lay an egg. This bird egg contained all of its past memories, even its accumulated space path Tao marks. When the chick hatched, the upper extreme heavenly eagle would return to its previous life and grow up again. However, it would have the memories of its previous life and the accumulation of Tao marks. If nothing unexpected happened, the upper extreme heavenly eagle would only become stronger and stronger. Of course, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was undoubtedly at its weakest when it was still in the egg stage. After understanding this, Feng Yuan made a bold guess. This egg of the upper extreme heavenly eagle must have been intentionally left behind by He Fan. Why did he leave the egg? Clearly, the upper extreme heavenly eagle had been to He Fan paradise. It was the bridge to He Fan grotto heaven. He Fan's grotto heaven was left behind by He tribe's Gu immortals. In He Cheng's memories, this investigation had no results. He Fan's true inheritance is most likely left in his own grotto heaven. This was not strange because he did not have any food path methods. Thus, leaving the immortal Gu in the immortal aperture and feeding them on their own is the safest way. And the problem of He Fan Paradise's calamity does not exist. According to He Cheng's memories, He Fan had once obtained a fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens. If I am not wrong, He Fan must have fused this immemorial 9 heavens fragment into his immortal aperture before he died. It is a pity, even though he has no tribulations, he does not have lifespan Gu. The lifespan extension technique he used had also reached its limit. Therefore, it can only be that he died. But why are the heavenly eagle eggs in the nest dead? Feng Yuan was faced with another difficult problem. There are 2 possible answers. The first was that the heavenly eagle's egg had died of natural causes. He Fan had left behind the egg. In order to prevent the egg from hatching, he had used the heavenly crystal eagle nest to carry out some sort of arrangement. However, Even after a long time had passed, no one came to inherit and open the Heaven Crystal Eagle nest. In this way, the bird egg would truly die after a long time. There was a second possibility. The reason why this upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg was completely lifeless was because of He Fan. This egg was not truly dead. It needed a special method to be unsealed. If it was the first possibility, then Feng Yuan would not be able to gain much. He would only get a heavenly crystal eagle nest and a dead immemorial desolate bird egg. However, the value of these two items was still very high. From Feng Yuan's perspective, he hoped for the second possibility. But if it was the second possibility, then where was the special method to unseal the egg? Let's say it is the second possibility. Then how can I unseal this dead egg and let it regain life or even hatch? Feng Yuan fell into deep thought. He thought for a long time but had no idea. It was no wonder. Looking at it from a simple perspective, the egg was indeed completely dead. If not for that, Feng Yuan would not have been able to confirm this fact from the start. If I were He Fan and wanted to leave behind a dead egg for my descendants to inherit my inheritance, I would definitely leave behind a method to resolve this matter. Feng Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He found that he had subconsciously neglected a method. That was the refinement path methods that He Fan had modified and passed down. I used these methods to open the heavenly crystal eagle nest. What if I use these methods on this heavenly eagle's dead egg? Feng Yuan had a bold idea, but he did not act immediately. Because this was a pure guess, there was no evidence to back it up. Feng Yuan was very vigilant. He started to use wisdom path methods to analyze these refinement path methods and make deductions. He soon found something strange. What was strange about it? Some refinement path killer moves were modified by He Fan out of the blue. The original refinement path killer moves were even better and superior than his modified ones. He Fan modified them like this. He was purposely trying to curry favor. What was he trying to do? Feng Yuan thought of a segment in He Cheng's memories regarding He Fan's life. As a rank 8 Gu immortal, He Fan liked to guide his juniors in his later years. He often taught them. When learning, they had to think for themselves. They could not blindly worship others or copy the experiences and results of their predecessors. Only by thinking for themselves and applying what they had learned would they be able to walk further on their own Gu immortal path. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan looked at these refinement path killer moves again. He had a new feeling. He tried to pick out the killer moves that He Fan failed in modifying them. He made another shocking discovery. So these refinement path killer moves were not failed modifications. They were combined to form a brand new killer move. He Fan intentionally added parts to these refinement path killer moves. If looked at individually, they are all failures. But when all of these are combined, these added parts can be combined to form a unified whole. What made Feng Yuan even more surprised was that this new killer move was a blood path method. It was a blood path method. The great rank 8 time path He Fan was actually researching blood path as well? This was not strange. Ever since Blood Sea Ancestor appeared, the power of blood path was known by everyone. While the various superpowers were doing their best to prevent the development of the blood path, they were also secretly researching it. This phenomenon existed even in Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, not to mention Northern Plains, which was a land of war. What about the Northern Plains Gu immortals who worshipped battle strength? Towards blood path, Feng Yuan was much more confident than refinement path. He was a blood path grandmaster. Blood path was his old profession. After some research, Feng Yuan found out. This He Fan intentionally hid the killer move blood refinement that he left behind to deal with the upper extreme heavenly eagle's dead egg. But this blood refinement killer move, it was not comprehensive. With Feng Yuan's knowledge and blood path attainment, he could see that this blood path killer move was incomplete in many areas. It was only an incomplete lower half. He could see this. Feng Yuan was not disappointed. His eyes were shining brightly. He Fan should have grasped the complete blood refinement killer move. He first used the first half to deal with the upper extreme heavenly eagle's dead egg. Then he left the second half for his descendants. But he did not leave it for his descendants. Instead, he used an ingenious method to hide this blood path killer move. He did this to test his descendants. He hoped that an outstanding Gu immortal who could think for himself would inherit his inheritance. Secondly, it was because blood path could not be exposed. The true inheritance left behind by the great He Fan. It was actually a blood path method. It would cause a lot of commotion if it got out. This was something He Fan did not want to see. Feng Yuan was astute. He was able to deduce He Fan's thoughts from back then. At once he understood most of it. After understanding this, Feng Yuan was even more certain that this upper extreme heavenly eagle's dead egg was not dead. He Fan had used a special method to deal with it. Next, it would be easy. Feng Yuan was no longer an immortal zombie. He could use his own blood. It was a piece of cake. However, when he was about to use blood refinement, he suddenly stopped. So close. I almost did not expect He Fan to have this intention. Feng Yuan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Why did He Fan use blood path methods? For his descendants. Speaking of which, wasn't it strange? Everyone knew that He Fan was a time path great expert. At his level, he could comprehend things by analogy. Time path methods could definitely be left behind as well. But he chose blood path alone and gave up on time path, which he was most proficient in. What was the reason? There was probably only one answer to this question. Blood path methods could provide something that time path methods could not. What else could it be? As a blood path grandmaster, Feng Yuan's first thought was bloodline verification. He Fan's inheritance was left behind for He tribe's descendants. The inheritances left behind by Gu immortals of super tribes were usually kept to themselves. The most important condition was the descendants of the tribe. Very few clan Gu immortals left behind inheritances that could be inherited by others. Attitude Gu and the refinement path methods passed down for generations were only one or two preventive methods. Blood refinement methods and bloodline verification were the third preventive method. If it is not a He tribe descendant, if the blood flowing in his body is not a He tribe member, then refining this bird egg with blood might result in a backlash. Furthermore, if he hatched the upper extreme heavenly eagle, he would be viewed as an enemy by this immemorial desolate beast. As Feng Yuan thought of this, more cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Especially in the latter situation, if he really provoked an immemorial desolate beast, an enemy with rank 8 battle strength was not a joke. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was extremely fast. Feng Yuan could not shake it off. His defenses were weak, he would die for sure. It seems that I can only start with the bloodline before refining the bird egg. Feng Yuan wisely stopped. Several days later, at a certain corner of the sovereign immortal aperture, He Cheng's hair was disheveled, his expression was haggard. Feng Yuan controlled a strength path immortal zombie to fly over. He Cheng's body shook intensely like he was electrocuted. His face was filled with fear as he shouted, What do you want to do to me?" In the past, Feng Yuan's soul searched him. That was fine. But recently, Feng Yuan used all sorts of methods to torture him. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. He Cheng was captured by Feng Yuan and ended up in this state. He had already accepted his fate. Whatever Gu immortal's integrity was gone. But even if he bit his tongue to commit suicide, he could not do it. Feng Yuan felt that He Cheng still had value. Even if He tribe was destroyed, He Lulan was still around. Thus, He Cheng was in a situation where he could not die. Don't worry, this might be the last time, I am confident. Feng Yuan controlled the strength path immortal zombie as he smiled. Chapter 1125. He Cheng's face twisted as he screamed miserably. Fortunately, his cultivation level was high now. His blood path and transformation path were both grandmasters. Thus, something that ordinary Gu immortals could not do, he did it in less than half a month. Counting the time, almost a month had passed. The fourth earthly calamity. There was still a little more than a month left. Now that everything was ready, Feng Yuan seized the time and immediately began to work on the bird egg. As he expected, under the effect of the blood path killer move, the lifeless bird egg immediately regained some vitality. As more and more blood flowed in, the life force became more exuberant, and it became more intimate with Feng Yuan. After a full 8 days and 8 nights, the eggshell broke open from the inside, and a little bird came out. This little bird was just born. However, his body was not small. When he stood on the ground, he was at the height of a normal teenager. Little Eagle looked at the Strength Path immortal zombie that looked like Feng Yuan with a passionate expression. His sharp eagle eyes were filled with childish admiration. It was like a baby meeting its biological parents. Come to me. Feng Yuan controlled the immortal zombie and tried to speak. Little Eagle immediately jumped in front of the immortal zombie obediently and raised its head to look at him. Its eagle eyes were extremely black and pure, and it did not have any sense of defense. The immortal zombie stretched out his hand. He patted the little eagle's head. On the head of the little eagle, there was only a thin layer of yellow feathers, very sparse. Feng Yuan could touch its skin and flesh. It was warm and felt very good. As Feng Yuan stroked it, the little hawk obediently lowered its head and did not resist at all. Not only that, but the eagle's eyes also closed slightly, and its beak opened and closed, making cute chirping sounds, as if it was acting coquettishly to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had already seen through many things, he praised in his heart. He Fan's methods are truly impressive. He actually erased this upper extreme heavenly eagle's memories and only kept its space path down marks. However, if I had my previous life's memories, this upper extreme heavenly eagle, a primordial desolate beast, would indeed not be easy to control. And this bloodpath killer move can actually enslave immemorial desolate beasts. No, it was not accurate to call it enslavement. The true effect is to make the primordial desolate beast extremely close to you. It is equivalent to the most reliable blood relative. If that's the case, it shouldn't be difficult for it to carry me to He Fan Paradise. As this thought lingered in his mind, the eaglet let out a few more cries. The cries were slightly urgent, and its body was also shaking. Are you hungry? Feng Yuan controlled the immortal zombie and retracted his palm. He then pointed at the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Then let's go and eat. The food of the upper extreme heavenly eagle was heaven crystal. Once the young eagle obtained permission, it let out a long and happy cry before it hopped over. With a light peck, it managed to peck off a small piece of heaven crystal. The little eagle held a small piece of heavenly crystal in its beak, but did not swallow it. Instead, it turned to look at the Strength Path immortal zombie that looked like Feng Yuan. The Strength Path immortal zombie smiled at the eagle and said warmly, "Quickly eat." The young eagle understood. It suddenly raised its head and swallowed the small piece of heaven crystal in its mouth. Then it continued to peck. The indestructible heavenly crystal, under its tender beak, was as fragile as tofu. Feng Yuan, who was observing from the side, could not help but feel some shock. Don't look down on this little bird. This was a true immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle. That means, from now on, I will have immemorial level battle power? No, it is still too young. Its battle power cannot be so high. It seems to understand my words. It seems like this was left behind by He Fan. Since I can erase the memories of the upper extreme heavenly eagle, adding in some human language is not impossible. However, there is a huge flaw. I have to disguise my bloodline to make the upper extreme heavenly eagle feel close to me. If it is my true self, then I will not be able to do it. I might even attract the attack of the upper extreme heavenly eagle. After all, this immemorial desolate beast is arrogant and very aggressive. Feng Yuan considered all aspects. In the next few days, the Strength Path immortal zombie that Feng Yuan controlled accompanied the young eagle and watched it eat. The young eagle did not just eat. After eating for a while, it would jump to the Strength Path immortal zombie's side. It snuggled up to him and slept. It had complete trust in the Strength Path immortal zombie. It did not guard against it. After a few days, the heaven crystal eagle nest was mostly eaten by the young eagle. This terrifying speed of eating caused Feng Yuan to feel a headache. In order to obtain immemorial level battle power, it was unavoidable to pay some immemorial immortal materials. However, the price of feeding them was a little too high. The young eagle grew very quickly. It was originally the height of a youngster, but after a few days, it was already as tall as Feng Yuan. It stood on the ground and raised its head. Its body was muscular, its feathers were plump, its eyes were sharp and its claws were pitch black. With one swipe, the heaven crystal eagle nest was torn apart like a thin piece of paper. The time was ripe. Feng Yuan did not want to wait any longer. He recalled the strength path immortal zombie, and all the immortal goo and mortal goo on the immortal zombie. He used familiar face on his true body. Right now, familiar face. It had already surpassed the original version, adding in blood asset immortal goo and all sorts of mortal goo. This way, Feng Yuan could even disguise his bloodline. Feng Yuan left Langya Blessed Land. He chose an uninhabited area and opened his immortal aperture's entrance, letting out the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The young eagle saw Feng Yuan's true body and did not suspect anything. It immediately went over and pecked Feng Yuan's palm. It even lowered its head and used its feather to rub against Feng Yuan's shoulder. It was very intimate. Feng Yuan laughed, instructing the young eagle. Quickly bring me to He Fan Grotto Heaven. Help me inherit He Fan's true inheritance. The young eagle was slightly stunned. A certain part of its memories came alive. It screeched loudly and flew into the sky. Feng Yuan saw the opportunity and jumped onto the young eagle's back. The young eagle screeched again. It carried Feng Yuan and flew towards the southeast direction. The surrounding air currents were rumbling. The wind was howling. Feng Yuan activated his goo worms. He sat on the eagle's back without moving. He was very satisfied with the upper extreme heavenly eagle's speed. It was not inferior to Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Most importantly, this upper extreme heavenly eagle was still a young eagle. It was far from adulthood. Its body had not matured yet. A true adult upper extreme heavenly eagle was huge. It was several times the size of a giant whale. Feng Yuan also estimated its current battle strength had not reached rank 8. Right now it was at most rank 6. Even though it had a lot of space path Dao marks, it did not have any wild goo. The most important factor that influenced desolate beasts and desolate plants was their bodies. This was different from humans. The human body was not worth looking forward to. Desolate beasts had strong offense, defense, and recovery abilities. Not to mention immemorial desolate beasts. This was the first time Feng Yuan had encountered the upper extreme heavenly eagle. He had thought that it would have rank 8 battle strength at birth. That was wrong. Even though he was slightly disappointed, it would definitely have rank 8 battle strength in the future. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was in charge of traveling. Feng Yuan sat on its back, feeding it heavenly crystals every once in a while. At other times, Feng Yuan was not idle. He was analyzing He Fan. From He Cheng's memories, he already held He Fan in high esteem. In history, this time path great expert who brought He tribe to its peak was not simple. Feng Yuan recalled the process of him deciphering He Fan's true inheritance. It was like a battle between him and He Fan. This battle was not ordinary. It was a completely new experience. He Fan left behind refinement path killer moves, heavenly crystal eagle nest, upper extreme heavenly eagle's dead egg, hidden blood path killer moves, and so on. These made Feng Yuan deeply understand this time path great expert's vigilance, deep scheming, and proud nature. Goo immortals who could cultivate to rank 8 were not simple characters. He Fan was a top expert among rank 8s. He Fan's true inheritance was not easy to inherit. He tribe's Goo immortals had tried for so many generations, but they had not succeeded. Of course, the loss of attitude Goo was part of the reason. But it was undeniable that if it were anyone else, they would have failed. Only someone like Feng Yuan, who had deep foresight, combined with suitable fortuitous encounters, could explore step by step and advance step by step. Finally, he walked on the path to He Fan Grotto Heaven. Will I be able to inherit the true inheritance in He Fan Grotto Heaven? I have a feeling that He Fan's test is not over yet. But the more tests there are, the more it proves that the true inheritance is extraordinary. It is not a bad thing. Chapter 1126. A day and a half later, the upper extreme heavenly eagle carried Feng Yuan and flew to the sky above a nameless place. The upper extreme heavenly eagle slowed down and started to circle in the sky. After flying for a while, it seemed to have confirmed its location. It pecked at a certain place in the sky. Immediately, Feng Yuan heard a clear ringing sound. Space was torn apart as his vision changed. In the blink of an eye, the upper extreme heavenly eagle carried him and disappeared from northern plains, entering He Fan Grotto Heaven. The power of the upper extreme heavenly eagle can indeed penetrate the void and enter the grotto heaven. It is already so powerful at a young age. When it matures, it will be a great help. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly in admiration as he looked around. This grotto heaven was vast and boundless. Below Feng Yuan was a dense primitive forest. Greenery spread everywhere, birds and beasts flew. It was full of life. Musical trees. The leaves of the trees were like rainbow-colored feathers. Countless birds of all kinds perched on the branches, chirping and singing loudly. Anger birds. One of the birds was fat. It caused the thick branches to tremble. Air currents lingered around it. Its cries were especially bright. Tea stream. Between the trees, a stream flowed quietly. The stream water was clear and light green. It gave off steam. The water plants inside were all tea leaves. Feng Yuan casually looked around and found many cultivation resources in the forest. He looked at the sky. This grotto heaven's sky was azure in color. It seems that He Fan obtained an immemorial azure heaven fragment back then. After fusing it into his immortal aperture, it formed an everlasting azure heaven. Feng Yuan confirmed that this should be He Fan grotto heaven. Because from He Cheng's memories, he knew that He Fan had once cultivated and sold musical trees. He was famous in jewel yellow skies. The forest in front of them was almost entirely made up of musical trees. The scale was so large that it was shocking. Just as Feng Yuan was observing his surroundings, the entire world suddenly resounded with the sound of a bell. The bell sounds were melodious. 10 times in a row. Next, a brass bell appeared out of nowhere in front of Feng Yuan. Tianling. There really is a heavenly spirit. Feng Yuan's heart trembled slightly, and he became nervous. He was not really of He tribe bloodline. Although he had successfully deceived the upper extreme heavenly eagle, he still had to deceive the heavenly spirit in order to successfully obtain the true inheritance. In the northeast direction of He Fan Grotto Heaven stood a tall mountain. The locals called it Wangu Mountain and revered it. There was a cave of 3 immortals on the mountain. In the cave, the 3 Gu immortals were in a secret discussion. Gentlemen, how can you catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? Since we want to escape this cage, we need to deal with the risks involved. Gu Immortal Feng Jun had an excited expression. The other 2 Gu Immortals looked at each other with hesitation. One of them, Gu Immortal Zheng Tua, looked at Feng Jun. This is a huge matter. If we are not careful, we will die. How can we not be careful? The other Gu Immortal, Zhou Min, was a female. Brother Feng Jun, please don't be impatient. It was extremely difficult to deal with the heavenly spirit, but he could take his time to think about it. There was no rush. Don't worry, since the 3 of us are sworn brothers, we will advance and retreat together. Feng Jun raised his head and sighed. The heavenly spirit is not scary. We have already gained its trust. Furthermore, I created this bloodlight spirit suppression killer move. I have confidence in it. It has a high chance of success. Zheng Tua looked at Feng Jun. Brother, I am not scolding you, but why are you so anxious? You said earlier that bloodlight spirit suppression was created by you just now. This immortal killer move is just a newly created one. It is not perfect yet. Even if it is perfect, we need to practice it continuously. Why are you so anxious? That's right, brother. Zhou Min also said. To deal with the heavenly spirit, we are not enough. We might as well convince that old immortal Chen Qi in the west. He has 3 Gu immortals under him. Feng Jun snorted coldly. He said with disdain. Old man Chen Qi is useless. He is already on his deathbed, but he is still so conservative. He is not worthy of our cooperation. Feng Jun shook his head. Zhou Min frowned. Even if brother looks down on old immortal Chen Qi, he has the highest cultivation level. Even if we cannot work together with him to deal with the heavenly spirit, we need to make him watch from the sidelines and not oppose us. Third sister's words are reasonable. Zheng Tua also chimed in. Feng Jun's expression was grim. He hesitated for a while before saying, to speak the truth, you know that I cultivate luck path. These last few days, I have been having a bad feeling, like something bad is about to happen. I have an indescribable feeling that if we do not resist now, we might not have a chance anymore. Feng Jun was the only one saying this. There was no evidence at all. It was like nonsense. But the other two immortals had solemn expressions. Zhou said, "Brother, you have passed Immortal Succession Mountain. You cultivate the luck path true inheritance of Immortal Succession Mountain. Even though your cultivation level is not rank 7, because you are the first inheritor, your Dao marks are not inferior to rank 7 luck path Gu immortals. I heard that once the number of luck path Dao marks reaches a certain level, the Gu immortal will undergo a mystical transformation." At the side, Zheng Tuo added, "That's right. If you are a refinement path Gu immortal, your Gu refinement ability will increase greatly. You will be able to sense minute details when refining Gu. If you are a fire path Gu immortal, you will have an indescribable sense towards fire path immortal Gu and desolate beasts. If you are a wisdom path Gu immortal, you will not need to use any Gu worms, but your deduction ability will become stronger. And luck path Gu immortals will have an instinctive sense towards their own luck or the luck around them." "That's right." Feng Jun sighed, his expression softening slightly. Since Zhou Min and Zheng Tuo could understand him, that was good. After all, the Bloodlight Spirit Suppression Immortal Killer move that he created could not be activated by himself. The three of them had to work together to succeed. Right at this time, clear bell sounds could be heard from outside. Why did someone pass Immortal Succession Mountain and obtain the true inheritance? Zheng Tuo's eyes brightened. "No matter who this person is, we need to recruit him or her to our side," Zhou Min immediately said. "Listen, this bell has rung 5 times already." Feng Jun's attention was also diverted. Amazing! This person had actually made it this far. Back then he was almost as good as second brother, Zheng Tuo praised. But very quickly, the three immortals' expressions changed. "It's already the 7th time," Zhou Min whispered. "How is this possible? Not only did he surpass me, he even surpassed that old fart Qin Qi." Feng Jun found this hard to believe. He had personally experienced it, so he understood how difficult it was to ascend Immortal Succession Mountain. Then the bell rang for the 10th time, and the sound lingered in the world for a long time. The three immortals were like statues. He stood motionless on the spot. After a while, Zhou Min came back to her senses. Her delicate and beautiful face was full of shock. "Did I hear that right? The bell rang 10 times in a row." Feng Jun had a dark expression. "According to the stone tablet on Immortal Succession Mountain, the bell rang 10 times. It means that our clan has a Gu immortal who obtained old ancestor He Fan's true inheritance. They are already here. Could it be that I've been having a bad feeling lately? Is it because of this person? After so many years, I thought that no one would be able to inherit the number 1 true inheritance of the Immortal Succession Mountain. To think that." Zheng Tuo shook his head. He had a complex expression. He looked at the two immortals beside him. Their expressions were also changing. Zheng Tuo let out a breath of air. He barely calmed himself down. "Let's go according to the rules. Since the true inheritor has appeared, the heavenly spirit will welcome him immediately. We need to follow him. We need to pay our respects." "Pay our respects? For what?" Feng Jun's body shook. He raised his voice. "Who cares who he is? Why should we pay our respects to him? We have He tribe's bloodline. We are descendants of He tribe. Do we have to bow down to the main tribe just because our ancestor committed a crime?" Zhou Min immediately consoled him. "Second brother, you are right, I agree. Even though this happened suddenly, it is not to the point of no return yet. According to the stone tablet's rules, even though the main tribe's inheritor has appeared, he has already exceeded the time limit. To inherit He Fan's true inheritance, we need to pass the test. Whether we want to make things difficult for him or suppress the heavenly spirit, we need to calm down now. We need to calm down." Feng Jun was reminded by this. He immediately became clear-headed. "Third sister is right. We still have a chance. Let's go. We need to go now. We cannot expose any flaws. I really want to see just what kind of divine being this inheritor is. Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms?" Inf. The brass bell floated in front of Feng Yuan. After 10 rings, there was no sound. Feng Yuan probed. "Are you this heavenly spirit? My surname is He Cheng. I was the one who opened the heavenly crystal eagle nest and hatched the upper extreme heavenly eagle. I am here to inherit ancestor He Fan's true inheritance. But the brass bell was silent. It floated in front of Feng Yuan, not moving. As expected, after devouring the immemorial azure heaven fragment, even if there is a heavenly spirit, it has become ignorant. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He understood in his heart. He had obtained this information from the transactions with Shadow Sect. Devouring the immemorial nine heavens fragment would make the grotto heaven free from calamities and tribulations. But if the Gu immortal died and formed a heavenly spirit, the heavenly spirit would lose its authority and become ignorant. In the end, it was because of providence. The creation of providence originated from the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Ordinary grotto heavens were small worlds that were different from the outside world. But if they devoured the immemorial 9 heavens fragment, providence would come in. Their personal authority would be greatly weakened by providence. Shadow Sect had done a lot of research on this. Back then, a member of Shadow Sect, one of the main split souls, 7-star child, had tried to devour a fragment of immemorial blue heaven to research a method to deal with providence. Unfortunately, he was schemed against by providence. The immortal zombie 7-star child fell into star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, unable to extricate himself. This dream realm of star constellation Immortal Venerable was later split into many parts because of the destruction of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. They fell into various places in Central Continent, along with countless small worlds of Grotto Heaven fragments. In a nameless valley, Feng Yuan was invited by Crane Gate to investigate. Coincidentally, in this small world of the Grotto Heaven fragment, Feng Yuan explored the dream realm contained within and obtained crucial guidance. This allowed Feng Yuan to snatch away the greatest achievement of Shadow Sect's 100,000 years of planning on Etian Mountain. From this, it could be seen that any grotto heaven that devoured a fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens would be investigated by providence. It was not safe for Feng Yuan. The truly safe place was a blessed land like Langya Blessed Land. It was completely private and not subject to providence's investigation. Long Hair Ancestor was famous in the past. It was not difficult for him to obtain a fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens. But from start to finish, he did not let his grotto heaven devour a single fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens. Thus, this grotto heaven is not as valuable as He Fan's true inheritance to me. After I inherit He Fan's true inheritance, I will give this grotto heaven to Chu Du. I will fulfill that agreement and give him 30% of the profits. Feng Yuan was planning when suddenly, several figures appeared in the sky. Their immortal auras were not concealed as they flew towards him. What's going on? There are Gu immortals in this He Fan grotto heaven? Feng Yuan was surprised. P.S. Chapter 1127. Far away, for Gu immortals arrived together. Feng Yuan had a solemn expression. He looked at them without blinking. The truth was this scene was out of his expectations. Why are there Gu immortals? Feng Yuan looked at the heavenly spirit and asked. But this He Fan grotto heaven's heavenly spirit was ignorant. It did not react. Feng Yuan's heart was shrouded in darkness. In just a while, the 4 Gu immortals got close, but they did not show any hostility. Feng Yuan did not move. He was on full alert. Sinner Immortal Chen Qi greets my tribe's superior immortal. The leader was an old Gu immortal. He wore an ancient crown. He wore a green-gray robe. His hair was white. After seeing Feng Yuan, he bowed with a solemn expression. Sinner Immortal? Feng Yuan had a thought. He quickly returned the greeting. I am not worthy of the title Superior Immortal. My name is Heiqing City. I was fortunate enough to obtain He Fan's true inheritance and enter the grotto heaven. To think that I would be able to meet all of you here. Feng Yuan had turned into Heiqing this time. This was something he had carefully considered. After all, with jewel yellow skies, even if He Fan grotto heaven was isolated from the world, it could know about He tribe's movements. Even though Heiqing went missing and lost He tribe's immortal Gu house, this did not stop him from inheriting He Fan's true inheritance. And most importantly, Feng Yuan had all of Heiqing's memories. His disguise was perfect. There were no loopholes. Chen Qi raised his head, looking at Feng Yuan with a look of praise. He Chung was publicly recognized as a handsome man in Northern Plains. He had an elegant demeanor. Many women fell in love with him. Right now, even though Feng Yuan was in disguise, his aura was even more extraordinary than He Cheng's. Together with his appearance, he looked even more otherworldly and elegant. Anyone who saw him would fall in love with him. Among the 4 Gu immortals, 2 were women. Seeing Feng Yuan's appearance, their heartbeats quickened. The other was a young man. He had an ordinary appearance. Qin Qi bowed again. Superior Immortal He Chung has a dazzling demeanor. We He tribe sinners have waited for so many years. You have finally arrived. The heavens have opened their eyes. You flatter me, fellow immortal. May I ask, what does fellow immortal mean by calling yourself a sinner? Feng Yuan frowned and asked directly. Qin Qi was about to answer when a voice came from afar. It's natural that you don't know. Our ancestors are the sinners of He tribe. The granddaughter of Patriarch He Fan, He Fengyue. Carrying attitude Gu, he roamed the northern icy plains. In the end, she was schemed against by a mysterious Gu immortal, and several of my He tribe's Gu immortals were her guards at that time, but they failed to look after her, causing He Fengyue to go missing and even losing attitude Gu. Old ancestor He Fan doted on his granddaughter the most, He Fengyue. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find her. My ancestors could not make up for their mistakes, and could only plead guilty and be imprisoned in this He Fan grotto heaven by old ancestor He Fan. I am of the bloodline. Thus, they settled down here and multiplied. So that's how it is. Feng Yuan finally understood and carefully looked over. Another 3 Gu immortals had arrived. 2 men and 1 woman. They were Zheng Tua, Feng Jun, and Zhou Min. Feng Jun and Zhou Min had rank 6 aura. Feng Yuan's gaze swept past them. Zheng Tua was flying at the front. He was the leader of the 3 immortals. He was also the one who answered Feng Yuan earlier. He did not conceal his rank 7 cultivation level. He had an ordinary appearance and a hunched back. When he flew over, he left behind a faint trail of blood. He actually cultivated blood path. This made Feng Yuan feel very surprised. A blood path Gu immortal actually appeared here openly, but the other Gu immortals were indifferent? They seemed to be used to it. Don't tell me this person doesn't primarily cultivate blood path, but a secondary path? Even if it is a secondary path, it cannot be seen. Feng Yuan was a little puzzled. If it was in the 5 regions, such a blood path demonic immortal would be hated by everyone. But now, it seemed that this person was doing quite well. Not only was he not suppressed, he even had 2 subordinates. These 2 subordinates were really daring. They were not afraid of this leader attacking them to increase their battle strength. The 3 immortals flew closer. They greeted Feng Yuan one by one. They were very respectful. But Feng Yuan could see that one of the Gu immortals, Feng Jun, did not mean what he said. He seemed to have a bad impression of him. He sneaked a few glances at him. He had an unfriendly gaze. Actually, the others were the same. Be it Qin Qi or the other Gu immortals, they had a solemn and cautious attitude towards Feng Yuan. They showed good intentions while concealing ill intentions. Their attitude was quite strange. After the 3 immortals got to know Feng Yuan, they greeted Qin Qi and the other 3 Gu immortals. They spoke plainly. They did not gather together. They floated in the sky, separating into 2 groups. Feng Yuan saw all of this. He was chatting happily on the surface, but he remembered it in his heart. How many friends are there in this He Fan grotto heaven? Feng Yuan thought about it. He asked directly. Not many. Other than the 7 of us here, there are 2 others. Qin Qi immediately replied. I believe they will arrive soon. Superior immortals descend. The heavenly spirit welcomes them. 10 chimes resounded in the world. They have all been to Immortal Succession Mountain before. They know what it means. Immortal Succession Mountain? Feng Yuan remembered this name. He did not ask about it. As expected, like he said, 2 more Gu immortals appeared. They were both men. They came to greet Feng Yuan. Like the other Gu immortals, they had strange expressions. The Gu immortals gathered. At this time, the heavenly spirit moved. Its body shook. It let out a loud chime as it floated forward. The heavenly spirit wants to lead us to Immortal Succession Mountain. Please follow us. Qin Qi saw this and quickly said. Feng Yuan nodded. He was vigilant as he followed the brass bell heavenly spirit. In this situation he was alone. The other party had 9 Gu immortals, 2 rank 7s and 7 rank 6s. If they suddenly attacked Feng Yuan from all directions, the result would be unpredictable. However, even though the heavenly spirit was ignorant, since it could welcome Feng Yuan, it meant that it was carrying out He Fan's will. It was not completely unreliable. Earlier, Feng Yuan had already seen through it. These people were not on the same side. They had their own factions. The next 2 were even more uncoordinated. They seemed to be lone cultivators. Precisely so, Feng Yuan chose to travel with these Gu immortals. He observed them and did not make a move. The heavenly spirit did not fly quickly. Feng Yuan did not use the upper extreme heavenly eagle. It flew beside him. In this situation, he did not dare to keep the upper extreme heavenly eagle in his immortal aperture. If something happened, even if the upper extreme heavenly eagle could not kill the enemy, it could attract their attention. Along the way, Feng Yuan conversed with the other Gu immortals. Initially, these people were very wary of Feng Yuan. They were fearful of him and naturally kept a distance from him. But what was Feng Yuan's experience? In his previous life he had been through many hardships. He had incredible interpersonal skills. Soon, Feng Yuan became familiar with them. Gradually, the sound of laughter could be heard from the group. Sister, look at this He Cheng. As expected of a superior immortal from the main tribe. Such elegance, no wonder it is him. I'm afraid only someone like him is worthy of old ancestor He Fan's true inheritance. In the group, a female Gu immortal with 2 buns of hair. She was pretty and lively. She secretly transmitted as she stared at Feng Yuan's back. It was one of the female immortals of Chen Qi's 4 immortals. The female Gu immortal who was called sister was rather elegant and dignified. After hearing her companion's words, she transmitted and teased. Hee sister, I think you are in love. That's right, such a person is a dragon among men. He seems to be young, he has high cultivation level, he is also elegant and refined. He quotes classics when he speaks, he is very persuasive, he even knows how to joke around. It is very interesting to talk to him. Sigh, I wonder if there are many people like him in the outside world? What is the outside world like in northern plains? Feng Yuan's ears trembled slightly. He heard the contents of these transmissions without missing a single word. This pair of Gu immortals who looked like sisters were using an ancient method to communicate. It was already obsolete in northern plains. Because of this, Feng Yuan could easily eavesdrop on their conversation. Even though this was a grotto heaven and mortal Gu were prohibited, Feng Yuan was not mistreated. This made Feng Yuan feel slightly assured. Actually, not just these 2 female Gu immortals. The other Gu immortals were also communicating. It was just that they were not as frequent as these 2. The other Gu immortals were basically discussing and guessing Feng Yuan's background and battle strength. The latter was the main point. To think that this person has rank 7 cultivation level. On our side, only old immortal Chen Qi and brother Zheng Tua have the same cultivation level as him. Even though he does not have any immortal Gu aura on him, the eagle flying around him is not ordinary. This eagle is somewhat strange. It seems to be a desolate beast, but its aura is not ordinary. Our grotto heavens have desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts, but their auras cannot compare to this eagle. After some discussion, someone could not restrain himself and asked, Upper Immortal, I see that this eagle is extraordinary. It is a divine steed, but none of us know about it. May I ask what its origin is? Feng Yuan took a look and saw that the person who asked was the Gu immortal called Feng Jun. Feng Yuan's mind moved as he smiled calmly. Good eyesight. You can see that my beloved eagle is extraordinary. This is the upper extreme heavenly eagle. I wonder if you have heard of it? If it is raised, it will become an immemorial desolate beast. But right now, it can barely be used as a means of transportation. It cannot compare to the other ancient desolate beasts. Immemorial desolate beast. At once, the immortals gasped in shock. Countless heated, surprised, and shocked gazes gathered on the upper extreme heavenly eagle, continuously assessing it. Feng Yuan's casual words were like a bomb exploding in the immortals' hearts. These Gu immortals' expressions changed. They could not conceal the shock in their hearts. Next, when they conversed with Feng Yuan, Their tone was unavoidably more respectful and restrained. Feng Yuan was not overbearing, he had a smile on his face like before. But this smile, in the eyes of the other Gu immortals, felt very different from before. Upper extreme heavenly eagle, immemorial desolate beast. Chapter 1128. This upper extreme heavenly eagle is actually an immemorial desolate beast. No wonder it gave me such a strong feeling. If we want to deal with this person, we need to deal with this eagle first. Did you forget what he said earlier? Other than this eagle, he has a few other ancient desolate beasts. Is he an enslavement path Gu immortal? If he is an enslavement path Gu immortal, he will be much easier to deal with. After all, this path is most afraid of beheading the leader. Even if he has become an immortal, we are still Gu immortals. Not necessarily. Don't be anxious. We will see the results on Immortal Succession Mountain. Even when the immortals flew to Immortal Succession Mountain, there were still Gu immortals talking about the upper extreme heavenly eagle. This was not strange. Immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength when they reached adulthood. This was a huge shock to the immortals. Feng Yuan listened to their words, but on the surface he was still talking cheerfully. No one could see any flaws in his act. Unknowingly, the immortals' guesses towards him had already been distorted. Feng Yuan was happy to see this. The more wrong their guesses were, the greater his advantage. If they really treated him as an enslavement path Gu immortal, they would have to experience the power of strength path Gu immortals and transformation path Gu immortals. On the contrary, during the conversation, Feng Yuan kept probing them. He gathered a lot of valuable information. These Gu immortals seem to have been isolated from the world for too long. They are not skilled in fighting. Not only are they verbally, they are not as crafty as the outside world. I can easily find out a lot of information. And they are not shrewd enough. Their methods are also limited to the past. They are very old. All in all, there are 2 groups of Gu immortals here. One is led by old immortal Qin Qi. The 4 Gu immortals are related by blood. The other is the 3 golden orchid immortals, Zheng Tuo, Feng Jun and Zhou Min. They are actually led by a blood path immortal. As for the remaining 2, they are as I expected. They have been acting alone, living in seclusion. Feng Yuan snickered coldly in his mind. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Heifan Grotto Heaven naturally had many conflicts. But it was clear that this world was very shallow. The level of disputes was very low. Gu immortals were not skilled in fighting. Compared to northern plains, they paled in comparison. And most importantly, these Gu immortals had limited knowledge. Feng Yuan had already figured it out. These Gu immortals could not communicate with jewel yellow skies. They did not even know of the existence of jewel yellow skies. However, considering that they were descendants of criminals, it was understandable why old ancestor Heifan forbade them from coming into contact with jewel yellow skies. After all, if he could communicate with jewel yellow skies, it would be completely different. Not to mention the ever-changing methods, they could exchange information. Even if there was no trade, they could gain experience. It was also an excellent opportunity for growth. The Immortal Succession Mountain stood alone, and was not a famous mountain or great river. It was divided into 10 levels, small at the top and large at the bottom. There were obvious traces of artificial carvings. The foot of the mountain was surrounded by dense forests. The vast amount of resources it contained made Feng Yuan have a whole new level of respect for it. Although Heifan Grotto Heaven was isolated from the rest of the world, there were no calamities or tribulations. Without communicating with jewel yellow skies, the resources accumulated inside were simply too rich. The immortals followed the brass heavenly spirit. They landed in the only stone pavilion at the peak of the mountain. The stone pavilion was ancient and had a simple structure. Even though it was only a pavilion, it had a grand aura. The 8 pillars that supported the stone pavilion were extremely thick. There was only one stone tablet in the pavilion. It was the most eye-catching. The stone tablet was huge like an elephant. It almost occupied the entire pavilion. There were words carved on it. The brass bell heavenly spirit entered the stone pavilion, and hung on the beam of the pavilion. There was a hook there. It stopped moving. Old immortal Qin Qi said, Lord Immortal, you must have many questions in your heart. Take a look at this stone tablet. It should be able to answer your questions. Feng Yuan had already stopped and inspected it. After a long while he understood everything. Back then, He Fan's beloved granddaughter, He Fengyu, disappeared mysteriously. Attitude Gu was missing. He Fan lost his beloved granddaughter, but he was powerless. His lifespan was near its end. He could only place his immortal aperture and absorb the immemorial azure heaven fragment, losing his freedom. Several He tribe Gu immortals were not careful enough. They were imprisoned in He Fan Grotto Heaven by old ancestor He Fan. Not only did he restrict their freedom, he even forced them to hand over their immortal apertures and fuse them into He Fan Grotto Heaven. This way, He Fan Grotto Heaven became even larger. Before He Fan annexed the immemorial azure heaven fragment, he had already left behind the heavenly crystal eagle nest. He made arrangements and left behind his true inheritance. He was still concerned about his beloved granddaughter. He wanted descendants to investigate her whereabouts. Thus, he added a crucial point to his final method. That was the aura of Attitude Gu. He thought, even if he did not show up, with He tribe's strength back then, they would be able to find He Fengyu and retrieve Attitude Gu. But the truth was he was too optimistic. Or rather, his kinship made him unwilling to accept the cruel truth. He felt that He Fengyu was more likely to be alive. Because of this mistake, He Fan's true inheritance was not inherited. Until now, an outsider, Feng Yuan, took over and opened the heavenly crystal eagle nest. This was old ancestor He Fan's mistake. But He Fan was still a rank 8 great expert. Before he died, he realized his mistake. He thought, if no one in his tribe could inherit his true inheritance, what would he do? If that happened, He tribe would either be destroyed or fall, with no descendants to nurture. He Fan had thought, if that was the case, he might as well start anew and let these people in the Grotto Heaven inherit his true inheritance and make it flourish. Because they had pure He tribe bloodline. Thus, after He Fan created the heavenly crystal eagle nest, before he died, he set a new rule for his true inheritance. He set a time limit. Hundreds of years later, if no one in his tribe succeeded in inheriting his true inheritance, he could guide the descendants in the Grotto Heaven to explore Immortal Succession Mountain and obtain their own immortal opportunities. The inscriptions on the stone tablet stated, Old ancestor He Fan left behind his own true inheritance at the peak of Immortal Succession Mountain. He also set up all sorts of small inheritances before his lifespan ran out and he died. The rest of He tribe's sinful immortals cried out in pain. They felt that they had let him down. They were willing to die together with him. But before they died, they imitated He Fan, leaving behind stone pavilions and stone tablets on Immortal Succession Mountain. They contained their own true inheritances. He tribe, which was left in northern plains, had been searching for Attitude Gu, but there was no progress. Time passed. Old ancestor He Fan's time limit had already passed. Thus, He Fan Grotto Heaven opened up Immortal Succession Mountain, allowing mortals to explore it. Thus, Gu immortals started to appear in He Fan Grotto Heaven. However, even though these mortals could compete for He Fan's true inheritance, it was too difficult to explore Immortal Succession Mountain. Even though there were many mortals, after obtaining the true inheritance, a portion of them became Gu immortals. But there had never been a mortal who climbed to the peak and obtained the first true inheritance. According to the stone tablet, as long as the mortal who obtained the first true inheritance became a Gu immortal, they would become the owner of He Fan Grotto Heaven. They would have the authority to pardon the sins of the sinners in He Fan Grotto Heaven. They would regain their freedom and return to He tribe. Before that, no matter how many generations passed, they could not use He as their surname. They could only use other surnames to remind themselves of their sinner status. After reading all of the inscriptions, Feng Yuan finally came to a realization, the lump in his heart disappearing. No wonder these Gu immortals have complex expressions towards me. They have strange emotions. They have good intentions and evil intentions. Feng Yuan put himself in their shoes. If he was in their shoes, he would probably have complex emotions as well. According to He Fan's rules, it was already past the time limit. Thus, be it He tribe or the sinner descendant, they had the qualifications to compete for the first true inheritance. These Gu immortals had been working hard. They wanted to nurture descendants to inherit He Fan's true inheritance, to open the grotto heaven and regain their freedom. As for these Gu immortals, they had already inherited other inheritances. They did not have the qualifications to compete for He Fan's true inheritance. Thus, the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven did not have many conflicts. They were rather peaceful. Originally, they did not have any hopes for the main tribe's inheritor. After all, so many years had passed, they did not even see him. But now, Feng Yuan's sudden appearance broke their old thinking. According to the stone tablet's rules, they had to welcome Feng Yuan, but they felt conflicted and rejected it internally. From their point of view, He Fan's true inheritance was already in the bag for them. As long as they continued to nurture descendants, one of them would be able to reach the peak and inherit He Fan's true inheritance. Thus, they did not want to see Feng Yuan appear, but they had to follow the rules. Even though the heavenly spirit was ignorant, He Fan had considered this before he died. Even though the heavenly spirit was not reliable, it firmly carried out He Fan's dying wish. And He Fan had a method to restrict it. Becoming a Gu immortal was bound to face calamities and tribulations. Whenever they could not survive the calamities and tribulations, these Gu immortals would come to Immortal Succession Mountain and ask for help from the heavenly spirit. The heavenly spirit would then use the true inheritance immortal Gu on the first stone tablet to delay their calamities and tribulations. Even though they obtained temporary stability, they were restricted by the heavenly spirit. The heavenly spirit only needed to use a method from the true inheritance to activate the delayed calamities and tribulations on the Gu immortals, killing them. Many Gu immortals barely survived the calamities and tribulations, but they did not know about jewel yellow skies. Even though He Fan Grotto Heaven had abundant resources, there was a limit to the variety. It could not satisfy a Gu immortal's cultivation needs. Thus, the calamities and tribulations became stronger. The Gu immortals could not resist them. Eventually, they had no choice but to ask for help from the heavenly spirit. They fell into He Fan's trap and were restricted by the heavenly spirit. Old ancestor He Fan, a great expert who had died many years ago, still had huge control over this He Fan Grotto Heaven. Old ancestor He Fan was indeed the person who led He tribe to become an overlord. Even after death, he made this He Fan Grotto Heaven impregnable. These Gu immortals are in awe of him. But the writing on this stone tablet is very similar to the spring and autumn period. I don't believe that these Gu immortals who were punished back then were willing to die with old ancestor He Fan. Evidently, they had no choice but to do so. Old ancestor He Fan is truly ruthless and decisive. He deserves praise. If we let them live, He Fan Grotto Heaven would have been destroyed from the inside already. All sorts of thoughts flashed past in his mind. Feng Yuan stopped looking at the stone tablet. He raised his head and looked at the brass bell heavenly spirit. He asked, "Then how can I inherit this true inheritance?" Chapter 1129. The Stone Pavilion's tablet said, "Be it the main tribe member who is brought here by the heavenly spirit, or the sinner mortals who came to the peak of Immortal Succession Mountain, if they want to inherit He Fan's true inheritance, they need to pass the final test." But the contents of the final test were not mentioned on the stone tablet. It only asked the successor to seek guidance from the heavenly spirit. Even though the heavenly spirit was ignorant, it remembered He Fan's instructions. Thus, Feng Yuan took the initiative to ask. Soon, the immortals heard the brass bell heavenly spirit shake as it let out a melodious bell ring. As the bell rang, the inscription on the stone tablet changed again. At the end of the original content, a new line of words appeared. The immortals looked at it and gasped. This says that He Fan Grotto Heaven is one of the contents of the true inheritance. Whoever inherits the true inheritance will be the owner of He Fan Grotto Heaven. However, to inherit He Fan's true inheritance, the final test is actually this? No wonder old ancestor He Fan set the rule that if an inheritor of the true inheritance appears, we have to greet him together. Old ancestor is magnanimous and considerate. Even though we are sinners, old ancestor has not forgotten about us. He is still thinking about us descendants. The immortals discussed, They were filled with admiration towards old ancestor He Fan. Some of them even had red eyes. They almost cried. Feng Yuan looked at this new line of words as he frowned deeply. His expression turned grim. This line of words clearly told him what the final test was. As long as I pass the final test, I will obtain He Fan's true inheritance. But what is this? The final test is to gain the recognition of more than half of the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven. And it has to be done within 3 years of the Grotto Heaven's time. Feng Yuan shook his head internally. Old ancestor He Fan's final test was out of his expectations. Evidently, he was biased towards the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven. As an outsider, it was very difficult for Feng Yuan to gain the support of these people. But Feng Yuan soon reacted. He understood old ancestor He Fan's intention. Old ancestor He Fan set this rule. It was to encourage the latecomers to recruit these Gu immortals of He Fan Grotto Heaven. After all, Gu immortals were hard to nurture. Taking them in would greatly benefit He tribe. Therefore, this was not only a test of the successor's personal ability, but also a test of the successor's communication skills and leadership ability to unite others. He Fan relied on his true inheritance to choose He tribe's leader. He was not just a Gu immortal expert. You old bastard. He's clearly dead. Yet he's still considering so much. How meddlesome. Feng Yuan cursed in his heart, but on the surface he raised his head and sighed, saying emotionally, Ancestor He Fan, you wholeheartedly thought for He tribe. I, as a descendant, am filled with admiration for you. Yes, yes. The immortals said to Feng Yuan. It was very resonant. Originally, these Gu immortals were very unsettled. After all, Feng Yuan inherited He Fan's true inheritance. They did not know what would happen to the descendants of the sinners. But now, old ancestor He Fan's arrangement was for their sake. Feng Yuan slowly retracted his emotional expression. He turned around and stood in front of the stone tablet. Facing the Grotto Heaven's immortals, he asked, Then I wonder how I can obtain everyone's support? As Feng Yuan expected, his question was met with silence. That was then and this was now. In the past, the immortals were wary of Feng Yuan, but now, Feng Yuan needed to obtain the recognition of more than half of the Gu immortals in the Grotto Heaven. The situation was reversed. It was completely different now. The immortals looked at each other. They did not speak for a while. But their gazes towards Feng Yuan had changed. In the past, they were careful, trying to hide their kindness and malice. But now, their gazes were distant. They put on airs and were considering things. Feng Yuan was not anxious. He stood on the spot, waiting for their reply. After a while of silence, as the oldest Gu immortal, Qin Qi, he could not take it anymore. He coughed. Today's matter happened too quickly. We were caught unprepared. Sigh, maybe it is because of my old age. Thinking about these problems makes me feel dizzy. I cannot accept it immediately. Lord Immortal, you must be tired after such a long journey, right? Why don't you rest first and recuperate before coming up with a plan? This old fox. Feng Yuan snickered in his mind. But old immortal Qin Qi's words received strong support from the other Gu immortals. They voiced out their agreement continuously. The two groups that were originally very different now seemed to have merged into one. They were going to deal with the outsider, Feng Yuan. But so what if I agree to it first? Feng Yuan had expected such a reaction. He did not have a worried expression as he nodded reluctantly. Qin Qi's words make sense. Qin Qi showed the smile of a victor, but he quickly retracted it. Even though I am staying in a simple room, I have prepared some tea. Lord Immortal, why don't you come with me? It will be my honor to have you here. Qin Qi invited passionately, but he did not reply to Feng Yuan's earlier words. Feng Yuan smiled forcefully. He nodded. Thank you. Saying it was a simple room was old immortal Qin Qi's humble words. Not only was his residence not crude, but it was also very luxurious. A group of palaces was situated at the peak of a mountain. This mountain seemed to be man-made. The top was flat. There were many palaces with golden bricks and green tiles. They were richly decorated. Qin Qi and his Gu immortals were living here. Not just that, there were a large number of Gu masters and even mortals. These are my descendants, Lord Immortal. Please don't laugh at me. Now that I am old, I like to play with my grandchildren and enjoy the joy of family. Chen Qi introduced to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. This means that Chen Qi is a sentimental person. Chen Qi looked at Fang Yuan with deep meaning. Who would not welcome a sentimental person? Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed. Seeing that Chen Qi and Fang Yuan were chatting happily, the other three Gu immortals also relaxed. Like this, Fang Yuan settled down here temporarily. The strange thing was, after the first day, Chen Qi did not show up again. He did not meet with Fang Yuan either. Fang Yuan, however, was not anxious. He remained calm. 4 days later, in the group of palaces, Fang Yuan and Chen Lu were walking in a long corridor. Chen Lu was one of the female immortals. She had 2 buns of hair. She was lively and pretty. In terms of blood relations, she was old immortal Chen Qi's great-granddaughter. Young Master He Cheng, look at that lotus flower. Its color is Lu Er's favorite. Chen Lu pointed at the lotus pond as she smiled. This corridor was unique. It passed through the entire lotus pond, stretching from east to west. The lotus pond was filled with lotus flowers of all colors. They were fragrant. It was a beautiful sight. These last few days, even though old immortal Chen Qi did not see Fang Yuan, Chen Lu accompanied Fang Yuan to admire the beautiful scenery of this palace. This lotus flower is yellow and cute. It is not seductive or flashy. It suits Lu Er. Fang Yuan smiled. Chen Lu lowered her head. She had a shy expression as she said softly, "Young master, what are you saying?" Lu Er. Lu Er is just looking at this lotus flower and feels happy. I also feel happy when I look at Lu Er. Fang Yuan smiled as he stretched out his hands, grabbing Lu Er's hands. Chun Li's body shook. She wanted to struggle subconsciously, but Fang Yuan's hands were gripping tightly. Chun Li's face was red. Even with her Gu immortal cultivation level, her mind was in chaos. She struggled for a while before calling out, young master, you." Fang Yuan took a huge step forward. His body was almost touching Chen Lu. Chen Lu hurriedly retreated, but due to his haste, he lost his balance and fell backwards. Fang Yuan took the chance and pulled her into his arms. "Be careful, don't fall." Gentle words entered Chen Li's ears. By the time Chen Lu reacted, she was already in Fang Yuan's arms. Chen Lu raised her head. She saw that Fang Yuan had a smile on his face. There was a trace of ridicule in his gaze. Chen Lu was extremely angry. She punched Fang Yuan's chest. "Young master, you are so bad, you bullied Lu Er." Saying so, she struggled out of Fang Yuan's embrace. Fang Yuan gasped as he took a step back. There was a look of pain on his face. Chen Lu quickly stopped. She walked over with a concerned expression. "Young master, what's wrong?" Fang Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. "To speak the truth, before coming here, I had gone through a tough battle. It is not easy to inherit He Fan's true inheritance. At least, many of the Gu immortals in the clan are not willing to see that happen." "So you are injured? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Chen Lu stomped her feet. All of her anger and embarrassment were thrown to the back of her mind. She looked at Fang Yuan's chest. "Does it still hurt?" "It is a small injury. It is not a big deal. It is just that my cultivation level is higher and my Dao marks are deeper. Injuries are more troublesome." Fang Yuan smiled. He suddenly changed the topic. "However, your ancestors' Gu refinement injuries should be similar to mine, right? Otherwise, why have I not seen him for the last few days?" Chen Li's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. She responded to Fang Yuan with a few random noises. Old immortal Chen Qi could not meet Fang Yuan for no reason. His excuse was that he failed the Gu refinement and suffered a backlash. His injuries were severe. He could not meet anyone. Of course, at this crucial moment, why would he suddenly refine Gu and get injured? Both sides knew the reason. They just did not say it out loud. On that night, Chen clan's 4 Gu immortals held a secret discussion. Chen Lu reported, "Ancestor, young master He Qing suddenly asked about your condition today." "Oh, he can't wait anymore?" Chen Qi smiled. "Thankfully, I concealed it back then. He did not suspect anything. But as time goes on," Chen Lu said worriedly. The other 3 Gu immortals looked at each other. They smiled. Chen Lu was loved and cared for by the elders. She was still very innocent. She did not know that Fang Yuan already knew about it. and he suddenly asked about old immortal Chen Qi's condition. It was a subtle reminder. The male Gu immortal Chen Liji thought about it. He said, "We need to have a good talk with this He Cheng. There are 2 updates today. There will be a second update later, friends." Chapter 1130. Old immortal Chen Qi shook his head slowly, and remained as still as a mountain. What's the harm in giving him a cold shoulder? There's no time for that. N is an element of, Chen Lizzie said worriedly. He's a sensible person. I'm afraid that if we delay for too long, we'll anger him. If we force him away and force him to Zheng Tuo's side, it will be terrible. Little Ji, don't worry. Chen Qi smiled as he analyzed. The final test of the true inheritance requires at least half of the Gu immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven to support Heicheng for him to succeed. Now in Heifan Grotto Heaven, not including Heicheng, there were 9 of them. On our side there were 4 people, almost half of them. This is a huge capital. As long as he obtains our support, he will have won half the battle. As long as he won the recognition of one more person, he would be able to succeed. It's impossible for him not to consider that. Even if he gives up on us and goes to another Gu immortal, he will run into a wall. Now the situation was different. After all, he was a newcomer. If he wanted to gain support, he had to give up some benefits. He had to give something in order to get it. Moreover, as for the 3 immortal cave, Zheng Tuo and the others are very ambitious. Chen Lizzie didn't say anything. Chen Wanyan said, "Ancestor, to tell you the truth, Wanyan has always had an idea. If Heicheng didn't get more than half of the support, wouldn't it be a failure? Heifan's true inheritance will remain on the immortal succession mountain. One day, our descendants will ascend to the peak and seize it, right? We have protected Heifan's true inheritance for generations. Even old ancestor Heifan admitted that we have the right to compete. Are we really going to give it to outsiders?" "Heicheng isn't an outsider, he's one of us," Chen Lu retorted. "Luer, don't forget that we're from the same family. To enjoy prosperity and freedom in the outside world. Our bloodline has been imprisoned here for generations," Chen Wanyan said sternly. Chen Li's face turned bitter, and he did not say anything else. Chen Qi slowly shook his head. Yinner's words. "Actually, I've already considered it. This method won't work. Firstly, it is extremely difficult for mortals to enter the immortal succession mountain. Even if we nurture him wholeheartedly, how long will it take for the lucky one to appear and inherit the true inheritance? A few decades? Or hundreds of years? No one can say for sure. Secondly, although Heicheng is only one person, don't forget. Behind him was He tribe's main branch, and a large number of He tribe Gu immortals. If he failed, it would only be his personal failure. He tribe's Gu immortals were bound to charge forward. At that time, how are we supposed to stop the others? Are we going to keep our own family outside? Could he block it? Other than the 4 of us, are Zheng Tuo and the others reliable? These Gu immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven did not know about jewel yellow skies. After so many years and generations, they could not communicate with jewel yellow skies. So regarding He tribe's current situation, he knew nothing at all. Fang Yuan lied without any preparation. He easily deceived the Fortune clan Gu immortals. Chen Qi's question caused the expressions of the other 3 immortals to change. Chen Lu agreed. That's right. Today young master Heicheng even told me that he could compete with He tribe's Gu immortals and emerge victorious. It was not easy. Even now he is still injured. Chen Qi nodded. He analyzed. Heicheng was able to emerge victorious. He is not an ordinary person. He has rank 7 cultivation level to begin with. He also has the upper extreme heavenly eagle. He has great prospects. If we help him succeed, we will be able to help him in times of need. When we return to our tribe, with his help, we will be able to gain a foothold. How good would that be? However, if he wants us to help him succeed, we can't do it for no reason. He needs to pay a price. If he does not pay a price, he will not cherish it. He will not be grateful to us. Ancestor is truly considerate, Chen Liji said. It is never wrong to listen to ancestor. Chunlu smiled. Chun-Chi sighed faintly, looking at the three Gu immortals. He said emotionally, I am old, I do not have much lifespan left. I only hope that you juniors will have better days in the future. When my soul returns to the door of life and death, I will be at ease. Ancestor, don't say that. You will definitely live for a very long time. Chun-Li's eyes were red. Chun-Li Ji was more pragmatic. Ancestor, don't forget that lifespan Gu exists in this world. To obtain our support, that Heiqing needs to give us something. Lifespan Gu is definitely a must. A bright light flashed in Chun-Chi's eyes. He looked at Chun-Lu. Regardless of lifespan Gu, we need to let our Lu heir get what she wants, to be together with her lover. Chun-Li's face was red from embarrassment. She stood up and stomped her feet. Ancestor, you are making fun of me. Ha ha ha. In the secret room, laughter could be heard. At the same time, Feng Yuan was standing in his courtyard, looking at the night sky. This Heifan grotto heaven had clear day and night. Day was long, night was short. This was a phenomenon that only grotto heavens had, blessed lands did not have it. Heifan grotto heaven's night sky did not have a single star. And it was not completely black. If one looked closely, it should be a deep jade color. Cool winds blew. Feng Yuan looked at the sky with his arms behind his back. He was summarizing all sorts of information in his mind. These last days he and Chun-Lu had been playing around. They obtained a lot of precious information from this young girl. They had a clearer and more comprehensive understanding of Heifan Grotto Heaven and the other Gu immortals. Not just that, he even had a deeper understanding of Heifan's true inheritance test. It is about time. In 2 more days, the time will be ripe. Feng Yuan thought. A cold light flashed in his eyes. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the afternoon, the bright sunlight made the palace look even brighter and more majestic. Warm winds blew. Birds chirped and flowers bloomed. It was a pleasant scene. In front of Chun-Chi's door, Feng Yuan's voice could be heard. I came to visit, I hope you do not mind. He could not wait any longer. But his patience is not bad. Chun-Chi was not surprised. The entire palace was a huge mortal Gu house. Feng Yuan's every move was under his control. The door opened on its own. Chun-Chi was lying on the bed. He sat up as he said weakly, Esteemed guest, forgive me for not being able to welcome you. Feng Yuan walked in, standing in front of the bed with a worried expression. It seems that you are heavily injured. You are a Rule Path Gu immortal. The hidden meaning was, first come first serve. Whoever supported him first would get more benefits when they returned to the clan. Chun-Chi nodded. He was a sly old fox. Of course he understood the meaning behind Feng Yuan's words. He smiled. Lord Immortal's words are like pearls of wisdom. They are extremely exquisite. Especially this family, they are described very well. Saying so, he sized up Feng Yuan. Seeing that Feng Yuan had a smile on his face, he felt more confident. He asked, What does Lord Immortal think of little Lu? Feng Yuan's smile faded. He answered, Bright eyes and white teeth, innocent and lively, I like her. To be honest, Lu Er is secretly in love with Lord Immortal. Sigh, what a pity. Lord Immortal is such a talented person. She is not someone she can match up to. Sigh, as an elder, I do not dare to have such an extravagant hope. I only hope that Lu Er, this poor child, can forget Lord Immortal and find her own happiness in the future. Chun-Chi sighed. Feng Yuan's smile disappeared. He frowned and thought for a while before saying seriously, To be honest, I also like Chun-Lu. I am willing to marry her. If he really liked her, he would be overjoyed and say it out loud. He would not think about it for a while and show a serious expression. But Chun-Chi pretended not to see it. He did not think of it either. Feng Yuan sneered internally. He understood this person even more clearly. This Chun-Chi said that he was thinking for his juniors. But if he really wanted to, why would he do this? He was directly sacrificing Chun-Lu for his own benefits. Chun-Chi laughed heartily. Feng Yuan's reply was forced, but he was very satisfied with it. He took an inch and took a mile. He stopped laughing as he sighed deeply. Sigh, it is a pity that I do not have much lifespan left. I am afraid I will not be able to see Lord Immortal and Lu Er's wedding. Feng Yuan immediately understood. This old thing wanted lifespan goo. His expression turned grim. There was no smile on his face. He said dryly, "What are you talking about? In my opinion, you are old but strong. Your appetite is huge." Old Immortal Chen Qi smiled as he looked at Feng Yuan. He said with an unyielding tone, "Lord Immortal, I have embarrassed myself. I am actually very greedy. Not only do I want to see Lord Immortal and Lo Heir's wedding, I also want to see their children. Speaking of which, they are my juniors." Feng Yuan started to pace around. He frowned deeply as he said directly, "Lifespan goo are hard to find. They are extremely precious. I cannot take them out. This is a gift from heaven. It is not easy to obtain." Old Immortal Chen Qi nodded. He seemed to have expected Feng Yuan's reply. He continued, "But Lord Immortal, don't worry. I will let you know that this Heifan Grotto Heaven also produced lifespan goo. They have all been taken away. The heavenly spirit is confused, but old ancestor Heifan has arrangements. If I am not wrong, Heifan's true inheritance definitely has many lifespan goo." Chapter 1131. The moment Chen Qi died, the entire palace shook. These palaces were all mortal goo houses. They were controlled by old Immortal Chen Qi, however. Feng Yuan was already prepared. With a thought, he activated the well-prepared arrangements. In an instant, the palace calmed down. There was not a single tremor. This was one of the preparations that Feng Yuan had made in the past few days. Mortal goo houses were nothing to goo immortals. Unless it was an immortal goo house. But how could these Heifan Grotto Heaven goo immortals have the latter? Heifan was so ruthless. He killed the He tribe goo immortals who were guilty before he died. The inheritances that were left behind were naturally deleted. There was no information about the immortal goo house left behind. And with just these goo immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven, the possibility of creating an immortal goo house was too small. Moreover, although this palace complex was large in scale, its layout was too old. It was not difficult for Feng Yuan to crack it. Old Immortal Chen Qi making him stay for many days was his biggest mistake. These goo immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven have been at peace for too long. Without fighting, they are pushing for progress. They have no vigilance at all. Feng Yuan looked at old Immortal Chen Qi's corpse as he snickered in disdain. Chen Qi died with a remaining grievance. He still had a dazed expression on his face. Clearly, Feng Yuan had killed him too quickly. He had not even had the time to panic. After confirming that Chen Qi was dead, Feng Yuan kept him in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Then he activated Familiar Face and transformed into old Immortal Chen Qi. He swaggered open the door and walked out. "Greetings, old ancestor." "Greetings, old ancestor." Along the way, Feng Yuan met many goo masters and mortals, men and women, young and old. When he saw Feng Yuan, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed, giving his most respectful greetings. Every time, Feng Yuan would activate his goo worms and use a formless force to help these people up, while also greeting them. This made Chen Qi's descendants even more grateful. They did not know that the real Chen Qi had already been killed by Feng Yuan. The person they were worshipping was the murderer. They didn't doubt it at all because this was how old Immortal Chen Qi usually did things. These days Feng Yuan, by playing along with Chen Lu, he managed to obtain a lot of information. Chen Qi's actions were naturally one of them. Otherwise he could only disguise himself by relying on Familiar Face. However, he could not disguise old Immortal Chen Qi's actions. Feng Yuan swaggered along the way. Soon they arrived in front of a palace. "Old ancestor, why are you here?" Chen Lizzie heard the commotion and immediately walked out of the palace to welcome him. He looked at Feng Yuan suspiciously. Of course, he wasn't doubting the true identity of the person in front of him, but the old ancestor had clearly used the excuse of being bedridden to postpone the meeting with He Cheng. Why was he acting so brazenly today? Going against the previous decision? "Little Ji, that He Cheng just came here secretly to negotiate with me. Come, let's go in. I have something to discuss with you." Feng Yuan patted Chen Lizzie's shoulder like an elder. Then, with his hands behind his back, he walked towards the palace behind him. The entire palace complex was a mortal goo house, but the residences of the other three goo immortals. But it belonged to each of them. Old immortal Chen Qi could not interfere in this. After all, he could not openly monitor the lives of juniors, right? Chen Lizzie heard Feng Yuan's words and was moved. His suspicions vanished. He quickly took a few steps forward and led the way. Old ancestor, please have a seat. He bowed slightly and led Feng Yuan to a seat. Old ancestor, please have some tea. Soon he brewed high-quality tea. Chapter 1132. Why did old ancestor suddenly kill Chen Wanyin? Chen Lu did not understand. She could not understand at all. She sobbed softly as her body shook. Her heart jumped. She thought of Chen Lizzie. Would the old ancestor look for Chen Lizzie and also want to kill him? This was a simple deduction. No matter what, she had to find Chen Lizzie and tell him about this. At the crucial moment, Chen Lu did not think of Hei Cheng. She thought of her closest clan Gu immortals. Chen Lu woke up. She stopped sobbing and stood up. Activating her immortal killer move to conceal herself as she ran towards Chen Lizzie's palace. Feng Yuan did not go to Chen Lizzie's residence like Chen Lu expected. He did not find Chen Lu. He had already killed Chen Lizzie, thus his final action was to go to Chen Li's residence. He would find her and kill her. A moment later, Chen Lu arrived at Chen Lizzie's residence. Why is there no one here? Chen Lu searched the entire palace but did not find Chen Lizzie. Of course, she saw many mortals and Gu masters. But Chen Lu did not alert them. Even if she told them this shocking news, they would not believe it. Looking at the empty palace, Chen Li's heart was filled with endless confusion and panic. Old ancestor Chen Qi killed Chen Wanyin. Chen Lizzie was nowhere to be seen. He was likely dead. Chen Lu could not help but cry again. What should I do? Oh no, oh no. Young Master Hei Cheng. Chen Lu finally thought of Feng Yuan. Her body shuddered. She felt. At this moment, she could only rely on Hei Cheng. She immediately turned around. She ran towards Hei Cheng's residence. Almost at the same time, Feng Yuan arrived at Chen Li's palace. There was no one here? Strange. Where would she go at this time? Feng Yuan's heart sank. There was a new change in the situation. Feng Yuan subconsciously looked at the sky. This Heifan Grotto heaven's sky was clear and clear. There were no clouds. Feng Yuan smiled at the sky. He quickly returned to his residence. Where else could Chen Lu go? It had to be those few places. Gu immortals and mortals did not have many common topics. Returning to his residence, Feng Yuan turned into Black Chung and waited for Chen Lu. At this moment, a brilliant light suddenly soared into the sky. It shot out explosively, rushing into the sky and burning in all directions. It was dazzling and dazzling. Could this be what Chen Lu mentioned before? The brilliant light warning and the immortals defending together? Feng Yuan frowned. Over the past few days, he had been asking Chen Lu for all sorts of information. One of them said that when the Gu immortal first appeared in Heifan Grotto Heaven, he was bullied by desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. The Gu immortals of the previous generations. Let's join hands to fight against the enemy. Usually they lived in different parts of the heavenly abode. If either side was attacked and the situation was critical, they could send out a warning, inviting Gu immortals from all over to help, paying the corresponding compensation afterwards. As the Gu immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven get stronger and stronger, this light hadn't appeared for almost 100 years. This time it was likely that Chen Lu would make a move. I've underestimated this woman. This move is a good one. Feng Yuan smiled. He was cunning. Immediately, he deduced many things. He killed 3 people in a row. Only Chen Lu was left. And the method of the brilliant light warning could only be known by Gu immortals. Chen Lu was definitely the one who used it. Why did Chen Lu avoid them and activate it? Evidently, she found out that a few others had met with misfortune. It did not matter where she was hiding or what method she used. Since she did not find him, it meant that she was already suspicious of him. Next, the group of immortals would come. How would Feng Yuan deal with them? It turned out that at the previous moment, Chun-Lu was bathed in blood. He had a panicked expression. He was fleeing for his life. The three immortals looked at each other. Was there really an ancient desolate beast attack? Chun-Lu, wait, we are here. What happened over there? Zheng Tuo called out. Chun-Lu saw these three Gu immortals and was overjoyed. So it is seniors. It is great to see you. That He Qing is extremely vicious. After failing to negotiate with my ancestor, he schemed and killed my sister Wan Yun. I activated the warning light and escaped. He Qing chased after me. Thankfully, I had the immortal killer move little concealment. I managed to escape with my life. What? The three immortals heard this and were shaken. This He Qing is so daring? He actually attacked old immortal Qin Chi directly. He is so vicious. I am afraid he is going to harm us. Strange. He wants to obtain He Fan's true inheritance. Without our support, how can he obtain it? A life for a life, it is only right. We need to take down this He Qing. For safety's sake, let's gather with the other Gu immortals first. Chun-Lu, don't worry, we are a family. We will definitely seek justice for your family. Justice. Chun-Lu suddenly smiled as he attacked. Under the three immortals' shocked gazes, the sword light was like a flash as it landed on Zheng Tuo's body. Zheng Tuo was caught off guard. Even though he had a mortal killer move to protect himself, Dark Assassination was an immortal killer move that used a rank 7 flying sword immortal Gu as the core. It was extremely sharp. It directly cut him in half. In an instant, Zheng Tuo died. Brother! Zhou Min screamed. Feng Jun shouted as he clapped with both palms. Intense winds blew as Feng Yuan was pushed far away. Brother! Zhou Min cried out as she watched Zheng Tuo's corpse fall to the ground. Blood and organs splattered in the air. Feng Jun hugged Zhou Min and dragged her away as they quickly retreated. Chun-Lu, are you crazy? You dared to kill my brother Zheng Tuo. I will fight you to the death. Zhou Min screamed. Her face was bloodshot. I will kill you. Kill me. Chun-Lu stopped in his tracks and sneered. He looked at Zhou Min with disdain and said, You? Zhou Min was furious. She struggled intensely as she tried to break free from Feng Jun's grasp. Second brother, what are you doing? Let me go, this bitch killed brother. She killed brother. I will cut off her head and offer it to my brother. Calm down, third sister. Don't fall for the enemy's provocation. How can she be Chun-Lu? Don't you understand, Chun-Lu? That was a sword path immortal killer move earlier. She is not Chun-Lu. Feng Jun also screamed. His gaze towards Chun-Lu was filled with hatred. It was like fire was spewing out of his eyes. It seems that there are still people who understand. Chun-Lu smiled lightly. Her original appearance suddenly changed to He Chang's. You are indeed He Qing. Feng Jun's body shook. Scoundrel! Zhou Min scolded. Look at them. They do not seem to know that I am the culprit. Strange. Did Chun-Lu not use an information path Gu worm to inform them? Feng Yuan had some doubts. He did not know that from start to finish, Chun-Lu had never suspected him. After lighting up the warning light, Chun-Lu hurried over to his residence. But Feng Yuan had already returned. He waited for Chun-Lu for a while. After seeing the warning light, he felt that he had been exposed. In that case, he might as well beat them at their own game. He would take the initiative to split up and weaken the immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven. Since 3 of Qin Chi's people were dead, the biggest group was 3 Immortal Grotto Heaven's 3 immortals. Thus, Feng Yuan turned into Qin Li's appearance and flew towards 3 Immortal Grotto Heaven. After encountering the 3 immortals, he used Dark Assassination to kill the most threatening bloodpath Gu immortal, Zheng Tuo. For example, Zhou Min's Light Path Inheritance, Old Immortal Chun Chi's Rule Path Inheritance. These orthodox Gu immortal inheritances were very comprehensive. The contents of the inheritances were large numbers of mortal Gu, a few immortal Gu, all sorts of immortal Gu recipes, mortal Gu recipes, cultivation experiences, knowledge of the outside world, and so on. Among these contents, some sensitive contents like Jewel Yellow Skies were deleted by He Fan. However, the contents of the other legacies were basically preserved. He Tribe's Gu immortals were familiar with each other. For example, the mystery of far-sighted weapon light. Outsiders might not know about it, but how could Hay tribe's Gu immortals not know about it? Thus, these records were kept in the various inheritances. In the following days, mortals would ascend Immortal Succession Mountain and inherit them. Gu immortals would appear and die. During this process, because of various reasons, be it benefits or conflicts, they would spar with each other. The methods of Gu immortals were passed down from generation to generation. Everyone knew about it. It was no longer a secret. Feng Yuan's preparations over these last days were not just the assassination plan. He had also collected a lot of information. Farsighted weapon light. Speaking of which, this immortal killer move was quite troublesome. After all, under normal circumstances, when Gu immortals see an unknown attack method, they would retreat and observe it cautiously. Basically, no one would recklessly charge forward without knowing the situation and put themselves in danger. With Feng Yuan's vigilant nature, he would make the same choice. Unless the difference between the two sides was too huge. But that was exactly what Zhou Min wanted. By the time Feng Yuan probed this far-sighted weapon light, who knew how much time, effort, and immortal essence he would have to spend, he might even get injured. In a battle between Gu immortals, information could give them an advantage. Thus, under normal circumstances in the Gu immortal world, Gu immortals would keep their immortal Gu a secret. Immortal killer moves were rarely used in public. They were practiced in secret. Gu immortals' immortal apertures were rarely entered by outsiders. Because the environment of the immortal aperture could show a Gu immortal's Dao marks and many other secrets. The resources in the immortal aperture were often the food of immortal Gu. One could deduce what kind of immortal Gu were controlled by the Gu immortal. Feng Yuan resisted farsighted weapon light, as he charged forward with great bravery. Of course, he was not a reckless person. His robe was stained with blood at some point in time. These blood stains were not eye-catching. They were formed from an immortal killer move. Blood Path Immortal Killer Move, Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe. Chapter 1134. Both sides did not fight for long, but Feng Jun already wanted to retreat. Feng Yuan first assassinated the strongest rank 7 Blood Path Gu immortal, Zheng Tuo, and then charged forward twice. Using the most accurate battle tactic, he immediately gained the absolute advantage. Feng Jun was not a fool. Even if he lacked battle experience, he knew he was in danger. It was a wise decision for him to retreat. In a battle between Gu immortals, it was a battle of wits and strength. Third sister has lost control of her emotions. Hei Qing is a rank 7 Gu immortal. The two of us rank 6s are not his match. We should gather with the other Gu immortals and surround and kill him with old immortal Qin Qi as the leader. Feng Jun thought of this and immediately retreated. He activated an immortal killer move. An auspicious cloud appeared around him, carrying him and Zhou Min as they escaped towards the left. What are you doing? Second brother, let me kill him. Let me kill him. Zhou Min screamed as she struggled in Feng Jun's arms. Feng Jun smiled bitterly. He tightened his grip on Zhou Min as he said, "Don't move. I am pulling away to create an opportunity for your farsight weapon light." Zhou Min heard this and her body shook. She exclaimed excitedly, "Good idea." She concentrated as she stared at Feng Yuan. As the distance increased, farsight weapon light became stronger. Feng Yuan's defensive pressure rose rapidly. Feng Yuan looked at the auspicious cloud below the two immortals as he smiled nonchalantly. He did not chase them. He suddenly flew down and landed on the ground, picking up Zheng Tuo's corpse that was split into two and placing it into the sovereign immortal aperture. "Evil thief! Put down my brother's corpse!" Zhou Min screamed. She was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Feng Yuan's actions were truly despicable. Not only did he kill Zheng Tuo, he did not even spare his corpse. How could he let it go? The Dao marks of this rank 7 Blood Path Gu immortal would be a huge boost to Feng Yuan's foundation. Let's see. Together with Zheng Tuo's words, Feng Yuan had already killed 4 Gu immortals. Annexing immortal apertures was troublesome. The conditions were harsh, but the Dao mark gains were huge. Ordinary Gu immortals have their own Dao marks restricting each other. Only by killing someone of the same sect could one absorb the Tao marks. Otherwise, the losses would often outweigh the gains. However, my sovereign immortal physique is different. Tao marks do not affect each other. How wonderful! After killing any Gu immortal, they could absorb their Tao marks and increase their foundation. From the looks of it, this is undoubtedly a good way to increase my strength. At this moment, Feng Yuan had a new understanding. This sovereign immortal body was formed from sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Spectral Soul wanted to use this to revive. If he really succeeded and his main body was reborn, the consequences would be unimaginable. Firstly, Spectral Soul had devoured countless souls in the door of life and death. He had immeasurable cultivation experience. Secondly, the realms of his various sects were basically at the Great Grandmaster level. Finally, he had the help of the remaining forces of the Shadow Sect. Once he had this new starting point, he would probably have to imitate his previous life, killing in all directions. When he killed Gu immortals, he could annex their immortal apertures. It could also absorb Tao marks. The speed of his growth was simply unimaginable. It would definitely surpass anyone's imagination. Unlike Feng Yuan, who only had Grandmaster attainment level in 4 paths, it was difficult to annex immortal apertures. He could only absorb Tao marks most often. Feng Yuan stuffed Zheng Tuo's corpse into his immortal aperture. This scene caused Zhou Min's eyes to almost split open, and she was enraged. Before the battle, Feng Yuan had already made ample preparations. Even if he did not use Myriad Self-Immortal Killer move, he had hundreds of thousands of self-phantoms stored in his immortal aperture. He did not lack money. Feng Yuan had a lot of green grape immortal essence. Feng Jun and the rest soon found that they were in a dilemma. Without immortal killer moves, the myriad self-phantoms were hard to defend against when they attacked the battle formation. But if they used immortal killer moves, even though they destroyed countless phantoms, because Feng Yuan replenished them in time, the effect was not good. They also expended a lot of immortal essence. This was a battle of immortal essence expenditure. Feng Yuan had the upper hand. Don't forget the advantage of strength path. Immortal essence expenditure was low. Enslavement path's advantage was war of attrition. Myriad Self was the combination of these two paths. It combined the specialties of the two paths. Feng Yuan waited patiently in the Myriad Self army, observing carefully. All sorts of information was collected by him. He memorized them. The battle lasted for several hours. Heifan Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals were showing signs of fatigue. Not just mental fatigue, but also the intense expenditure of immortal essence. They could not hold on for much longer. Seeing a flaw, Feng Yuan's true body suddenly appeared. Ha ha ha, Chen-Lo, I have to thank you. Without your information, how could I have killed Chen Wanyin and the rest? Feng Yuan laughed loudly. Chen-Lo felt like she was struck by lightning. The regret in her heart was indescribable. Taking advantage of this chance, Feng Yuan attacked ruthlessly. Flying Sword Immortal Gu. A ray of light easily pierced Chun-Li's defenses, killing her. Of course, one had to pick on the weak ones. Feng Yuan did not attack, but he killed another immortal. Chun-Li died on the spot. Green City's battle formation became unstable. It started to shake. The other Gu immortals quickly exerted their strength, stabilizing it with much difficulty. Next, it is your turn. It is your turn now. Feng Yuan snickered sinisterly but did not attack. He returned to the myriad self-army. The remaining 4 Gu immortals had pale expressions. They felt a chill in their hearts. They were the ones who surrounded Feng Yuan, but at this moment, these 4 did not feel any joy. The outcome was set. From the start, Feng Yuan used the most appropriate battle tactic. He had a huge advantage. He was already familiar with these Gu immortals' methods. But his methods were unfamiliar to the other party. Originally, the other party had an advantage. For example, Chun-Li's concealment method. Feng Yuan could not do anything about it. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan schemed against him. Chun-Li joined the battle and created Green City's battle formation. He gave up on his greatest advantage. In the end, Chapter 1135. Feng Yuan stored Feng Jun's corpse. Together with the Gu immortal corpses from before, Feng Yuan had collected a total of 9. There were also Gu immortal souls, 9 of them. Such a harvest is truly rare. If it were outside Gu immortals, even if they died, they would self-detonate. Among the Gu immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven, only Feng Jun could barely make it. This person is a smart person who knows when to yield, but after I gained the upper hand, the situation became under my control. He could not make a comeback. He begged for mercy because he had no other choice. It is a pity that he ran into me. Feng Yuan stopped sighing internally. The outcome was decided. It was time to reap the rewards. He turned around and walked into the stone pavilion, looking at the brass bell heavenly spirit that was hanging on the beam. Right now, I am the only Gu immortal in Heifan Grotto Heaven. I support myself to inherit this Heifan true inheritance. The brass bell heavenly spirit was silent for a while before it shook and let out a loud chime. Next, the stone tablet in the stone pavilion started to shine with pure white light. The white light was not glaring, it was very gentle. As the light shone, the stone tablet became more transparent, turning into a wall of light. Inside the wall of light, there were several blurry figures. On the surface of the wall of light, there were several lines of words. Feng Yuan looked at it. These words were, "The blurry figures inside the stone tablet are the contents of the true inheritance. The inheritor only needs to reach in and take it." The final line was Heifan's instruction to the descendant of He tribe. "Inherit the inheritance. I hope that you can expand your clan and not tarnish the name of He tribe." Feng Yuan could not help but sigh after reading it. Old ancestor Heifan had put in a lot of effort to create this true inheritance. He had considered many aspects. It was a pity that death was like an extinguished lamp. Even such a legendary person could not predict what would happen after his death. The once powerful He tribe was already destroyed, and Heifan's true inheritance. But now it was taken away by an outsider like Feng Yuan. The world changed, the world changed. Rise and fall, glory and disgrace, the past and the future changed. Feng Yuan sorted out his emotions. He started to follow the description on the wall of light. He started to move. He slowly extended his left hand towards the wall of light. The white light grew brighter and shone on his left arm, turning Feng Yuan's left arm transparent. From the outside, Feng Yuan could clearly see his own flesh and bones. There was also the bright red blood flowing in his veins. A small resistance came from the front. When Feng Yuan's left hand touched the light wall, it felt like he had touched a thin layer of ice. At the same time, he noticed that when the white light shone on his blood reacted. The rate of blood flow increased slightly, and its color suddenly changed from bright red to crimson, but it quickly returned to normal. Then, the wall of light in front of his left hand suddenly became soft, as if it had turned into liquid on Feng Yuan's left hand. He was able to smoothly reach into the stone tablet, as if he was dipping into water. Feng Yuan felt a chill in his heart and thought, "That was close." This wall of light was also a test. It had just tested my blood. Thankfully, I had made ample preparations. I put in blood asset immortal goo and others into familiar face and modified this killer move, making my blood change into a disguise. Otherwise, all my efforts would have been in vain. This Heifan is really hard to deal with. Feng Yuan calmed himself down and started to look at the wall of light in front of him. He could see it clearly from the outside. There were 4 shadows in the wall of light, randomly distributed. The largest shadow was round like a ball, the size of a basin. Chapter 1136. When refining immortal goo, primeval essence was not enough, immortal essence was needed. At this time, Feng Yuan raised his head and looked at the brass bell heavenly spirit. He thought about it and directly used his green grape immortal essence to refine this goo on the spot. The brass bell heavenly spirit had no reaction. Feng Yuan could not tell what it was thinking from the surface. After all, it was a bell, it was not a human, it was a beast. The refinement process was very smooth. This rank 7 immortal goo that looked like an ant queen did not resist, it cooperated instead. But it was still rank 7. Feng Yuan expended a lot of green grape immortal essence. Right now, my green grape immortal essence reserves are low again. Feng Yuan reminded himself. This time, he had used up a lot of green grape immortal essence to inherit He Fan's true inheritance. It was mainly due to the expenditure in battle. Even though he had the immortal killer move Miri itself, the other immortal goo like Sword Escape and Flying Sword were all rank 7. Sword Path immortal killer moves also used rank 7 immortal goo as the cores. Even though the battle was not intense, his green grape immortal essence expenditure was not small. It seems that I need to quickly increase my immortal essence reserves when I return. Otherwise, I will have no confidence. After a while, Feng Yuan successfully refined this rank 7 immortal goo, keeping it in his immortal aperture. There were only 2 shadows left in the light wall. The shadow at the bottom was too small, so Feng Yuan left it at the end. He stretched his hand into the light wall, taking out the shadow at the top right corner. This shadow was like a rock, but when Feng Yuan touched it for the first time, he was stimulated. This shadow was very cold. Feng Yuan took it out. It was indeed a block of ice. On the upper half of the ice layer, a goo worm was sealed. Naturally, Feng Yuan's attention was attracted to it. Even though it was sealed in ice, there was no aura. But Feng Yuan's eyes brightened. He recognized this immortal goo, Year goo. It looked like a ladybug. It was thumb-sized and was black in color. But there were golden markings on its back. The golden markings were very dazzling, shining with light. The markings depicted a wild beast opening its mouth and roaring. Its sharp teeth left a deep impression. As for what wild beast it was, but it wasn't clear. Year goo. Feng Yuan sighed. This was a very famous time path immortal goo. Feng Yuan had a deep impression of him, because it was unique. By expending immortal materials, goo immortals could continuously parallel refine a year goo. Tempering and reverse tempering were the mainstream of the refinement path. Parallel tempering was relatively rare. A goo worm that could be refined horizontally. It was also relatively rare. Year goo was one of them. Mortal year goo were all below 10 years. There were 1 year goo, 2 year goo, 5 year goo and so on. When year goo reached rank 6, it would become an immortal goo, unique in the world. Rank 6 year goo had at least 10 years. 10-year immortal level year goo could be refined with other immortal materials. The refined year goo could become 20-year goo, 38-year goo, and so on. The highest was a 99-year goo. A 100-year goo was rank 7. To refine a 10-year goo into a 100-year goo, it was not parallel refinement but an upgrade refinement. The difficulty and failure rate of leveling up was tens of times, maybe even hundreds of times more than leveling up. 1000-year goo was rank 8. According to this theory, 10,000-year goo was rank 9. However, there had never been a 10,000-year goo in history, but rank 8,000-year goo had existed before. The usage of year goo. It was very special. It would reduce the number of years according to the goo immortal's usage and quantity. For example, 50-year goo, after being used once. Any immortal material can be used to feed after immortal goo. So the main point is not the immortal material, but the preservation of these black ant mortal goo. These black ant mortal goo were tough, and could eat immortal materials. They could digest and preserve the nutrients. But they were only mortal goo after all. Once they were destroyed, the immortal goo after immortal goo would starve. Immortal goo after immortal goo could produce black ant mortal goo, but it could only produce 1 per month. If there were too few black ant mortal goo, after immortal goo after immortal goo after immortal goo would starve to death, that would be terrible. After all, this after immortal goo could not eat itself. Feng Yuan felt like his horizons had been broadened. He continued reading. He saw the description of the ice block. The ice block was a brand new rank 8 immortal material, created by immortal Bingren. The latter was invited by He Fan and sealed 2 of He Fan's immortal goo. 1 immortal goo was year goo. It was only rank 6. Feng Yuan recognized it. The other immortal goo was that stream of water. This was the most important part of He Fan's true inheritance. It was called Years Flow Like Water. It was rank 8. Rank 8 Time Path Immortal Goo Years Flow Like Water. Rank 8 Goo Immortals were rare. Rank 8 Immortal Goo were even rarer. They had huge value. Many rank 8 Goo Immortals. They did not have a single rank 8 Immortal Goo. They could not find one even after much searching. He Fan was a legend in history. He was the person who led He tribe to become an overlord. He only had one rank 8 Immortal Goo Years Flow Like Water. Feng Yuan's situation was very special. Currently he was only a rank 6 Goo Immortal. But he already had 3 rank 8 Immortal Goo. One was Attitude Goo, one was Wisdom Sword Goo, and the third was Years Flow Like Water. Ordinary Goo Immortals disliked having too few Immortal Goo. Feng Yuan's problem was that he had too many Immortal Goo. He did not have much development. Some Immortal Goo, like Wisdom Sword, he could not understand them. This rank 8 Immortal Goo Years Flow Like Water's effect was to produce Year Goo. The more Immortal Essence the Goo Immortal expends, the more Year Goo they produce. The more Year Goo they produce, they could even produce Immortal level Year Goo. Of course, Immortal Goo were unique. Right now this rank 6 Year Goo was still around, unless Feng Yuan used it and completely exhausted it. Only then could Years Flow Like Water produce an Immortal level Year Goo. If the Immortal Goo Year Goo existed, the Year Goo that Feng Yuan consumed would only be a large number of mortal level Year Goo. Feng Yuan continued to read. Years Flow Like Water Immortal Goo had 2 benefits. First, it did not have a high requirement to use it. Even rank 6 Goo Immortals could use it. It was just that when Green Grape Immortal Essence was expended, the Year Goo obtained would not be as much as rank 7 or 8 Immortal Essence. Second, Years Flow Like Water Immortal Goo was easy to feed. Its food was the water of the River of Time. It was the same as Year Goo and Spring-Autumn Cicada. This solved one of Feng Yuan's problems. The feeding of rank 8 Immortal Goo was a huge burden. However, Years Flow Like Water Immortal Goo had a flaw. The information path Goo Worm's description was very clear. Once Years Flow Like Water Immortal Goo was unsealed, it would reveal its aura and attract Year Beasts to attack. Year Beasts were rare beasts in the 5 regions and 9 heavens, but there were many of them in the River of Time. They were very common. According to their battle strength, they were divided into Desolate Beasts, Ancient Desolate Beasts, and Immemorial Desolate Beasts. The food of Year Beasts was Year Goo. The River of Time was a paradise for Time Path Goo Worms. There were a vast number of wild Time Path Goo Worms inside. Year Beasts were inside. They captured Year Goo and ate them. The higher the rank of the Year Goo, the more Year Beasts would be attracted to them. In fact, Immortal level Year Goo could also attract Year Beasts. Even if they were placed in the Immortal Aperture, it would not be useful. Because ordinary Immortal Apertures had tributaries of the River of Time. When Year Beasts smell the Year Goo, they would enter the tributary from the river, and appear in the Goo Immortal's Immortal Aperture. Immortal level Year Goo were already very attractive to Year Beasts. Years Flow Like Water, which could produce Year Goo limitlessly, was hundreds or even thousands of times more attractive to Year Beasts than Immortal level Year Goo. Precisely because of this, when He Fan set up the True Inheritance, he sealed Year Goo and Years Flow Like Water Immortal Goo, not exposing any aura. At this point, Feng Yuan understood all the Goo Worms. The main point was the following content. Finally, He Fan mentioned, if the inheritor could obtain Immortal level Day Goo or Month Goo, these 4 killer moves would not need to use so many Mortal level Day Goo and Month Goo. Moreover, the killer move's effect would be much stronger. I am already very fortunate to be able to obtain Immortal level Year Goo. As for Immortal level Day Goo and Month Goo, let's forget about them. Feng Yuan did not want too much. He had already achieved the main objective of this trip, so he was already satisfied. He continued to read. Immortal Killer Move. Years in the Prime of Life. Soon Feng Yuan saw an interesting killer move. This killer move also used Year Goo as the core, but it could give the Goo Immortal immense strength. The more Year Goo was consumed, the more strength the Goo Immortal would gain. This was He Fan's unique creation. He used Time Path Goo Worms to display the effect of Strength Path. Immortal Killer Move. 100 Years of Harmony. It also used Year Goo as the core, with a large number of information path Mortal Goo as supplementary. The Alliance Agreement's effect was effective for 100 years. This was using Time Path Goo Worms to display the power of information path. I can use it with Chu Du after all. My alliance agreement with him was set up by him. It is not too stable. Feng Yuan quickly had this thought. Immortal Killer Move Unlucky Year. This was an immortal killer move that used Year's flow like water as the core. Feng Yuan could not use it yet. He could only look at it and drool. Using Time Path to display the profundity of Luck Path. This was an offensive killer move. Once the enemy was hit, their luck would fall greatly within a year. They would be in trouble. As expected of He Fan, an elite among rank 8 Goo Immortals. If he came from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, he would definitely be recruited into Celestial Court. He would definitely be an elite among Celestial Court Goo Immortals. They could use their main path to connect to other paths and display the profundities of other paths. This was the mark of a rank 8 expert. Ordinary rank 8 Goo Immortals could not reach this level. He Fan was very powerful. Similar to Celestial Court's Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was also a rank 8 Goo Immortal. He cultivated Wisdom Path. But when Bo Qing awakened Immortal Zombie, and his sword lights rampaged in Central Continent, he could use Repair Method to repair Heaven Overseeing Tower. The restoration effect was much better than ordinary Refinement Path methods. This was using Wisdom Path to display the profundity of Refinement Path. Endless Future Trouble? What move is this? Finally, Feng Yuan saw an Immortal Killer move. Its core was after Immortal Goo. Once the Goo Immortal activated it, the Calamity and Tribulation would be moved to the next, exploding together with the next Calamity and Tribulation. Feng Yuan's heart jumped. In this killer move's introduction, He Fan had also left behind a warning. This killer move could not be used too often, even though it could move calamities and tribulations to the next time. But if it angered Providence, the Calamity and Tribulation's power would multiply. Even though this immortal killer move was created by He Fan, he had only used it once and never used it again. To warn the future generations, He Fan specially named it Endless Future Trouble. It can only be used in emergencies. It cannot be used often. But it's definitely an excellent method. Feng Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Angering Providence? It did not matter to him. In any case, Providence was thinking of ways to get rid of him. Feng Yuan's existence itself was the greatest offense and anger towards Providence. After some time, Feng Yuan finally finished reading the Immortal Killer move's content. It was very comprehensive. Even the management of the Immortal Aperture was included. Chapter 1139. After the Immortal Goo recipes, there were Mortal Goo recipes. There were even more Mortal Goo recipes. They were densely packed together. Feng Yuan was a little shocked. What he paid attention to were the Mortal Goo recipes of Day, Moon, and Year Goo. According to these Mortal Goo recipes, Feng Yuan could gather mortal materials and refine Mortal Day, Moon, and Year Goo himself. This way, not only can I buy these Mortal Goo from Jewel Yellow Skies, I can also refine them myself. This will greatly reduce the time I need to prepare them. But it is not worth it to refine them myself. I might as well ask Langya Sek's hairy men to do it. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan frowned unnoticeably. His relationship with Langya Sect had become cold. If he wanted to borrow Langya Sek's strength, he would need to improve their relationship first. Ignoring this for now, Feng Yuan continued to look at He Fan's true inheritance. After the Immortal Goo recipes and Mortal Goo recipes, there were some incomplete Goo recipes. They were not complete. Some were as high as 90%, but they were stuck at the bottleneck. Some only had 10 to 20%. They had just been created. Immortal Goo before? Feng Yuan's gaze froze. The incomplete Immortal Goo recipes recorded the Immortal Goo recipes of before Goo. They were only 57% complete. Before Immortal Goo and after Immortal Goo were Immortal Goo corresponding to each other. Evidently, when He Fan was alive, he not only had after Immortal Goo, he also coveted before Immortal Goo. Unfortunately, even after his death, he did not succeed. There were also He Fan's records. They were his experiences in deducing Goo recipes. He described the difficulty of deducing. He advised the inheritor to persevere without fear of difficulties. At the same time, he emphasized the importance of inspiration. Thus, at the end, He Fan wrote down some small recipes. For example, using Wisdom Path Inspiration Goo, Light Path a Flash of Inspiration Goo, and others to help him deduce. Seeing this, Feng Yuan smiled. He was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. He had obtained Dongfeng Naganori's Wisdom Path True Inheritance. He was superior to He Fan in this aspect. He Fan's experiences. In Feng Yuan's opinion, they were still superficial. Everyone had their own specialties. Even though He Fan was strong, he had his weaknesses. Just like back then, Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable needed long hair ancestors helped to refine Immortal Goo. After killer moves and Goo recipes, it was He Fan's own cultivation experiences. There was a map that not only included the 5 regions, but also White Sky and Black Sky. It was very valuable. Of course, the map of Northern Plains was the most detailed, while the other 4 regions were much more crude. The day and night maps were the ones that Feng Yuan paid the most attention to. It was an eye-opener for him. Some powerful rank 7 Goo Immortals, and all rank 8 Goo Immortals would go to Black Heaven and White Heaven to explore and plunder resources. As an expert among rank 8s, He Fan was no exception. After the map, there were many secrets of the Goo Immortal world. For example, Imperial Court Blessed Land, 88-point Jinyang Tower. There was a lot of content in this area, but it was useless now. There were also some guesses from He Fan. One of them caught Feng Yuan's attention. He Fan suspected that a Time Path Goo Immortal at that time had inherited Red Lotus True Inheritance. From this record, Feng Yuan could sense He Fan's yearning for Red Lotus True Inheritance. This was normal. As a Time Path great expert, he could not help but envy and desire the number 1 Time Path True Inheritance in the world. Finally, the important part was He Fan's theories and experience in managing immortal apertures. He used his own situation as an example to explain the relationship between calamities and tribulations, Tao marks, immortal apertures and others. How to modify the environment of the immortal aperture, like changing the time flow of the immortal aperture. There was also managing the immortal aperture and selling resources. The main point here was year Goo. Back then, after He Fan refined rank 8 immortal Goo years flow like water, selling mortal level year Goo became his main source of income. In a few months he became the biggest year Goo seller in the world. He was making a lot of money every day. With this rank 8 immortal Goo, he was an endless gold mine. However, He Fan also described the year beast invasion in detail. How to deal with year beast attacks, how to kill year beasts, how to dissect year beasts, how to sell year beasts. There was also the relationship between year beasts and immortal apertures. Feng Yuan frowned as he read. In He Fan's immortal aperture, because of years flow like water, immemorial level year beasts had appeared. This was rank 8 battle strength. He Fan spent a lot of effort to kill them. And because of the battle in his immortal aperture, he suffered huge losses. Many times, He Fan felt heartache over his losses. After the painful lesson, He Fan started to research on how to seal years flow like water, and isolate its aura without using it. He discovered and invented many methods. They were all recorded in the True Inheritance. There were great results. However, He Fan warned his inheritor to pay attention to one thing. That was, in an intense battle, he had to be careful when using years flow like water immortal Goo. If he attracted immemorial year beasts during the battle and attacked his immortal aperture, the result would be terrible. It seems that I need to be more careful when using years flow like water. In the worst case, Providence might use this to attract immemorial year beasts. Then I will die for sure. The mere rank 6 Feng Yuan could not resist rank 8 existences. With such a huge difference in strength, There were no accidents or flukes. Retracting his consciousness from the mortal letter Gu, Feng Yuan let out a breath of air. He Fan's true inheritance, as expected of a time path great expert's inheritance, it lives up to its name. Feng Yuan praised internally. It is just that the difficulty of inheriting it is too high. Precisely because of this difficulty, He tribe's descendants could not obtain any results despite their hard work. In the end, Feng Yuan found a loophole and obtained the fruits of his labor. Feng Yuan might look relaxed, but it was built on many factors. For example, attitude Gu, familiar face, and Chu Du's help in snatching the heavenly crystal eagle nest. However, according to the common sense of the Gu immortal world, inheritances left behind by people like He Fan are usually difficult to inherit. For example, Northern Plains Nian Air tribe's Nian Air sword saints' true inheritance. Only one inheritor would appear every few hundred years. The current inheritor was Nian Air Pingji. Even though a lot of it had been used up and was far from its peak, Feng Yuan still benefited a lot from it. For example, in the past, the sovereign immortal aperture was like a poor household. It did not even have enough immortal Gu to eat. But now it had inherited a wealth of billions. It was a true tycoon. Right now, the total value of the cultivation resources in my sovereign immortal aperture surpasses most rank 7 Gu immortals. As for rank 8 level, it is barely enough. Of course, a lot of the resources here have just been moved into the sovereign immortal aperture. The environment has changed, especially the lack of time path Dao marks. It will cause a huge decrease in production. There will even be decay and death. All sorts of animals and plants need to adapt to the new environment. I need to adapt to the new environment. My sovereign immortal aperture also needs to digest these. Some of the resources that I do not need will be sold to exchange for what I need. All the resources were moved. This was just the beginning. Next, Feng Yuan had to manage the place. There were many things to do. A few days later, Feng Yuan brought Chu Du into He Fan Grotto Heaven. After receiving your letter, I rushed here without stopping. This is He Fan Grotto Heaven? Why is it so barren and barren? Chu Du came to He Fan Grotto Heaven and looked around. He was surprised and disappointed. He Fan Grotto Heaven was empty. Even the grass on the surface was stripped clean by Feng Yuan. Not a single blade of grass was left. Not to mention the trees on the ground. There were also the tea streams and rivers. They were all moved into the sovereign immortal aperture by Feng Yuan's pulling water immortal Gu. The originally picturesque He Fan Heavenly Grotto was now incomparably desolate. Occasionally, strong winds would blow, sweeping up waves of yellow sand. It was extremely miserable. Chu Du looked at Feng Yuan with a bright gaze. The expression on his face seemed to say, "Dude, your table manners are a bit too much. I came here eagerly, and this is what you show me?" Feng Yuan smiled as he pointed at the sky. "Brother Chu, I am not sure. According to the alliance agreement, I will give you 30% of the profits. Now this He Fan Grotto Heaven is yours." Chu Du heard this and his expression changed. He looked at Feng Yuan in shock. "Are you serious?" "Of course." Feng Yuan nodded. Chu Du was moved. Even if the Grotto Heaven's resources were all taken by Feng Yuan, this was still a Grotto Heaven. The relationship between resources and Grotto Heaven was like an egg and a chicken. Feng Yuan took away the eggs, leaving the chicken that laid the eggs to Chu Du. Chu Du squinted as bright light flashed in his eyes. He found that he could not reject it. The reason? Because if he controlled this Grotto Heaven, it would be a huge help to Chu Du's cultivation. Chu Du had an immortal aperture. But it was just a blessed land, be it time path or space path resources. They could not compete with Grotto Heavens. Not to mention this Grotto Heaven left behind by He Fan. Chu Du's blessed land had a lot of cultivation resources. But these resources were not safe with him. The reason was calamities and tribulations. When heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities deal with Gu immortals, they would also destroy the resources in the immortal aperture. Chu Du had rank 7 cultivation level. He had gone through many calamities and tribulations. He knew the pain and trouble of resources being destroyed by calamities and tribulations. He did not have the great strength true martial physique. The blessed land had limited space. It was unlike Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. It was too big. Even after storing all of Heifan Grotto Heaven's resources, there was still a lot of space left. Feng Yuan could choose an empty land to face the calamities and tribulations. But Chu Du could not. Feng Yuan evaluated inwardly. 12th hair cultivates refinement path primarily, enslavement path secondarily. This time, he was the main force in dealing with the falling star hound. He was heavily injured before. He rested in bed for some time. All of this caused him to improve greatly. His mental state and aura have risen greatly. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan smiled on the surface, replying, "Then I will wait by the side. I will personally witness Brother 12th's success." Hypocrite. You look like you have given up on the surface, but you must be very anxious inside, right? The other hairy Mangu immortals did not like Feng Yuan's amiable attitude. They muttered. Feng Yuan heard it, but it was as if he did not hear it. A group of people stood at the center of the main formation. The hairy men huddled together. Feng Yuan stood alone at the periphery. "Pay attention, I am going to activate the Gu formation." 12th hair reminded plainly. He glanced at Feng Yuan thinking, with one more person, the immortal essence expenditure will be higher during the teleportation. The hairy Mangu immortals had calm expressions. They had used this teleportation Gu formation many times. They were familiar with it. The Gu formation activated. Light shined brightly. It was a dazzling sight. Feng Yuan watched quietly from the side. The teleportation subformation in Taichio was personally set up by him. When he returned to Langya Blessed Land, he used the teleportation Gu formation. It was easy for him to use it alone. But now, these hairy Mangu immortals had a much harder time activating it. 12th hair continued to expend immortal essence. After a while, the Gu formation finally activated. The dazzling aurora almost blinded everyone's eyes. A huge mystical force burst out. After a moment of daze, when the immortals looked again, they were already at Taichio. Feng Yuan turned around, and sure enough, there was that enormous elephant corpse behind him. Immortal essence expenditure. It does not seem to be much. It seems that this Feng Yuan does not have a deep Dao mark foundation. He probably just has more battle experience than us. 12th hair glanced at Feng Yuan again, feeling disdain in his heart. We can only win this time. We cannot lose. Set off. 12th hair waved his hand. He shouted loudly. The hairy Mangu immortals responded softly. Their morale was high. They set off. Feng Yuan followed behind. To avoid conflict, Feng Yuan purposely stayed at the back, not getting close to these hairy Mangu immortals. They did not advance far. Feng Yuan found his target. A falling star hound. It seems to be underage? Feng Yuan was slightly surprised. But then he saw the hairy Mangu immortals charging towards it. "Big dog, we will definitely beat you up this time." 12th hair shouted loudly, battle intent surging in his heart. The falling star hound growled as it crouched down. Its mountain-like body suddenly burst out with shocking speed as it charged forward. The hairy Mangu immortals were scattered all over the place. 12th hair was in a pathetic state. He shouted in anger. "Bastard, you dare to sneak attack. Come, let me fight you for 300 rounds." Saying so, 12th hair clapped his hands. A blue light blossomed from his hands, drawing a blue lake in the air. The blue lake floated in the air. Water gushed out as 3 desolate beasts emerged from the bottom of the lake. A bull beast, a tiger beast, and a bear beast. The bull was the chestnut yak, the tiger was the golden white tiger, and the bear was the diamond bear. The 3 desolate beasts charged at the falling star hound, engaging in an intense battle in the giant grass. This was a deep part of Taichio. The giant grass was extremely tall. Even the falling star hound and diamond bear could not match the height of the giant grass. 12th Hair controlled the three desolate beasts to restrain the falling star hound. Chapter 1142. Boom. With a muffled sound, the falling star hound crashed into the diamond bear. Even though the diamond bear was only a rank 6 desolate beast, its body was extremely tough. It blocked the falling star hound like a wall. It was knocked back by the falling star hound, but it was still able to stand firmly. The falling star hound took a step back, feeling dizzy. It shook its head, regaining its senses. Using this chance, 5 to 6 killer moves attacked from the giant grass, landing on the falling star hound one after another. The falling star hound growled in pain. Its flesh was torn. Feng Yuan watched coldly from the side. It seems that not only 12th Hair improved, the other hairy Mangu immortals also have immortal killer moves. But these immortal killer moves only have one core immortal goo. They have rank 6 strength. The falling star hound suffered many attacks. Even though its flesh was torn, it was only lightly injured. It was an ancient desolate beast. Even though it was still young, its defense and recovery were very strong. I cannot fail this time. Feng Yuan will laugh at me. 12th Hair concentrated. He was filled with unprecedented fighting spirit. The three desolate beasts seemed to have sensed their master's mood. They were filled with fighting spirit. Under 12th Hair's command, the diamond bear with the toughest body became the main resistance force. The golden white tiger assisted it. It was the second main force. As for the chestnut yak, even though it was weak, it could barely interfere with the battle. 12th Hair is commanding the desolate beasts well. He seems to still have some strength left. But the situation is in a stalemate. The falling star hound is charging fiercely, but he did not summon a fourth desolate beast. I'm afraid these three desolate beasts are all he has. Feng Yuan analyzed calmly. He even used a desolate beast like the chestnut yak. Feng Yuan's guess was likely correct. Jewel yellow skies opened. 12th Hair bought a diamond bear and a golden white tiger. However, there was a big problem with his choice. In fact, a diamond bear was barely enough. The golden white tiger is a metal path desolate beast. It has strong defense. It would be better to get a flying desolate beast. Its attacks are more threatening. Like this. It would make the falling star hound hesitate. Its attacks would weaken, and it would have to focus on defending. As Feng Yuan was thinking this, 12th Hair made a mistake. The diamond bear walked past the spot, creating a gap. Damn it. 12th Hair's eyes widened in anger. He immediately mobilized the chestnut yak closest to him to replace him. You must hold on. 12th Hair roared in his heart. The falling star hound roared and sent the chestnut yak flying. After that, the falling star hound broke through the encirclement. He threw himself into the bushes around him. Thus, the hairy Mangu immortals in the grass gasped in shock. Quick, use that move. Seeing that he was about to be hit by the falling star hound, the hairy Mangu immortal shouted in panic. Whoosh. At the next moment, he disappeared and appeared next to another hairy man 1,000 steps away from him. Thank you, thankfully you were quick. Otherwise I would have died. The hairy Mangu immortal who was saved was still in shock. The person who saved him was 6th Hair. He patted the hairy Mangu immortal's shoulder. Calm down. Don't forget that there are outsiders here. Don't embarrass our Langya sect. Even at this moment he did not forget to sow discord. The hairy Mangu immortal who was saved quickly retracted his expression, but his body was still trembling. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. His gaze towards 6th Hair was filled with cold killing intent. This guy, I will kill him sooner or later. But he and I are both members of Langya's sect. We have an information path alliance agreement. We cannot kill each other. In the short term, this killer move did not seem to have any flaws. But even if I cannot unravel it, it is easy for me to kill these hairy Mangu immortals. My movement speed is far above them. Sword marks targeting death and dark assassination can cause them to suffer huge casualties. Even flying sword immortal goo can kill them all. Of course, 6th Hair was hiding his strength. He had to make a different estimate. As for the specifics, we'll have to wait until we actually fight. We're almost there. This time, I'm really going to defeat Falling Star Hound. 12th Hare was getting more and more excited as he fought. He could see the light of victory. This time, he had performed exceptionally well. 7 to 8 hairy Mangu immortals and 3 desolate beasts were attacking a young Falling Star Hound. Adding on the correct tactics, the scales of victory slowly tilted towards the hairy men. Fang Yuan, did you see that? Even without you, we can also chase away the Falling Star Hound and obtain true victory. 12th Hare shouted in his heart. He loved his homeland deeply. He was extremely loyal to Langya sect. Thus, when Langya sect's plan to develop Taichio was obstructed, Fang Yuan watched from the side. 12th Hare was very unhappy with Fang Yuan. He was injured and bedridden. When Fang Yuan visited him, he did not even want to see Fang Yuan. He sent Mortal Gu Masters to stop Fang Yuan from entering the Cloud City. This victory was very important to him. It was very significant. Being able to win against Fang Yuan made 12th Hare feel even more proud. As time passed, the battle situation became more obvious. The Falling Star Hound could not hold on any longer. The hairy Mangu immortals felt the pressure on them decreasing. They could not help but feel excited. Some even saw victory. Their eyes turned red and their bodies trembled. It was not easy. With their trashy battle prowess, it could be said that they were defeated again and again when they fought against the Falling Star Hound. They had put in so much effort and sweat. In order to devise a tactic to deal with the Falling Star Hound, they had spent countless nights in torment. Now they were finally going to taste the sweetness of victory. Even though they were exhausted and had expended a lot of immortal essence. But the hairy Mangu immortals were in high spirits. They were in a state of excitement. Kill this damn dog. That's right, peel off its skin and hang it on the Cloud City wall. Let outsiders see our battle achievements. Haha. We are finally going to defeat it. Fang Yuan, do you see this? I know you are not resigned, but what can you do? Today, I will teach you a lesson. I will let you understand that us hairy Mangu immortals are not powerless. Langya sect belongs to us hairy men, not a mere human like you. The hairy Mangu immortals shouted and shouted in excitement. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, as if he did not hear them. His attitude made the hairy Mangu immortals very disappointed. They even felt hatred and disgust towards him. He is just pretending. What else can he do? A hairy Mangu immortal sneered. Right at this time, a change occurred. An eagle hound suddenly appeared in the middle of the battlefield. With a swipe of its claw, it knocked down the diamond bear. With a peck of its beak, it blinded the chestnut yak. With a flap of its wings, winds blew, and the golden white tiger was forced to retreat dozens of steps. The Falling Star Hound shrunk into a ball, shivering. What? Where did this ancient desolate beast come from? The hairy Mangu immortals were pale with fright. No, not just one. Next, 5 eagle hounds appeared from the grass, and 3 were flying in the sky. Unknowingly, the eagle hounds had already surrounded the hairy Mangu immortals. How can this be? 12th Hare's pupils shrunk to pin size. He was stunned. This was the psychological process of falling from heaven to hell. How can he catch up? 12th Hare watched intently, causing Fang Yuan to return empty-handed. He became more and more discouraged. On the other side, 6th Hare. His eyes flickered as he thought. Fang Yuan's enslavement path attainments. There seemed to be some improvement. Almost there. Although this ancient eagle hound was fast. However, he was still worried about the other lackeys, and only circled around the battlefield. He was about to be caught by Fang Yuan. The battle raged in the sky. Almost all the eagle and hounds flew up and fought with the army of Myriad Self. Fang Yuan's focus was on the 3rd ancient eagle hound. There is something fishy about this ancient eagle hound. Feng Yuan found that the other eagle and hounds could be easily dealt with. As long as he used a small amount of strength path phantoms, he could restrain them. Only the third ancient eagle hound was rather crafty. It could see through the myriad self-army's actual situation, and knew when to advance and when to retreat. Finally, Feng Yuan's arrangements were done well. The myriad self-army surrounded the third ancient eagle hound from all directions. It was actually surrounded. 12th Hare and the rest cheered in joy. The ancient eagle hound let out a sharp cry. It flapped its wings and scratched with its claws, directly destroying a large number of strength path phantoms. In just a few breaths of time, the ancient eagle hound showed signs of breaking through the encirclement. But this did not matter, because Feng Yuan's true body was hidden among the strength path phantoms, and was already close to the ancient eagle hound. When the distance was enough, he decisively used the sword path killer move Dark Assassination. The beauty of this killer move was that no immortal Gu aura would erupt in advance. It was extremely concealed. The ancient eagle hound howled miserably as it was shot by Feng Yuan. A bloody hole appeared on its neck, and blood gushed out like a fountain. But in the blink of an eye, the blood decreased, the bloody hole disappeared, the injury healed, and eagle feathers grew all over its body. Almost at the same time, the ancient eagle hound was enraged. Its whole body was covered in a layer of shadow and its speed suddenly increased by several times. It attacked in a frenzy, filling the sky with wing and claw phantoms. Bam 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 bam. Countless strength path phantoms could not resist and were destroyed by the ancient eagle hound. Even Feng Yuan's true body was grazed and sent flying. But with the blood-stained conqueror's robe, he would not suffer any injuries. How could this be? The goo worm aura on this ancient eagle hound's body suddenly appeared in a very chaotic manner. 12th Hare, and the rest cried out in shock when they saw this. 6th Hare's eyes were wide open as he said in disbelief. How can this be? There is actually an ancient eagle hound that can use an immortal killer move. Such a strong effect and the complex aura of goo worms indicated that this ancient eagle hound had used an immortal killer move just now. This no doubt broke the common sense of the immortal world. A wild beast had such high intelligence and could use an immortal killer move. Wind whistled past Feng Yuan's ears as he was sent flying. Although he avoided the frontal attack and was only grazed, he was still sent flying far away. He looked at the ancient eagle hound, his eyes shining with brilliance. So it was like this. No wonder I felt it was strange. This ancient eagle hound is actually a goo immortal. It was impossible for a wild beast to be so intelligent and be able to use an immortal killer move. 6th Hare did not realize it because he did not cultivate transformation path. Feng Yuan's understanding of transformation path was increasing day by day, and he immediately thought of the greatest possibility. A transformation path goo immortal who cultivated eagle hound transformation, but because he transformed too many times or for too long, he could not transform back and lost his rationality and memories, turning into a special ancient eagle hound. Just like refinement path goo refinement, when transformation path goo immortals transform into other forms, there was a considerable risk. In history, such cases were not rare. The following battle confirmed Feng Yuan's guess. To a certain extent, this ancient eagle hound still retains some of the battle instincts of a transformation path goo immortal. Thus, compared to ordinary ancient eagle hounds, it was more crafty and knew when to advance and when to retreat. But it was not a goo immortal after all. It did not have human intelligence and could not grasp opportunities or execute any battle tactics. In battle, it mainly used immortal goo. At the moment of life and death, its instincts would be stimulated, and it would subconsciously use the immortal killer move that it was most familiar with when it was alive. Earlier, Feng Yuan had used Dark Assassination to attempt to pierce its head, but at the crucial moment, it dodged at an angle and could only hit its neck. Next, the wild shadow that burst out and sent Feng Yuan's true body flying was the use of an immortal killer move. The battle fell into a deadlock. If it were an ordinary eagle hound group, Feng Yuan would have already taken them down. But the ancient eagle hound's situation was special. It was much more troublesome than ordinary ancient eagle hounds. Especially whenever Feng Yuan launched a sneak attack, the ancient eagle hound would always be able to avoid the fatal spots. This might be because this transformation path Gu immortal was a veteran of countless battles, or had the protection of a unique immortal Gu, or even Providence's help. All in all, Feng Yuan's intention of ending the battle quickly was severely obstructed. The sky was in a mess, the sounds of banging were incessant, there were strength path phantoms being destroyed at every moment. But Feng Yuan could replenish them at any time, his myriad self-army was endless. Although the quality was not good, he had the absolute advantage in terms of quantity. From time to time, eagle groups covered in strength path phantoms fell from the sky, crashing on the ground. Upper hand. Feng Yuan, Elder, has been holding the upper hand even when facing a group of eagle hounds. With just one person's strength, he can actually reach such a level. Elder Feng Yuan's strength is actually so strong. The hairy Mangu immortals had already retreated to the edge of the battlefield. Watching the battle, they had unknowingly started calling Feng Yuan Elder. 12th Hair's face was filled with shock and bitterness. He felt it even more deeply. From time to time, some eagle hounds would be struck down by Feng Yuan's strength path phantoms. But soon these eagle hounds would fly back into the sky. They continued to fight. Although there were many strength path phantoms, against desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, their attack power was relatively weak. They could only be used to harass and exhaust them. Strength path giant hand. Suddenly, Feng Yuan made a move. The strength path giant hand appeared out of nowhere and slammed towards the head of an eagle hound. Feng Yuan's position was extremely good. The eagle hound was caught off guard and was hit by the palm, screaming miserably on the spot and fainting. The eagle hound started to fall, but Feng Yuan activated another giant hand and was already waiting below. The second Mahamudra grabbed the fainted eagle hound and carefully placed it on the ground. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan's true body once again disappeared into the myriad self-army. But soon he appeared in another area of the battlefield, using the strength path giant hand to attack and knock out another eagle hound. Next he did the same thing, placing the second eagle hound on the ground together with the first. The hairy Mangu immortals were dumbfounded. Elder Feng Yuan seems to be. That's right, he is planning to capture this group of ancient eagle hounds alive. Truly, a skilled person is bold. The hairy Mangu immortals could not help but sigh. These eagle hound beasts that they viewed as life-threatening killers were, in Feng Yuan's eyes, a wealth that was voluntarily thrown into his lap. One by one, the eagle hounds were plotted against by Feng Yuan and fainted, piling up on top of each other. Soon, these fainted eagle hounds piled up into a mountain. The scene was quite spectacular. The ancient eagle hound howled angrily at this scene, but it was pinned down by the chicken ear beast and could not help. The chicken ear beast was also in a somewhat miserable state. Its body was riddled with injuries, and it seemed to have the intention to retreat. After all, Hei Fan was a time path Gu immortal. It was already quite amazing that he could create an immortal killer move with an effect similar to enslavement path. It seems that a killer move like ear beast summoning is quite ideal for fighting with the wind. If I fight against the wind, the effect will not be as good. Feng Yuan noted it in his mind. Immortal killer moves were still used. They could gain a deeper understanding of them. Feng Yuan firmly held the initiative on the battlefield. He had been paying attention to the battle between the chicken ear beast and the ancient eagle hound. Before the chicken ear beast retreated, Feng Yuan dealt with the rest of the eagle hounds. 8 of the eagle hounds were knocked unconscious by the giant handprint, while the rest were killed. After all, giant hand was not a capturing method. It was not easy for Feng Yuan to use it to this extent. Die. Feng Yuan flew into the sky and charged forward, attacking the ancient eagle hound with the chicken ear beast. After a few rounds, the effect was indeed not good. Feng Yuan ordered the chicken ear beast to retreat and protect the unconscious eagle hounds. The chicken ear beast's battle intent had already weakened, but after receiving Feng Yuan's order, it did not immediately move, instead retreating a distance and opening its mouth while looking at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan understood and threw a large amount of year goo at it. After the chicken year beast had its fill, it obediently turned around and landed on the ground. It started to defend. Feng Yuan and the ancient eagle hound fought again. But this time, the situation was different from before. The ancient eagle hound was anxious to save its unconscious companions, charging left and right. What a pity! A grand Gu immortal has fallen to such a state. He actually thought he was an eagle hound. Feng Yuan was currently fighting. Compared to before, he was much more relaxed. The ancient eagle hound was extremely fast and had immortal Gu. At the crucial moment, it could even activate its remaining battle instincts. It activated the immortal killer move from before. Feng Yuan changed his battle tactic. Earlier he had charged forward and used Giant Hand, but it was too risky. The defensive effect of Bloodstained Conqueror's robe was not enough in front of this ancient eagle hound. Feng Yuan repeatedly used sword path killer moves to attack the ancient eagle hound from afar. But the ancient eagle hound's defensive method was excellent. It was unknown what immortal Gu it was. This transformation path Gu immortal must have felt that the eagle hound's defensive ability was rather low, so he specially strengthened this aspect. Feng Yuan could not attack for a long time, and the ancient eagle hound could not save them either. The chicken year beast was quite good at defending itself. The injuries on the ancient eagle hound's body slowly accumulated. It is really troublesome. Giant Hand is slow and cannot hit its target. Sword path killer moves can hit, but the effect is not good. Spitting out poison is simply a waste of immortal essence. The ancient eagle hound itself is extremely resistant to poison. Feng Yuan was helpless. It seemed that after this transformation path Gu immortal transformed into an ancient eagle hound. It had the intuition of a wild beast, and with its remaining battle instincts, it became even more difficult to deal with. Against it, Feng Yuan found himself at a loss of what to do. The strength of transformation path Gu immortals. It was because after the transformation succeeds, their physique would be extremely high. Just this ancient eagle hound's flying speed alone was comparable to sword escape for a short distance. Not to mention after using the immortal Gu. Right now, Feng Yuan could only choose a battle of attrition. When this ancient eagle hound's immortal essence was exhausted, and it could not activate the immortal Gu, that would be his victory. Or when its injuries accumulated to a certain extent, it would show a weakness. It would be caught by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan felt helpless, but the other spectators did not feel the same way. The hairy men Gu immortals were staring blankly. Strength. In the cruel competition of the Gu immortal world, the most important thing was the Gu immortal's strength. The strength that Feng Yuan displayed shocked the hairy men. Even Sixth Hair was no exception. This guy, how did his battle strength increase so much in such a short period of time? He can actually summon a year beast. How did he master this method? He clearly only went out for a short period of time. Sixth Hair felt a heaviness in his heart. Feng Yuan's speed of improvement made him feel extremely stifled, almost to the point where he could not breathe. After fighting for a while, the ancient eagle hound suddenly soared into the sky. Chapter 1146. The time is still too short. It is not enough for me to familiarize myself with past movement. Feng Yuan sighed. If he only used past movement alone, there was a 10% chance of success. But in actual combat, it was different. For example, Feng Yuan had to constantly activate Bloodstained Conqueror's robe, familiar face, 3 breaths future vision, and other immortal killer moves. These killer moves used a large number of Gu worms and required a huge amount of mental energy. On this basis, activating an immortal killer move like past movement, which he had not familiarized himself with yet, only failed on the 3rd try. It already showed that Feng Yuan's luck was very good. Although immortal killer moves had excellent effects, they expended too much mental energy. Moreover, in a life and death battle, one had to observe the opponent at all times, consider tactics, and react in time. Thus, in battle, immortal killer moves were not always better when used as many as possible. If too much of one's mind was involved, one might not react properly to the enemy's sneak attack or react in time, resulting in death. That would become a joke. In fact, such jokes had been happening all along the history of Gu Immortals. There were also many examples of extremely powerful killer moves directly causing the Gu Immortal to die on the spot due to failure in activation. If I can solve this problem, I'll be able to increase my combat power by another level. Besides practicing and modifying immortal killer moves to make them more concise, I can solve it from the wisdom path aspect. In the end, immortal killer moves were the combination of countless Gu worms. Activating each Gu worm would consume at least one thought of the Gu Immortal. To successfully activate an immortal killer move, the Gu Immortal would expend tens of thousands of thoughts. Wisdom Path was a path that specialized in solving this problem. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were often able to use more complex immortal killer moves than Gu Immortals of other paths. The Wisdom Path inheritance I obtained was mainly Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Star True Inheritance. It was good at deductions, but not good at commanding Gu worms to activate killer moves. But I am now a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. I can use this foundation to develop in this direction. I can make a breakthrough. After Feng Yuan chased away the ancient eagle hound, he reflected on himself on his way back, and decided on the next development direction of Wisdom Path. He landed on the ground. Feng Yuan patted his abdomen and opened his immortal aperture's entrance. The entrance opened, revealing a portion of the sovereign immortal aperture's scenery. Sixth Hair stared straight ahead, but how could he see anything from outside the door? All he saw was a world of ice and snow. It was a desolate scene. That was the Kokitahara of the blessed land of Paragon. Sixth Hair breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he focused on raising his battle strength and neglected the management of his immortal aperture. It is no wonder, after all, the sovereign immortal aperture undergoes a tribulation every 2 months. Sixth Hair did not know that Feng Yuan had already completely plundered Heifan Grotto Heaven. He thought that Feng Yuan was still a poor kid. Little did he know that the other places in sovereign blessed land were filled with verdant hills, limpid waters, dense forests, and abundant resources. Even so, this is genuine rank 7 battle strength. Sixth Hair looked at the chicken ear beast as his eyes twitched. Feng Yuan is only rank 6. But there were already rank 7s occupying it. Adding another rank 7 battle strength. I will definitely report this to Lord Ing Wuxie and let him know. The chicken ear beast clucked. It was very happy. Feng Yuan fed it a large number of year gu. It was very satisfied. Finally, it flapped its wings and jumped into the river of time, vanishing from sight. After placing the eagle hounds into his immortal aperture, including the falling star hound, and after dealing with the chicken ear beast, Feng Yuan turned around and faced the hairy man Gu Immortals present. This mission, it should be counted as my success, right? I should be the one who did it, right? Feng Yuan smiled lightly, asking these hairy men in an inquiring tone. The hairy man Gu Immortals nodded. They had some reluctance, helplessness, and awkwardness on their faces. But that was the truth. Feng Yuan did not make a move. Their lives were in danger. 12th Hair opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but his lips moved a few times, but no words came out. He thought of his earlier performance. It was extremely shallow. He did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He could not help but feel ashamed. 6th Hair observed his expression and laughed sinisterly, saying, "Elder Feng Yuan, you are really amazing. You actually chased away a group of eagle hounds alone. If we did not see it with our own eyes, we would not believe it. If you had made a move earlier, you would not have been able to deal with the falling star hound." The hairy man Gu Immortals heard this and their expressions changed. They felt even more complex emotions. I have my own difficulties. I do not want to explain them to you. First Supreme Elder knows a thing or two about this. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. He looked around at everyone before looking at 12th Hair. Alright, that's enough. The matter has been resolved, let's return. Using the teleportation Gu formation, the Immortals easily returned to Langya Blessed Land. After hearing everyone's report, Land Spirit of Langya's attitude became much more relaxed. He was not too surprised by Feng Yuan's battle strength, because he knew that Feng Yuan had once possessed Spring Autumn Cicada. He had been reborn. Although it was rare for a rank 6 to have rank 7 battle strength, it was not hard to understand for Fang Yuan. With this relaxed attitude and the 1,000 contribution points from completing the Falling Starhound mission, Fang Yuan successfully borrowed goo worms and could use Immortal Tribulation tempering aperture again. In the following days, Fang Yuan cultivated peacefully. He mainly used Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley to cultivate his soul. He also practiced new killer moves such as pass movement in private. In his free time, he took care of the newly obtained Falling Starhound infant, as well as the eagle hounds. For these desolate beasts and an ancient eagle hound, it was just a change of environment. After adapting to it, they could live here peacefully. Living here was not a problem. This was a lack of intelligence, it was a simple-mindedness. As for the countless resources that were moved from Heifan Grotto Heaven, Fang Yuan placed most of them in Mini Southern Border, because Mini Southern Border's environment was close to Heifan Grotto Heaven. Even so, because the Dao marks couldn't compare to Heifan Grotto Heaven, there were still many resources that were declining, and some were on the verge of destruction. Therefore, Fang Yuan had one more thing to worry about, and that was to quickly sell the resources that could not be kept alive. Other than trading with the land spirit of Langia, the focus was on jewel yellow skies. In a very short period of time, Fang Yuan had amassed a huge amount of immortal yuan stone. After using a portion of it, the celestial essence reserves that were slightly insufficient previously had now been replenished. They were no longer hidden dangers, but instead became one of Fang Yuan's strengths. So much green grape immortal essence. Even if I use an immortal killer move like triple sword wave for 100 times, I won't have to worry. Fang Yuan had never possessed so much green grape immortal essence. This made him think about the fourth earthly calamity. More confidence. Time flew by, and finally, it was time for Fang Yuan to undergo tribulation again. He left Langya Blessed Land and came to the northern ice plains. After choosing a location, he placed his immortal aperture and opened the entrance, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. This time, the duration of absorbing the energy of heaven and earth was dozens of times longer than before. The reason was that the resources in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture had increased by hundreds or even thousands of times. A large amount of heaven and earth chi was expended. Next, Fang Yuan used the immortal tribulation tempering aperture again. Everything was done smoothly. After making preparations, Fang Yuan closed the Blessed Land's entrance and started to welcome the fourth earthly calamity. It was still in Kokitahara. Fang Yuan welcomed a sky full of flying frost. This is black-white flying salt tribulation? Fang Yuan was stunned as he recognized it. He was slightly surprised. This tribulation was not strong. In fact, it was easy to pass. In the sky, there was a long stretch of pale yellow clouds. Large amounts of salt fell slowly from the sky. The entire process was silent. The salt was like white snow. There was no wind at all. Large amounts of flying salt fell to the ground and melted the ice and snow into liquid. Among the ice and snow, there were some wild flowers that could withstand the cold, but after being melted by the flying salt, they were on the brink of death and died soon after. Are they trying to destroy my Kokitahara's ecology? Fang Yuan was slightly puzzled. For now, he did not take action and only watched from the sidelines. Even though there were some losses, most of his resources were gathered in Mini Southern Border. Kokitahara had always been the place Fang Yuan used to undergo tribulations. Fang Yuan could bear these losses in the past. Not to mention now, he had obtained Heifan Grotto Heaven's accumulation. He was extremely wealthy. After a while, one by one, snowmen appeared in the sky full of salt frost. This was the influence of Reckless Savage's will. As long as Fang Yuan killed these snowmen, he would be able to obtain Reckless Savage's true meaning. His transformation path and strength path attainment levels would soar. At this time, unlike the third time where Chu Du had a share, Fang Yuan had the resources to himself. Fang Yuan quickly took action. These snowmen had just appeared when they were melted by the flying salt. Providence's intention. It seemed to be manifested at this moment. That was to weaken Fang Yuan's gains from the earthly calamity as much as possible. Fang Yuan and Providence attacked first. Myriad self activated again to exterminate these snowmen. Of course, there were other methods. Right now, only Feng Yuan could take action. As for other existences, be they goo immortals or desolate beasts, whoever killed the snowman would obtain reckless savage's true meaning. If it continued, blood asset immortal goo might not be able to take the damage and be destroyed. But in this situation, how could Feng Yuan care about this? He could only activate blood asset immortal goo. He could barely maintain the blood-stained conqueror's robe. 2 of the rank 7 goo immortals are not fake. What about the others? Feng Yuan swallowed a mouthful of blood. He clapped his hands, activating the killer move Miri itself. In an instant, large numbers of strength path phantoms gushed out. In the blink of an eye, they filled the immortal's vision. These mysterious goo immortals were clearly stunned. Next, the 3rd rank 7 goo immortal smiled, saying loudly, "Let me." He raised his arms, puffing his cheeks as he blew. A whirlwind spun out of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, it expanded into a huge tornado. The tornado was 100 feet tall. The 2 ends were large. The center was small and dark green in color. As it rotated, the wind was like blades, sweeping all the strength path phantoms along the way and easily shredding them into pieces. Soon, the myriad self-army size was reduced by more than half. Feng Yuan quickly urged again, replenishing the numbers. "Brother, let me help you." The 4th rank 7 goo immortal said in a low and muffled voice. He stretched out his index finger. He pointed at the tornado. Instantly, a certain profound immortal killer move activated. The tornado turned into 2 into 4. In the blink of an eye, 4 huge tornadoes wreaked havoc in the battlefield. Their battle strength increased by 4 times. Feng Yuan's heart shook. He felt something amiss. The battle started. He had already suffered light injuries. Blood asset immortal goo was injured. There was a danger of it being destroyed if it continued to be used. And in the enemy's formation, that immemorial desolate beast did not move. It was suppressing the battlefield. There were 4 rank 7 goo immortals among the 9. Each of them used an immortal killer move. They were either powerful or exquisite. Don't tell me. These are not illusions. Like he had fallen into an abyss, Feng Yuan's heart sank. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Intense winds blew. In a short period of time, the myriad self-army was wiped out. Even if Feng Yuan continued to replenish them, the strength path phantom's quality was too low. Against a rank 7 killer move, numbers were useless. Myriad self, which had always been successful, fell into an awkward situation for the first time. It could not change the situation for Feng Yuan. No, Myriad self still has an advantage. At least in terms of immortal essence expenditure, I still have the advantage. But the enemy has numbers while I am alone. This advantage is negligible. What should I do? The difference in strength between the 2 sides was too huge. Any tactics were useless. Actually, these mysterious goo immortals did not cooperate. Every time they attacked, they would take turns. If not for this immortal battlefield killer move, Feng Yuan might have been able to escape. Unfortunately, the enemy had already made their arrangements. While Feng Yuan lacked space path methods, it was a problem for him to escape. Moreover, he had to face 4 rank 7 and 5 rank 6 goo immortals, as well as that immemorial desolate beast. It was an insurmountable chasm. The situation was extremely perilous. Compared to his previous life, when he was besieged by righteous path goo immortals, it was countless times more dangerous. After all, back then, there was no immemorial desolate beast to hold down the fort. Feng Yuan probed these goo immortals, but against the immemorial desolate beast, he did not even have the intention to probe it. Feng Yuan relied on activating Myriad Self to struggle at death's door. One after another, goo immortals attacked. The strength path phantoms were destroyed almost as soon as they formed. Chapter 1148. The Time Path Immortal Killer move had already been quietly activated in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was affected by the killer move. The time flow on its body increased by countless times, allowing it to grow rapidly. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle cried out continuously, feeling extremely uncomfortable. On one hand, its body was growing rapidly, on the other hand, it was hungry. It needed to eat a lot of heavenly crystals every day to fill its stomach. Right now, a breath of time was equivalent to a day, adding on the continuous growth of its body. How could it not be hungry? Of course, Heifan had also considered this situation. He had another immortal killer move to make up for this weakness. At the same time, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle hid in the Heavenly Crystal Eagle nest, crazily eating. By using both methods, it was able to maintain its growth. This method was a quick method. It had many weaknesses. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and Feng Yuan did not spend much time together, but when its strength suddenly increased, it would become wild and uncontrollable. Moreover, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's growth was too fast. It could not adapt or familiarize itself. It could only display less than 30% of its original strength. But Feng Yuan had no other choice. He was forced into a desperate situation. This was his only hope of escaping this predicament. He was like a drowning person, firmly grasping onto this only life-saving straw. Myriad Self was activated continuously. The killer move that was normally strong had now become Feng Yuan's last resort. His true body used familiar face to disguise himself. Blending in with the strength path phantoms, the enemy Gu Immortals could not discover him. Tornadoes wreaked havoc, during which the enemy Gu Immortals attacked, layer after layer covering the battlefield. Their firepower was extremely abundant. Feng Yuan's strength path phantoms could only last for 1 or 2 breaths of time before they were destroyed. He had never used Myriad Self so frequently before. Thankfully, this Myriad Self was created by him. He was extremely familiar with it. It had become an instinct of his body. He had never failed before. But this way, his green grape immortal essence storage fell rapidly. In terms of immortal essence storage, Feng Yuan was at a complete disadvantage. He could not compare to the total of 9 enemy Gu Immortals. This guy's hiding ability is quite amazing. An enemy Gu Immortal sighed. Relax. As long as we have this battlefield killer move, Grey Cloud Battle Puppet, we won't have to worry about him escaping. Another Gu Immortal said. Humph, rat-like thing, come out. The earlier you die, the earlier you can be free. The 4 rank 7 Gu Immortals did not speak. The other 5 rank 6s purposely shouted loudly, trying to use words to shake Feng Yuan's fighting spirit. But how could Feng Yuan be so easily swayed? His will was tougher than steel. Even if he was in a hopeless situation, he would not give up until the very last moment. Since it was a delaying tactic, Feng Yuan decided that he would not reveal his true self unless it was absolutely necessary. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was constantly being matured, and it already had the aura of an ancient desolate beast. As for the celestial crystal eagle nest, more than half of it had been eaten. But this growth was far from enough. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was the key to this battle. The enemy has the advantage in numbers. It seems that they also have countless immortal killer moves. Their foundation is very deep. Once I take out the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, if he failed to break through the encirclement, he would probably be targeted immediately. There was no second chance. I must succeed on the first try. As he was thinking, Feng Yuan suddenly heard someone chuckling beside him. Hee hee, I found you. Chapter 1150. Northern Icy Plain, deep underground. In the cave hall, stone benches and tables were arranged in a circle. Thick vines were climbing the walls and grass was growing between the cracks of the rocks. 3 fires were burning fiercely in the center of the hall. It was said that this was a custom passed down from the olden antiquity era. When a variant human tribe had an esteemed guest, they would hold a banquet and set 3 fires. Snowmen, rockmen, hairy men, as well as Feng Yuan, many Gu immortals were gathered here. The light of the fire shone on everyone's faces. They were all smiling. All sorts of fruits were placed on the stone tables in front of everyone, and soon, rockman attendants brought everyone a bowl of wine. "This is my rockman tribe's lip fish wine, have a taste." Shirzong stood up from his seat and raised his bowl. Shirzong was the first supreme elder of this rockman tribe. He did not participate in the battle to exterminate Feng Yuan. His whole body was shining in all sorts of colors. His body was decorated with countless gold, silver and jewels. It was very beautiful. This was the rockman tribe's custom. Rockmen were made of stone, and in their long lives, they would grow all sorts of gold, silver, bronze and iron. Rockmen took pride in this. The higher their status, the more gold, silver, bronze, and iron they would have on their bodies, and the more extravagant they would be. Not just Shirzong, the other rockman Gu immortals present were also like this. Since Shirzong called for it, the immortals responded and raised their bowls. Shirzong and the other immortals drank in large mouthfuls. The hairy men were the same, only Feng Yuan was sipping. After Shirzong finished drinking, he turned his bowl upside down. Not even a drop of wine was left. Cheers resounded. The other Gu immortals also followed suit, turning their bowls upside down and drinking in one gulp, leaving nothing behind. The immortals laughed loudly. The calm atmosphere became somewhat joyous. Only Feng Yuan put down his bowl and drank only a little bit of the lipfish wine. The snowman and rockman Gu immortals all turned a blind eye to this. On the contrary, among the hairy man Gu immortals, Sixth Hair criticized Feng Yuan. "Elder Feng Yuan, what are you doing? Don't tell me you don't know this is very rude? The host has already drunk the wine in his bowl. As a guest, you should follow suit. There shouldn't be any residue at the bottom of the bowl." This was a sign of respect for the owner. I forgot that you're a human, not one of us. You don't know about this custom that has been passed down since ancient times." Sixth Hair was a spy planted in Langya sect by the Shadow sect, making use of every opportunity to find some trouble for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan sneered, his gaze sweeping around as he said unhurriedly, "How can I not know this custom? However, this lipfish wine is made from the saliva of the underground stone fish. I don't like to drink it." Sixth Hair's expression was gloomy, but his heart was filled with joy. Feng Yuan's words were tantamount to offending the other party, which was exactly what he wanted. When Feng Yuan sent a letter to Langya sect to inform the land spirit, he naturally didn't make things clear. He only gave a general idea. What Sixth Hair and the others did not know was that Feng Yuan had fought an intense battle with the snowman and the stoneman. In the end, he had brought out the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle to make them compromise. In fact, after Feng Yuan joined Langya sect, the land spirit of Langya had issued a mission to find the variant human allies living here. Since Feng Yuan found them, he had naturally completed this mission, and would definitely be rewarded by Langya sect. As a member of the Shadow sect, Sixth Hair did not want to see Feng Yuan reap the benefits. Continue. Now that he spoke, he was trying to suppress Feng Yuan in every possible way. Chapter 1151. Snow was falling quietly. There was no wind. There were endless snowy peaks. It was tranquil. A couple was leaning on each other, opening the window and looking at the snowy scenery. They were silent. There was a warm atmosphere in the air. The wife had a beautiful appearance. There was frost in her hair. She leaned on her husband's arm, saying with reminiscence, "It has been a long time since I have looked at the snowy scenery with you so quietly." Her husband was already showing signs of old age, but he was still energetic. He stretched out his wrinkled hand and patted the back of his wife's hand, saying slowly, I am willing to stay with you and watch the snowflakes fall quietly. Do you still remember the first time we met? His wife laughed lightly, a happy memory seemed to appear in front of her. That was also a snowy day, you were still a hothead. You only wanted to become stronger, stronger and stronger. I want to become stronger, isn't it so that I can be worthy of you? You said before, when I cultivate to rank 8, you will marry me. Hee. The old man smiled. His smile was a little crafty and proud. His wife's smile faded a little, she frowned slightly. To speak the truth, I am regretting it. I would rather your cultivation level be lower. If I want to be your husband, how can my cultivation level be low? Don't worry, as long as I succeed in refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, I will have confidence in passing this myriad tribulation. Even if the world is vast, I will be able to stay with you forever. Saying so, the old man's gaze turned sharp. He showed a strong aura that was different from normal people. His aura went from weak to strong, it continued to strengthen. As time passed, it spread out, causing the surrounding snowflakes to stop falling. They floated in front of him quietly. His wife slowly separated from him. She was no longer leaning on him. She looked at the snowy scenery quietly with determination in her eyes. Let us begin. After a long while, the old man broke the silence. His wife only replied with one word. Okay. Old ancestor Shui, Hu and Lady One Show started to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. On this day, snowy mountain-blessed land shone brightly. There was no concealment. Northern Plains Goo immortal world had yet to recover from the shock of Hay tribe's destruction, but it fell into a state of unrest again. Old ancestor Shui, who started to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. This news was like a hurricane, engulfing everyone in Northern Plains Goo immortal world. Phoenix celestial paradise. Such fanfare. It was as if he was afraid that no one would come and destroy it. That's the style of old man Shui Hu. Prince's impatience smiled when he received the news. Lord, if old ancestor Shui Hu refines a rank 8 immortal goo, he would be like a tiger with wings. Goo immortal Yulan, who was beside Prince's impatience, said. If not for fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, he would still be number 1 in Northern Plains. It was okay. Our mission now. It was to detain Feng Yuan. There's news that the Celestial Court has confirmed that Feng Yuan is in the Northern Plains. Prince's impatience smiled, but his eyes were cold. He hated Feng Yuan to the bone. Why? This was because the original mission of the prince's impatience was to invade 88-point Jinyang Tower. In the end, his grand plan was ruined by Feng Yuan, causing his years of hard work to go down the drain before he could see any results. How could Prince's impatience not hate him? By Zhu Grotto Heaven. Old ancestor Shui Hu, after all these years, are you finally going to make a move? Heavenly Lord Baizu pondered for a while. He shook his head. After fighting with old ancestor Shui Hu, Heavenly Lord Baizu understood how strong he was. With my strength alone, I am not old ancestor Shui Hu's match. Moreover, if he wants to ruin his goo refinement, we will definitely become enemies. Chapter 1152. Several days had already passed since Lang Yasek's hairy Mangu immortals came into contact with these snowman and rockman tribes and negotiated. The more they talked, the more agreeable they became. This was decided by the external situation. Humans were extremely powerful. The variant human tribes could only struggle at the corners of the world. They had a natural tendency to ally together. Even though Sixth Hair was a spy planted in Lang Yasek by Shadow Sect, he did not object to the alliance between the two sides. Instead, he put in more effort. Firstly, Sixth Hair was well aware that it was impossible for him to make both sides fall out with his own strength. Secondly, Sixth Hair wanted to use this chance to show off his abilities and obtain more merits, to gain more trust from Land Spirit of Langya, and raise his status. Thirdly, Shadow Sect's pursuit was spectral souls. Even though the demon Venerable was dead, His ambitions had already surpassed the limits of his race. As the two sides talked, they got to know more about each other. To gain their trust, Sixth Hair sold almost all of Feng Yuan's information. Thus, the Snowman and Rockman tribes knew that Feng Yuan had a special identity. Feng Yuan had once possessed Spring-Autumn Cicada. He was someone who had been reborn. He was also an otherworldly demon. He came from a world beyond the heavens. He was also the main culprit behind the collapse of 88-Point Jinyang Tower and the destruction of Imperial Court-blessed land. What was worth mentioning was that this last point made the variant human Gu immortals feel closer to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan destroyed 88-Point Jinyang Tower. It greatly weakened Northern Plains human forces. It was a great thing for the variant human camp. In fact, when they heard about the collapse of 88-Point Jinyang Tower, this tribe of snowmen and rockmen even held a banquet and celebrated for 3 days and 3 nights. In Earth Mother Altar, hearing Shui Er ask about the future, Feng Yuan was already mentally prepared. He smiled bitterly. Even though I have Spring-Autumn Cicada, I have already lost this mystical Gu. After my rebirth, the world has changed a lot. You know it too. I was the one who destroyed 88-Point Jinyang Tower, right? That's right. Elder Feng Yuan, you are truly amazing. Snow's eyes shone brightly. I am also very impressed by this. Shi also said. Feng Yuan rubbed his nose and sighed. He continued. I'm someone who's been reborn, so I know some secrets. Although I don't have a golden bloodline, the reason why I participated in the royal court struggle was to sneak into the 88-Point Jinyang Tower and reap some benefits. My original plan was to come again and again. A thin stream flows a long way. But the plan couldn't keep up with the changes, and an accident happened. I could only adapt to the situation. And in the end, the 88-Point Jinyang Tower collapsed. Shui Er and Shi wore smiles on their faces. Shi said, Elder Feng Yuan's words are all true. Feng Yuan shook his head helplessly. Who wants to be chased by all the Gu immortals in the world? That was truly an accident. Shui laughed. In Shui's opinion, Elder Feng Yuan, you are a born hero. Destroying the 88-Point Jinyang Tower might have been an accident, but if it were someone else, how could they do it? Feng Yuan said. Precisely so. I had no choice but to hide in Langya Blessed Land. Later some things happened, and I joined Langya's sect. I gradually realized that the excellence of variant humans is not inferior to humans. In fact, their sincerity, trust, loyalty, and so on are much better than the deceitful humans. Even though the 5 regions are vast, the space for variant humans to live in is getting smaller and smaller. This is not right. All living beings have their own reasons for growing. They have their own providence. Variant humans and humans should coexist harmoniously. Be it battle strength or insight, they are top-notch. Even among Northern Plains human Gu immortals, they are outstanding. Heifan Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals are far inferior compared to them. Thankfully, I have rank 8 battle strength. So what if he had the identity of an otherworldly demon? He had Spring-Autumn Cicada, so what if he had been reborn? These identities and secrets were the foundation of rank 8 battle strength. They were Feng Yuan's glory and glory. They were not a source of trouble. With a bigger fist, who would dare to find trouble with him? Rank 8 battle strength. With just a slight movement of his pinky finger, he could crush them like ants. Thus, not only did the snowmen and rockmen not dare to find trouble with Feng Yuan, they even expressed their friendliness and tried to rope him in. Any rank 8 battle strength was enough to attract others to their side. If rank 9 did not appear, rank 8s would reign supreme. This was already the highest level of battle strength in the world. In fact, the entire situation of Northern Plains is the situation of the confrontation between rank 8 Gu immortals. The politics of the high martial arts world have always been the personal politics of the experts. Feng Yuan's heart was clear as a mirror. However, if they know that my immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle is already dead, I wonder what their expressions will be? Thinking of this, Feng Yuan felt it was quite funny. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was ripened by his time path killer move. It did not have enough heavenly crystals. It was starving to death. Feng Yuan used blood path methods to raise its qi and blood. He let it out and successfully intimidated the variant human immortals. He relied on deceit and bluffing to survive, opening up a new world. But the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle was like the final radiance of a setting sun. After being kept into Feng Yuan's immortal aperture, it died almost at the next moment. As an immemorial desolate beast that was starved to death, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's life was indeed quite sullen. However, that might not be the case in its next life. The advantage of the upper extreme heavenly eagle was that it laid eggs after death. After hatching, it could live again. It was true that Feng Yuan lost the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle, but he also obtained the upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg and a huge corpse of an immemorial desolate beast. He could accept this result because firstly, Feng Yuan was not satisfied with this upper extreme heavenly eagle, because to command it, Feng Yuan had to disguise himself as a He tribe descendant. Secondly, after the upper extreme heavenly eagle was ripened, it had many disadvantages. How could a grand rank 8 battle strength be commanded by a rank 6 Gu immortal like Feng Yuan? Moreover, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was an extremely prideful beast. After it matured to rank 8 battle strength, it was certain that it would not listen, it might even rebel. Its strong pride and arrogance made it go against Feng Yuan. It was very likely. Thus, the upper extreme heavenly eagle starving to death was not a bad thing for Feng Yuan. As for the newly born egg, Feng Yuan could use the contents of He Fan's true inheritance to modify it, changing its memories and so on. After it hatches, it would listen to Feng Yuan himself. Old ancestor Shui who publicly refined fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. The light of the refinement path Gu formation shot into the sky. It shined for 7 days and 7 nights before fading away. This matter caused a huge commotion in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. But, after the commotion, the Gu immortal world strangely calmed down. This was because Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Yao Huang, 5 Elements Grandmaster, and Prince's impatience did not have any positive reactions. Chapter 1157. Lu Qingyu repeated what he had said before. Ing Wuxie's expression turned grim. Feng Yuan moved from southern border to northern plains. He used familiar face to conceal his appearance. But familiar face could not hide the effect of an immortal Gu or an immortal killer move. In Eastern Sea, Feng Yuan had fought with Lu Qingyu, Tang Song, and Zhou Li, the 3 Gu immortals. It was unavoidable that his traces were exposed. Even though Ing Wuxie did not know what Feng Yuan looked like back then, he felt a sense of familiarity from Lu Qingyu's description. As he followed this feeling, Lu Qingyu's description of the fight became more detailed. Flying sword immortal gu, sword escape immortal gu. Ing Wuxie thought to himself. And in terms of timing it matches. Ing Wuxie felt that the gu immortal who fought with Lu Qingyu was likely to be Fang Yuan. What a coincidence. I actually obtained information about Fang Yuan like this. Hehe, providence. Ing Wuxie raised his head, looking at the sky. The turbulent flow sea area's sky was covered in clouds and mist from start to finish. At this moment, Ing Wuxie could feel that Providence was watching him from within the clouds. For Providence, be it the sovereign immortal aperture owner Fang Yuan, or spectral soul, who was trying to defy heaven and rise to the peak, they were targets to suppress and eliminate. Of course, among them, spectral soul was at the top earlier, but now, Fang Yuan had become the biggest target of Heaven's Will's attacks. No matter what, Providence's plan was ingenious. It was trying to link Fang Yuan and Ing Wuxie together, to make them kill each other. This was undoubtedly killing two birds with one stone. It was a good plan that saved time and effort. Ing Wuxie transmitted his guess to He Lulan. He Lulan was slightly stunned. She did not sense anything fishy, because she was not familiar with flying sword and sword escape immortal gu. After reacting, she was a little surprised. Ing Wuxie found out about such a huge matter. He actually came to discuss it with me? But immediately after, He Lulan understood. If she was in Ing Wuxie's shoes, she would have come to discuss it with her. Because up until now, Tai Bai Yunxing was still kept in the dark. Shirnu's loyalty was absolute, but he was still a mutant after all, and his mind was not flexible. On the other hand, she was bound by the Shadow Sex contract, and had always been by Ing Wuxie's side. He could only plot with Ing Wuxie. We have to deal with Fang Yuan. He Lulan's heart was filled with complicated emotions. Her relationship with Fang Yuan was quite complicated. Previously they were enemies. Later they became allies. Now, due to a strange combination of factors, they became enemies once again. Even He Lulan had to admit that Fang Yuan had greatly helped and influenced her. Very soon, He Lulan had completely calmed down. She sent a telepathic message back. Your analysis is very reasonable. But you've only guessed Fang Yuan's identity. How are you so sure that he'll find this place? Is it just because of an information path true inheritance? Not to mention the crucial clue to this information path inheritance. It has already been lost. Even if he obtains it, what does it have to do with us? He might not be able to find this place and meet us. Ing Wuxie smiled coldly. That is because you don't understand Providence. Earlier, Providence wanted to stop Fang Yuan. They set up a trap and used information path true inheritances to lure Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan was crafty and did not fall into this trap. He went straight to Northern Plains without wasting any time. This was a very wise choice. Providence's arrangements in the turbulent flow sea area were in vain. Ing Wuxie's understanding of this. There was some error. In fact, back then, Fang Yuan did not sense the information path true inheritance's clue. Chapter 1158. The five Gu immortals flew close to the surface of the sea. Hehehe, the arrangements are in place. As long as Fang Yuan falls into our trap, we will make him suffer a lot. Even if we can't imprison him, we can greatly delay his development. Ing Wuxie was quite pleased with himself. Fang Yuan's development was too fast, it was truly terrifying. Providence tried all ways to kill him. They even created human tribulations like snowmen and rockmen. They had to suppress him. Previously, when Fang Yuan was in Langya Blessed Land, Ing Wuxie could not reach him. Now that he came, he would teach him a lesson. Of course, he could not do it himself. He still had a huge responsibility. He had to bear the heavy burden of the revival of Shadow Sect. This is good. I can suppress Fang Yuan without falling into Providence's trap. Suddenly, Ing Wuxie's expression froze. Be careful. There is a desolate beast in the sea. It is approaching rapidly. It is very strange. Ing Wuxie frowned, reminding them. A mere desolate beast. Rank 7 Gu Immortal Shirnu attacked. Boom. A huge wave burst out of the water. Fang Yuan's figure appeared. Found you. Ing Wuxie. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a sinister smile. The 5 immortals were stunned. This was the first time they had seen Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was vigilant and meticulous. He had changed his appearance this time. You are? Suddenly, Ing Wuxie's body shook. He used luck inspection Immortal Gu, and saw the majestic luck above Fang Yuan's head. It was the same as his and He Lulan's luck. Connect luck Immortal Gu. Ing Wuxie used connect luck to connect with He Lulan. And He Lulan was connected to Fang Yuan's luck. Fang Yuan's appearance could be changed, but his luck could not be concealed. Seeing this luck, how could Ing Wuxie not know Fang Yuan's identity? Hurry, use the ancient battle formation. He suddenly shouted in a panic. The other 3 immortals had a tacit understanding and instinctively acted, activating the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. With a whoosh, the 4 immortals disappeared completely. Only one was left. Lu Qingyu. Fang Yuan. The 2 of them looked at each other. There was silence. Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. A method that allowed Ing Wuxie and the rest to escape from the celestial quartz Gu immortals was naturally extraordinary. It was also Fang Yuan's first time seeing it. Therefore he was somewhat speechless. Although he had made some estimations beforehand. But after witnessing it with his own eyes, he was still amazed. However, although this method is powerful, as long as I have the karmic connection, I don't have to worry about losing them. Let's get rid of this person first. Fang Yuan came back to his senses. He looked at Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu. Seeing Fang Yuan's cold eyes filled with killing intent, he subconsciously floated backwards. His mood was even more turbulent than Fang Yuan's. He tried so hard to obtain the information path inheritance, but it was snatched away. He killed the blood path demonic immortal, but the crucial clue was lost. He returned to the turbulent flow sea area unwillingly, but when he met Ing Wuxie and the rest, his helpers were all killed. He surrendered. So be it if he surrendered, so be it if the alliance agreement was harsh, so be it if he admitted defeat. So be it if he recognized Ing Wuxie as his boss. For the sake of his own life, he was determined to integrate into the Shadow Sect. But when he was leaving Eastern Sea, a person suddenly appeared. And then, Ing Wuxie escaped. He escaped. Not only did he escape, the other 3 Gu immortals also escaped. They ran extremely quickly. In an instant, they disappeared without a trace. What a bastard! Lu Qingyu wanted to curse out loud. But he could not. He was forced to sign the alliance agreement. He had to maintain his respect towards Ing Wuxie at all times. Because Fang Yuan was not sure if Ing Wuxie's trap was targeted at weak souls or strong souls, or just the otherworldly demon soul. But the problem of using Wisdom Gu was currently the biggest restriction on Fang Yuan's development. Thus, Fang Yuan thought of this Eastern Sea plan. The main goal was to deal with Ing Wuxie. If he succeeded, he might be able to find out if there were any traps in this immortal zombie body from Ing Wuxie. If there were traps, how would he deal with them? Ing Wuxie wanted to suppress Fang Yuan's development speed. Fang Yuan was also worried that Ing Wuxie would develop too quickly and save Spectral Soul's main body. Thus, in this trip to Eastern Sea, the information path inheritance was secondary. He wanted to attack the root of the problem. I will take all the good things in the turbulent flow sea area first. Tang Song entered first, followed by Zhou Li, and finally, the Gu immortals entered the bubble one after another. Something is strange. Where is this place? A town? The last Gu immortal who managed to squeeze and found himself in a cluster of houses. Even though these houses had exquisite structures, they were all in ruins, as if an earthquake had happened here. Moreover, there were cobwebs and dust everywhere. It was clear that this was a town that had been abandoned for countless years. Strange, strange. There are pots and pans here. It seems like many people lived here. Such a large scale. It cannot be Gu immortals. But mortals actually lived here? Even before the turbulent flow sea area was formed, there were no rumors of mortals living here. The Gu immortals gathered and discussed. Also, where did that Gu immortal who escaped go? Ding Qi is missing too. No, Ding Qi is over there. He is confronting Lord Tang Song. That Gu immortal who stole the inheritance is really gone. He seems to be hiding in here. Find him and force him to hand over the inheritance. The immortals were about to get to work, but at this time, Feng Yuan's voice resounded in the sky. It was extremely grand. Everyone is here. That's good, everyone, enjoy yourselves. This is the final moment of your lives. The moment he said that, the immortals felt the sky turn dark. They quickly raised their heads. And at the next moment, the immortals showed expressions of extreme shock. They saw a huge hand. It was so huge that it covered the sky and earth. It pressed down from the sky. The aura was grand and vast. It felt like heaven and earth were being overturned. Everyone felt an irresistible feeling in their hearts. Impossible. This is all an illusion. If he had this strength, why would he keep running? Zhou Li shouted. The immortals woke up, their morale rose. They felt that Zhou Li was right. All the immortals attacked. Boom. With a loud sound, the huge hand pressed down. Countless houses collapsed. Several Gu immortals died on the spot. Their bodies turned into meat paste. How can this be? Zhou Li crawled out of the pit with difficulty. He stared with wide eyes as he looked around in disbelief. The entire town was gone. It was a scene of devastation. The surviving Gu immortals stood up from the ruins. They were still in a state of shock. In this contest of strength, so many Gu immortals actually lost. Shadow Sex Trap is really useful. Feng Yuan had a feeling. He activated Strength Path Giant Hand again. Thus, in the eyes of the immortals, the sky turned dark again. The huge hand covered their entire vision and pressed down. It's here again, it's here again. Hold on, hold on. This is a matter of life and death. Don't worry about anything else. Take out your trump cards and survive this tribulation. The immortals shouted angrily and uneasily. Their attitude was completely different from before. Boom. The huge hand pressed down the ground by 20 to 30 feet. This time, only 3 people stood up. Zhou Li, Tang Song, and Bloodpath Demonic Immortal Ding Qi. The huge hand appeared for the third time. The three immortals showed expressions of despair. Even if I die, I will make you suffer. Ding Qi self-detonated. Zhou Li and Tang Song resisted, but it was useless. In the end, they all died under Feng Yuan's palm. Secluded domain of heaven and earth, city well. It truly lives up to its name. Feng Yuan praised. Right now, there was a well in front of him. The outside of the well was squarish, it was squarish. The inside of the well was round, it was perfectly round. Feng Yuan stood beside the well. Looking down, he saw that there was a small town at the bottom of the well. But now, they were all destroyed beyond recognition by his three giant hand seals. There were some traces of blood in the ruins. Those were the places where the Gu immortals were smashed into meat paste. Chapter 1165. Speaking of which, Renzu's fourth daughter, Boundless Forest Samsara, fell from the tree and did not follow Renzu's footsteps. She was trapped in ordinary abyss. One day when she was sleeping, she met a mini-man. The mini-man cried loudly. Boundless Forest Samsara asked why. The mini-man said, I am the largest in my tribe. I am often brave, proud because of this. Today, I plan to climb a mountain. I did not expect this mountain to be a person. There is actually a person as big as you in this world. This is the first time I saw one. I could not help but cry. From then on, Boundless Forest Samsara became good friends with the Mini-Man. They were inseparable. Mini-Man, oh Mini-Man, where is your father? Do you have any siblings? Why have I never seen your family? One day Boundless Forest Samsara asked the Mini-Man. The Mini-Man silently led Boundless Forest Samsara to a well. Look at this well. Inside the well is my former home. Boundless Forest Samsara leaned against the well and stuck her head out to look inside. Then she shouted in shock. Wow, there are so many Mini-Man. She saw that inside the well, there were many Mini-Man living together. They built countless houses next to each other. There was a market, flowers and plants. They were living in harmony. The Mini-Man in the well also shouted in shock. Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? It's already night time? There is thunder, but there is no rain and no lightning. The Mini-Man were in chaos. They discussed among themselves. The entire town was buzzing. Is there your family here? Why did you run outside the well and not live with them? Boundless Forest Samsara asked. The Mini-Man shook his head. They chased me away. They think I am a monster. Oh, why is that? Boundless Forest Samsara was very curious. The Mini-Man replied sorrowfully. I told them that the world we have been living in for generations is just a well. The outside world was still very, very big. But they did not believe me. They told me not to speak nonsense. I also told them that the mountain at the edge of our town was actually just a very, very small mound. But they did not believe me. They felt that it was the tallest mountain. They told me not to spread rumors. Which mountain is it? Boundless Forest Samsara asked. It's that Fengsuan mountain. The little person pointed. Boundless Forest Samsara giggled. You call this a mountain? I can even place it on my palm. Suddenly, Boundless Forest Samsara clapped. Then let me tell them the truth. The humanoid man shook his head. It's useless. Boundless Forest Samsara did not believe it. She leaned on the mouth of the well and shouted down. The little people at the bottom of the well were even more flustered. They felt that today was too strange. Not only did the sky darken in an instant, but the muffled thunder continued to rumble. And the sound of thunder grew louder and louder. It grew denser and denser. God is angry. I want to repent. I want to confess. No, it's a monster. The monster ate the sky and is now burping. Save me. This world is going to be destroyed. Some knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Some were filled with despair, and some were running around in a frenzy. Boundless Forest Samsara's breathing reached the bottom of the well. It became a huge gale. When Boundless Forest Samsara's saliva landed at the bottom of the well, it became a downpour. When Boundless Forest Samsara's words reached the ears of the little people, they were like thunder that almost burst their eardrums. Boundless Forest Samsara finally gave up. She leaned on the mouth of the well. She was tired and said weakly, "Why are these little people so stupid? Can't they crawl out to see the outside world like you?" The little person shook his head and sighed. "They already feel that they are very big. They feel that the sky is round, that the mountain is that tall, that life is like that." Chapter 1167. All in all, Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had made great progress, but it still needed to be developed. The sovereign immortal aperture's potential was simply too huge. Among the 5 regions and 9 heavens, only mini southern border, which had annexed all of Heifan Grotto Heaven's resources, was not filled yet. No one would believe it. And each layer of the mini 9 heavens had the area of the 5 mini regions combined. Feng Yuan had long realized that the development and construction of the sovereign immortal aperture would be an incomparably huge project. So far, if the full development score was 100, then the portion that had already been developed could barely reach 2. If I was not personally witnessing it, how could I believe that such an immortal aperture exists in this world? Spectral Soul, Shadow Sect, and Zombie Alliance had planned for 100,000 years before obtaining this result. I snatched food from the tiger's mouth. This enmity is irreconcilable. Sigh. It is a pity. This trip to Eastern Sea. Even though it dealt a blow to Ing Wuxie's side, it is far from a huge blow. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan sighed. In the dark secret room he sat cross-legged quietly. His long hair hung down to his waist, and his skin was like water and jade. A cold light occasionally flashed in his bottomless black eyes. After adjusting his breathing, Feng Yuan mobilized his immortal essence again, activating an immortal killer move. Qi Luck Sensation. At once, a sensation spread out from Feng Yuan's body. If one had luck inspection immortal goo, they would see the huge luck above Feng Yuan's head shaking intensely. In Feng Yuan's senses, vague dots appeared one after another. Western Desert. The sun was blazing, causing smoke to rise from the heat of the desert. A pursuit of life and death was happening here. Rascal, you dare to snatch the goo worms that we want. Don't let me catch you. I will cut you into pieces and use your skin as a lantern. Surrender, hand over the pristine gold goo, and you will still have a chance to live. A large group of goo masters. He fiercely chased after Han Li, who was in front of him. Han Li's luck was extremely strong. If he were alone, perhaps there would be times when his luck would decline. But after the luck connection, it was very stable. He had been cultivating for a long time, and now had rank 3 cultivation level. Elder level. In the world of goo masters, this was enough to hold his ground. He was not a beginner in the first transition, nor was he cannon fodder in the second transition. Rank 3 cultivation. In the entire goo master world, he could be called an elite. However, the current situation was that among the desert bandits chasing him, there were 3 rank 3 cultivators, while there were more rank 2 and rank 1 cultivators. Han Li could only continue to fly. His true essence was rapidly decreasing, and the injuries on his body had become a burden to him. Blood was constantly seeping out. With each breath, Han Li's chest felt as if it was burning with pain. However, the pain did not allow him to relax his grip at all. At this moment, he was holding that unrefined gold goo in his hand. My aptitude isn't good enough. Although I've had many fortuitous encounters, it's not reliable in the long run. This unrefined gold goo can change my aptitude and give me a brighter future. I have to risk it. Only by risking my life can I have a hope of becoming stronger. Han Li breathed heavily. He was extremely tired, but his legs moved like the wind. His speed did not decrease at all. His eyes seemed to be burning with 2 balls of fire. Southern border. green mountains and flowing water. Yi Fan shouted. Suddenly, his body expanded to twice its original size, becoming extraordinarily tall. Rays of light shot out from his skin, pores and eyes. It was a magnificent sight. Under the shocked gazes of the enemies. Not to mention the fact that Lu Guanyi was a fake identity that he had casually created. So what if it was real? His main connections in Northern Plains' immortal world were with the variant humans. At the same time, he was preparing to go to Southern Border. Even though Feng Yuan was still paying attention to the situation in Northern Plains, his focus was on that giant dream realm. Southern Border. Oh Southern Border, I am back. As a rank 7 immortal, is this considered a glorious return? Feng Yuan had a complex smile. Chapter 12:21. Wu Duxiu slowly opened her eyes. It's a new day, she muttered in her mind. A rank 8 immortal goo was flying around in this small house. Food path immortal goo medicinal fragrance. This was a healing immortal goo. It filled the entire house with a thick medicinal fragrance. But Wu Duxiu's body had an intense aura of decay. The medicinal fragrance could not conceal it. The two smells mixed together. Even a goo immortal would find it hard to endure. Every day that passed was one day less. Wu Duxiu knew that she was close to the end of her life. Right now, she was lying on the bed, looking at the house. Her heart was filled with tranquility. Once upon a time, when she was still a rank 6 goo immortal, because she fell in love with the demonic path goo cultivator, she was punished by the clan. She was imprisoned in this hut, grounded for 50 years. But to think that this would become her immortal opportunity. It turned out that in this house, there was a great expert inheritance of Wu clan's ancestor. Wu Duxiu obtained it and cultivated in secret. Her strength rose rapidly. She even used the blessed land of this great expert to meet with her lover in secret. Wu clan's goo immortals did not expect that Wu Duxiu would violate Wu clan's rules right under their noses. In those years, Wu Duxiu enjoyed herself. She was immersed in unparalleled bliss. Back then, she was a young and beautiful girl. She did not know the viciousness of humans. She could not tell that her lover had ulterior motives. Time passed. After thousands of years, Wu Duxiu returned to this place. She was on the brink of death. Her lifespan was near its end. Her lifespan could only be counted by heaven and earth. This old man's entire body was filled with vicissitudes of life and exhaustion. His cloudy eyes seemed to have leaped over thousands of years of time. looking back at the past. In the past, when they were young, the laughter and laughter in this small house appeared in his mind bit by bit. In these memories, it was as if spring was always shining brightly. The windows of the house were opened. The gentle wind carried the fragrance of flowers and the smell of grass. She entered the house mischievously. A young girl, beautiful as a flower. She had a pair of clear eyes. She was extremely alluring. She sang in the house. She cleaned the house and did many mortal chores. But she was very happy. She was extremely excited. At that time, joy came so easily. But as they grew older, this simple happiness was getting further and further away from them. As for that lover, Wu Duxiu's first love, she had already forgotten him. The impression was blurred. He had caused Wu Duxiu so much pain that she tossed and turned in bed. The hatred that had tortured her body and mind to the point of exhaustion had already dispersed with the wind. Creak. With a soft sound, the wooden door of the small house was slowly pushed open. Wu Duxiu turned her head with difficulty. Through a curtain, she saw a familiar figure. She was not surprised. That was what she meant. She was the Wu clan's supreme grand elder, a supreme figure who had authority for thousands of years. Without her permission, who would dare to step into this place? You came. Wu Duxiu spoke with difficulty. His voice was extremely weak. However, the person who came was extremely respectful. He knelt on the ground and bowed deeply. This child greets mother. This man was middle-aged and had an ordinary appearance. His physique was strong, and his eyebrows were slender, giving him a sinister aura. Wu Duxiu spoke. I called you here to tell you one thing. You have a younger brother from a different father. I gave birth to him in Eastern Sea. I will leave Wu clan's everything to you. And my own inheritance. I will leave it to him. Do you understand? The middle-aged man quickly kowtowed, his forehead touching the ground. I understand. You may leave. When you undergo tribulation in the future, you can absorb southern borders heaven and earth chi. There will be no problems. Oh, there is such a method. Wu Yihai heard this and was overjoyed. Even though he was famous in Eastern Sea, he was a lone cultivator. He knew the pain and weakness of a lone cultivator. If he could rely on a superforce, Wu Yihai would naturally be willing. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, a dragon breath that resembled a sword light attacked his face. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference. as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.